Be the one tonight.
You remind me of Friday fever when the sun went down. I could try to describe this feeling, but just come back. Lay it down for the night, tell myself I'm alright. We're all a little bit tongue-tied. I think it's just my pride, you can do it up alive. You're gone, but I'll be waiting non-stop. Little bit tongue-tied. Little bit tongue-tied. Little bit tongue-tied. You remind me of Friday fever when the sun went down. I could try to describe this feeling, but just come back. Lay it down for the night, tell myself I'm alright. We're all tongue-tied. I think it's just my pride, you can do it up alive. I'll be waiting non-stop. Little bit tongue-tied. Little bit tongue-tied. Little bit tongue-tied. I'll be waiting outside. Little bit tongue-tied.
Sipping Hennessy, President Sweet, looking like a young Barack Obama. Skipping to the beat, giving hella heat. I'ma need a seat just to count up all these dots in commas. It's evident I'm the better man, I'm the jam. I'ma have you crushing like a four-wheel monster. Who you know who looking like this for real? Who you know who looking like this? Baby, baby, won't you listen to me? I got that flavor. I know you're dying to beat. I ain't no dancer, just got some hip in my feet. Now throw your hands up. Ooh, you bring the lighter. I've got the fuse. You make a fire. I'll add the fuel. Follow my lead. Let's watch the shows. Turn the heat up. This cool. Pick that chin up off the ground and flash that smile for me. Put some pepper, match that bitch going down shortly. Got so much weight up on my shoulders, all this jewelry on me. I wear my shades inside cause I go blind just looking down. I'm like the man sipping Chardonnay on the balcony, looking like a young Elvis Presley. I've been overseas, I've been underneath, I ain't never seen nothing like a prison 12 o'clock. I don't know nobody looking like that, I don't know nobody looking like that. I don't know nobody looking like that, I don't know nobody looking like that. Baby, baby, won't you listen to me? I got that flavor, I know you're dying to beat. I ain't no dancer, just got some hip in my feet. Now throw your hands up. Ooh, you bring the lighter. I got the fuse. You make a fire. I'll add the fuel. Follow my lead. Let's watch the shows. Turn the beat up. This. Who you know who looking like this for real? Who you know who looking like this? Who you know who looking like this for real? Who you know who looking like this? Who you know who looking like this for real? Who you know who looking like this? Who you know who looking like this for real? Who you know who looking like this?
You got the light there in your eyes. I feel us coming alive. You got the light there in your eyes. Gotta get out of my mind. You got the light there in your eyes. I feel us coming alive. You got the light there in out of my mind. Yeah, together, yeah, from words together, when the lights go down, you and me together. That's much better. It's now or never. Make it do somehow. Make it do
Time stop when we're alone. You got my love, don't let it go. Feels like we're paper thin, one step away from caving in. When you're out with all the wild roads, and you're looking for a way back home. I'll be like that only you can see. You can see. When things go south, we can take our time just to figure it out. I'll be here when all gets lost. We can count on hope and there's rivers to cross. And I know our lives will always change, but our hearts will never stay the same. I'll be here when things go south. We can take our time just to figure it out. Time stop when we're alone. You got my love, don't let it go. Feels like we're paper thin, one step away from caving in. When you're out where all the wild roads, and you're looking for a way back home. I've been like that only you can see. You can see. When things go south, we can take our time just to figure it out. Oh, when all gets lost, we can count on holding those rivers to cross. Oh, and I know our lives will always change, but our hearts forever stay the same. I'll be here when things go south. We can take our time to figure it out. Oh, time stops when we're alone. You got my love, don't let it go.
Way around, look at all we found, and we live it up now. Gotta come so far, made us who we are, and we live it up now. Took a long way around, look at all we found, and we live it up now. Way around, look at all we found, and we live it up now. Gotta come so far, made us who we are, and we live it up now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Faith Ngwenya. Can you believe that we are here again? It's like yesterday when we had the live accounting Indaba that we had, where we were celebrating our 40th anniversary. Here we are again, it seems like just 2 days ago. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Accounting Indaba 2023, and we are so excited to be here today as we are celebrating the victory of South Africa. We're still saying, go Boke! We are here today with a theme that says we are mastering the demanding environment with the power of agility and ethical practices in accountancy profession. This theme encapsulates the very essence of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead of us as accountants. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a period, if we are not agile, if we are not keeping up to date with the changes that are happening around us, we are definitely going to be left behind. If we are not keeping up with the artificial intelligence, and if we are not really making our practices and our workplaces to reflect what is happening around us, unfortunately, we actually are going to be the bean counters that were there yesteryear. That time is long gone, and we need to really be embracing the technology that we have. This time, we also are embracing the sustainability and the ESG. Yes, we started this some time back, and this time we actually are pushing up. Whatever it is that you need to be doing, you need to ensure that your practice is sustainable. You really are looking up after the environment, and you also are looking at the society, the social, and the governance elements of your organization. In this ever-changing business world, where disruption is the norm and innovation is the constant, we as accountants must embrace this power of agility. We must adapt to the new technologies, the regulations that are ever changing and ever evolving, and the client expectations, which are also changing. Unfortunately, there is one thing that they do not want to change, and that is the fees that they are paying to us. The ability to pivot, to evolve, and to stay ahead is a skill that we need to master. Equally, we must uphold the highest ethical standards for integrity and trust. And we are here, and as the proudly South African Institute of Professional Accountants, remember that we have got our values as professionalism, excellence, and integrity. And that is something that we need to uphold at all times. I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate in this conference and take away all the invaluable lessons that you are going to be getting from the great lineup of speakers that my colleague will be introducing, that are going to really be mesmerizing us with what is happening in the profession and what we need to understand and take with us into the future. Let us harness the collective wisdom and expertise that has been gathered here to advance the field of accountancy and to contribute to the betterment of the financial world. Today, I am not alone. I have my co-host, which is the lovely Liana van der Merwe. Liana van der Merwe is our new technical and standards executive. Most of you know Liana as the very bubbly and lovely person that will guide you. She is really a mother hen. And we are here to mother everyone as we take you through the accounting Indaba 2023. Over to you, Liana.
Thank you so much, Pipe. To everyone out there, welcome, a warm welcome today to the Accounting Indaba. This is the one event at SAIPA that we as a SAIPA team look forward the entire year too. The last couple of weeks, the halls at SAIPA were buzzing with preparing and getting everything ready. And I just want to say, looking at the agenda and the speakers and the topics for the next 2 days, we really have Springbok quality presenters and topics for the next 2 days. And what that means is it's number one in the world presenters and topics that we will share with everyone here today. I'm just looking at a few of the topics and the presenters. We're, of course, going to get some great inspiration and some light in the times we live in by a keynote speaker, which we will share further information on later. And then we are really delving into artificial intelligence, how it impacts the profession, how it impacts you individually, how it impacts the services that you offer to your client. We're going to touch a little bit on anti-money laundering and, of course, sustainability. So, so important. We're also going to spend some time looking further into that over the next 2 days. So, as you can see, some exciting topics coming up, some great presenters, world-class presenters that's going to share this technical information. Faith and I will be with you the next 2 days to guide you all. Very important, you've got a conference guide that is going to share with you everything you need to know. Please don't feel lost. Play around on the platform. There's some booths where you could go into and look at the sponsors, look at the different topics. You can't break the platform. Play around, look at the avatars, look at whatever is moving around. You've got your personal profile on the platform. In addition, we've got all the speakers, bios, information, background, qualification, experience, the wonderful things they do on this platform, and the full agenda of what's happening when will be there. We've also got some great competitions. So if any of you have got a little bit of an online shopping problem like I do, today you are at the right place. We'll have some lucky winners that will each win one of 20 Take-A-Lot vouchers. And you don't have to justify to anyone at home where you're spending this money on because it's something you won. We will share the competition details as we go along, but you can go onto the booth if you visit the booths and complete the form there of the contact forms at the booths. Every time you do, you will be added to the lucky draw. And we will also add some great games and competitions, some little math puzzles throughout the conference today and tomorrow for everyone to participate. We really encourage you to actively participate in this Indaba, be part of it, ask questions, have opinions. If you have a question for a speaker, pop the question in, let us share it. I'm sure there's 10 other people that have the same question. But most of all, have fun. Enjoy with us the next 2 days, learn so much, gain all the knowledge, experience that you can over the next 2 days, and celebrate the great nation and the great profession that we are part of with all fellow SAIPA members. Thank you so much, Faith.
Thanks, Liana. This event wouldn't have been a success without our proud sponsors. We want to thank all our sponsors that have come on board and assisted us in making this to be a success it is. Our headline sponsor is Sage. Sage is our partner that has always not disappointed us. They have been on board, and we really are so proud to have you again, Sage, as our headline sponsor. We've got other sponsors that have assisted us, and that is in no order of importance. It's Caseware, Adapt IT, DraftWorks, the Office of the Tax Ombud, Digital Practice, Tax Trove, and also Trustees. So these are the sponsors that really have made this event to be the success it is today. Without wasting time, we really are very honored today to have our board members, and let me also just greet our board members that have joined us online. We appreciate you spending this time with us and appreciate all the executives within SAIPA that have taken time to actually be on this accounting Indaba. We do not forget our international delegates that are joining us from all parts of Africa and also the rest of the world. We really welcome you and appreciate your attendance at this event. Our first speaker for the day is none other than our chairman or chairperson of the board, Ms. Prem Govender, who is going to be welcoming us and also opening this Accounting Indaba event. Prem is a proud holder of the Professional Accountant SA designation and has been in private practice since she qualified. She holds the designation CFP and has an advanced postgraduate diploma and a Master of Commerce in Taxation degrees, as well as qualifications which include the BCom Accounting. She is also a proud chartered director and a professional accountant SA. Her professional, her professional she is a professional in financial planning and specializing in investments and estate planning. I hand you over to Prem Govender.
In the course of the year, SAIPA holds many initiatives that speak to the various developments and changes in the accountancy profession, both locally and internationally. However, the annual Accounting Indaba has always been and remains our flagship event, which sees us bringing to our members world-renowned speakers, relevant and compelling topics, together with panel discussions featuring subject matter experts facilitated by experts. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Indaba is no different. The executive and management of the Institute have worked hard to put together a program that is guaranteed to have you sitting on the edge of your seats as you imbibe the plethora of information that will be coming your way. The main objective of the next 2 days will be to equip accountancy, business advisory, and finance professionals to align their current strategies and skills with both local and international trends. As always, and as you have heard, the team comes up with mind-blowing themes. And this year, it's mastering the demanding environment, the power of agility, and ethical practices in accountancy. To enable the conversations and discussions around this very appropriate theme, we have lined up a stellar group of individuals whose aim will be to empower and equip you, our members, with what you will require to navigate the economic recovery in South Africa while leveraging artificial intelligence for enhanced services to the clients you serve. At the same time, they will be unveiling the potential of digital transformation and agility, as you heard Faith say. Speaking of agility, I want to remind you that accountants are no longer gray men in gray suits who tend to look at their shoes when addressing you. Neither are we proverbial bean counters anymore. We have machines that do that now. And the one thing that will set us apart from these machines will be our ability to provide the human touch when advising and providing solutions. We will require creative thinking and problem-solving techniques to be able to develop innovative solutions to complex problems and master the art of delivering these in an easy to understand manner. Soft skills and high emotional quotient is quickly and quietly replacing dispensing advice and solutions in a cold and clinical manner. In fact, a vast majority of recruiters are actively looking for such people. I therefore urge you to use these skills to AI proof yourself. I encourage you to research how to think creatively and in so doing become a yes and as opposed to a no but person. Always remember, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. This then leads me to the question of sustainability. And based on our links to the African continent via our involvement with the Pan African Federation of Accountants, SAIPA is well aware of the interest and work that is currently being done in Africa to make the all important paradigm shift towards sustainability and ESG. And there can be no better expert than Dr. Ndidi Noli Eduzine from the IFRS Foundation to lead this very crucial conversation and share with us what we can expect going forward. We are also privileged to have in our midst Mr. Scott Hansen from IFAC, who will help us navigate through the minefield of regulatory changes our profession currently faces. For our evolving SMEs, I can't wait to hear the message from Mr. Darrell Scott of the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just 3 speakers that I have mentioned in a bid to whet your appetite for what you will experience over the next 2 days. I can assure you that the myriad of presenters who are all experts in their respective fields will nicely complete and round off this year's theme, leaving you rejuvenated and raring to tackle anything that comes your way in the years to come. It is our fervent hope that you will go away with all the tools you will require to master this demanding environment that we find ourselves in. We are indeed privileged to have as our keynote speaker the well respected and world renowned Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman from the Gift of the Givers. I have been honored to listen to and interact with this amazing gentleman on numerous occasions, and I am delighted that he will be gracing our Indaba. We are also honored to have received a message from Ms. Asma Rasmuki, the IFAC president, which you will hear a little later. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to once again commend and salute the wonderful team at SAIPA for all the hard work that has gone into the next 2 days to ensure that we pull off yet another successful accounting Indaba. On behalf of the board and the management of SAIPA, may I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. To all of our members who are attending, I salute you for making time in your busy schedules, especially at this time of year, to make this very wise investment in yourself and at the same time support your professional body. SAIPA is one of the leading professional accounting bodies in Africa, and as members, we are justifiably SAIPA proud. I therefore ask that you sit back in the comfort of your home or office and imbibe and learn from the crucial conversations that will follow. So, with this, I now proudly open the 5th SAIPA Indaba. Thank you, and over to you, Faith.
Thank you so much, Prem, for those opening remarks. We really are honored to be led by yourself as the chairman of the board. And we appreciate the support that you are giving us as management. We appreciate your wisdom that we are always tapping into. Personally, I'm tapping into all the time, and we appreciate your opening remarks. As Prem has indicated, our next message is a message that we are going to be getting from the IFAC president. In Africa, we are very proud to have our own as the president of the International Federation of Accountants, and that is Ms. Asma Resmuki. She has more than 30 years of experience in the profession, in the accountancy profession, and this includes serving as an audit partner in the large auditing firms, including Deloitte and Ernst Young in Morocco. In 2020, she started her own consultancy practice firm where she has been assisting different organizations in projects relating to the profession and to the advisory services. We are proud to have a message. Ms. Resmuki would have loved to be with us, and unfortunately, as the president of IFAC, she has a lot on her plate. So she has kindly sent us a message of support, which we are now going to be listening to in the form of a video.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asma Resmuki, and I'm the president of IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants. I'm delighted to say a few words as part of SAIPA's 2023 Accounting Indaba, and I want to thank Technical and Standards Executive Faith Ngwenya for inviting me to speak and for allowing me to send a video message. I understand that one point of interest in today's discussion is the attraction and retention of young people in our profession. Well, let me tell you that the entire profession is deeply engaged in this topic. It was the theme of IFAC's 2023 Chief Executives Forum, where we heard from firms, international standard setters, and marketing experts, and of course, the chief executives of professional accountancy organizations across our network. We have put a lot of thought into this at IFAC, and we have found that the challenges and opportunities on attractiveness vary between jurisdictions. So there is no one-size-fits-all approach. However, we have identified a few general themes that can inform local strategies. I will start with what makes our profession attractive. And the answer in brief is that our work has purpose, and we are a force for good. We also have specific strengths. Accountants speak the language of business, and so we offer guaranteed relevance to anyone seeking to make an impact across all sectors. Our opportunities as professionals are only expanding as demand for our skills rises in areas beyond traditional financial reporting. We are an inclusive and engaging profession with enormous variety in the roles we fill and the positive impacts we have on society. Now, how do we go about enhancing our brand and increasing the attractiveness of our profession? Well, first and foremost, it is important that we take ownership of our brand. And unfortunately, we have often let others define us rather than shape our own narrative. But we should remember that we are one of the most trusted professions in the world. we lead businesses, create sustainable value, advise small and large clients in every industry, provide assurance, and manage government budgets and programs. We also have a wide range of opportunities to strengthen our appeal to young people. And I will mention 5 points in this regard. 1, we should facilitate education programs by, for example, crafting accounting curricula that convey the variety of opportunities available through our profession. 2, we should create new pathways into the profession in the form of internships, vocational paths such as apprenticeships, and intermediate qualifications such as accounting technicians. 3, professional accounting organizations should diversify their membership to include segments of our profession who have been left out in some jurisdictions, such as professional accountants in business and those in the public sector. 4, public practices should evolve and transform to meet both current business needs and the priorities of their staff in our new normal. 5, and as always, our profession, again led by professional accountancy organizations, should continue engaging with regulators. With these points, I hope I have given you some food for thought. So thank you again to SAIPA for inviting me and for your continued close partnership with IFAG. And I wish you all a very successful conference.
Thank you so much, Asma, for those beautiful words to SAIPA. Faith shared Asma's brilliant career and a background, and I've been privileged to meet her at a few international conferences, and she's got such a great vision and drive and passion for the profession. And I agree with Faith, as Africa, we are going to claim her to this continent. Thank you very much for sharing those words with us today. I'm very privileged and honored to introduce the keynote speaker of today's session to everyone. In times of turbulence, pandemics, natural disasters, poverty, need, there's always a beacon. There's light and there's hope. And this light, not just in South Africa, but across the world, is Gift of the Givers Foundation. And the driving force and mastermind and visionary behind this is no other than Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman. Dr. Imtiaz qualified as a doctor, a medical doctor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And he started his own practice, and it was a flourishing practice. And he left that practice to answer a calling, to drive, to implement, to build Gift of the Givers. And Gift of the Givers have helped so many people internationally in times of need. So it's a great honor and a great privilege, and I'm really looking forward and excited to hear the wisdom and the thoughts that Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman is going to share with us today. Over to the doctor.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Doctor, we can hear you in the studio and online. Can you hear us, Doctor?
Yes, there was some music that came in the maze, so I just wondered what that was.
That music was just to announce your presence for us. Thank you so much for joining us online.
Fine. Thank you very much for the intro. Thank you very much for the invite to speak to SAIPA, all over online. Wherever I go, it's the same question. You guys are accountants, you guys are in the financial sector. It's the same question wherever I go. People have been really worried in the last few years about the state of our economy. Is our country a failed state? Is there any hope for the future? What happens to us? What happens to our children? What's the way forward? And I say very, very clearly, there's nothing to fear. Why do I say that? I'm not a normal tourist. I'm a disaster tourist. I specialize in mayhem, confusion, wars, chaos, disorder, tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, earthquakes, famine, hunger, drought. I've seen that for the last 31 years as gift of the givers. That's all that I do. And we've intervened in 45 countries. And I can assure you, we're nowhere near the problems that other people have all over the world. We are certainly not a failed state. What has caused the problem in a major way, in my own understanding, is a negative mindset. You can train, you can go to the gym, you can clock your calories, burn the calories, do whatever you want. You can have a very healthy physical body. But if your mind is negative, it will destroy all progress, all development. And South Africans have been suffering with a negative mindset. What has caused this? We need to go back to the roots. It didn't start now with load shedding. It started before that. In 2019, we had in KZN, especially, we've been more affected than in any other province. We had the floods that coincided with Cyclone Idai that affected Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. And we had major floods with loss of life and infrastructure damage in KZN. That affected the economy, it affected infrastructure, it affected development. But in disasters, you don't clump them together because we were hit by a whole lot of disasters thereafter. We were starting to recover. The key element in South African society is this element of resilience. We've survived on many, many critical occasions through resilience. But in 2020, we haven't survived that one. The impact on the mind and on mental health was COVID, which didn't affect KZN only, not only our country, not only the continent, but the whole world. What was the cause of that negative mindset or the mental well-being? What affected us the most? You see, people die all the time. It's nothing new. We've died with hepatitis B, with HIV, with TB, with cancers, with hypertension, with heart disease, with diabetes, with trauma, with criminal behavior. We've died. What made COVID different? The issue with COVID is the number of deaths were very high at any given time on any given day. But more importantly than the death itself, it was the type of death. People died alone. That's what made this disease or the cause of death different from any other deaths that we know. People died alone. They didn't have a child, couldn't greet her mother or her father. They were kept in ICU. They were separated. She couldn't hold the hand of her mother in the last 5 minutes. A man couldn't rub his hand over the head of his wife and be there for her. A husband and a wife couldn't be there for the parents or the grandparents. That made a huge impact on society. Healthcare workers and professionals, doctors, watched how their colleagues died, watched how nurses and other patients died. It had a tremendous impact everywhere in the country. And we lost 1,500 doctors, a huge loss of experience and skill, hundreds of thousands of hours gone in a short space of time. The impact was incredible and unbelievable. And then, of course, not only the health challenge, came the challenge of lockdown, where people lost jobs overnight. Companies in existence for 40 to 50 years closed overnight. Hundreds of thousands, actually 2 million people lost their jobs in a very short space of time. The third element was social isolation. South Africans are not a society of people that sit indoors. We are lovers of the great outdoors. And the fact that we couldn't interact, the airports were quiet, the planes were not flying, there were no cars in the street. Sandton, 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, not a single car on the road. Dead silence, an eerie silence in Sandton, the business hub of the African continent. The hotels were empty. The malls were empty. The beaches were empty. The stadiums were empty. There were no car guards. Waiters couldn't get tipped. The vendor on the side of the road outside office blocks was not there to sell anything. The taxis were running empty. It was just an eerie silence. The social impact of that on mental well-being was huge. We haven't recovered from that. And that's why we say stage 2 and stage 4 load shedding, it's a problem. If we say there's a ratings downgrade, it's a problem. If we say the interest rates are going up, it's a problem. If they tell you the currency is devaluing, it's a problem. Those are things that we can normally deal with. But because we haven't recovered from the mental health, on Monday, a child loses his father. On Wednesday, loses the mother. On Friday, loses the aunt. On the following Monday, loses the grandfather. We've had multiple deaths in multiple families from COVID, from a very stable situation. Financial situation is different. People are financially stable. But to be stable from a family point of view is not that easy, where the key members of your family has been lost in a matter of 7 to 10 days. That has had a huge impact on the youth, the new generation. Hundreds of thousands of children became orphans overnight. Take that impact. What the loss of the isolated death, what job losses and social isolation. We haven't recovered from that. And that's why everything today is a major stress. You see, I told you I specialize in disasters. I take my teams to the most crazy places on earth. And my healthcare guys say, we don't need counseling, no matter what we see. That's not true. They do need counseling. But doctors are very macho. It's above their ego to say they need counseling. They can't say they need counseling, so they don't ask. But we have ways and systems of debriefing every day in a disaster. Something very different happened in COVID. On the medical chats, this is not normal. On the medical chats, you suddenly saw people saying, does anybody know somebody who does yoga? They can't say it directly. Then they'll say, do you know anybody who offers breathing exercise? Do you know a mindfulness practitioner? Do you know where we can go for a spiritual retreat? The emphasis is on the word spiritual. Do you know, finally, do you know a good psychologist or a good psychiatrist? When a doctor reaches that stage of asking openly on a medical chat, do you know a psychologist or a psychiatrist? The country is in serious trouble from a mental health perspective because doctors don't ever ask. And that's the problem that we've had, that people haven't recovered because we just don't have enough psychologists in South Africa. And what that kind of mindset, it didn't help when you haven't recovered from that the civil unrest hits us again in KZN. 2019 cyclone Idai, 2020 COVID in KZN and the whole world, 2021 civil unrest in KZN. And that was just the final straw. People became highly emotional, terrified, and said, is there any hope? Now, people started saying, did you hear? They burned the truck at Moirova Toll. What's new? They burned the truck at Moirova Toll every other day. It's nothing new. I live in Pietermaritzburg. I'm not far from Moirova. This happens all the time. But because the psyche was not ready for it, coming out from a very difficult COVID state, everything became a problem. And then you had the incorrect classification of the disaster. They called it a riot. It certainly wasn't a riot. Even worse, they said an insurrection. What's an insurrection? Did they attack the union buildings? the parliament, 9 provinces in the country, dams, airports, harbor, police, defense force, electricity, water supplies. Did they attack that? No. All they did was go in large numbers to the malls to take things for free. They were used as fodder. They were manipulated by the real troublemakers, those we call the traitors and the anti-patriots, those who are trying to sow dissension in the country, to turn people against each other, to bring about hate and racism and friction and discord. Those are the traitors. You see, those people know nothing about disorder and tearing a country apart. I know, because I've been to countries where people of the same religion, same color, same nationality, same neighborhood, same street, tear each other apart. You can never recover from that. Fortunately for us, the masses who were used for fodder came to the realization that this is not who we are. This is not what we do. And when a summoner call was made on the 20th of March this year for a national shutdown, and people were threatened with looting and shops being broken into and they'll be affected, the masses stood around the malls in Kwamashu, Amlazi, Inanda, and various parts of the country. We never saw unity greater than ever in our history before, where defense force, police, RTI, security companies, and all South Africans of all colors stood side by side as one nation, as patriots. We will not allow what happened in 2021 to ever happen in our history again. And in 2023, that was the most peaceful day, something very similar to what we saw on 27 April 1994. So again, the first aspect that we got to deal with is positivity. No matter how small or how big the challenge, if you don't have positivity, you are going to lose. You're going to be a failure and everything is going to be a disaster. So we need to overcome that very clearly. Secondly, our biggest asset is our own qualities. Why are you having this meeting, by the way? Why have you asked me to speak to you? Why are people throughout the country having such type of sessions everywhere? Several hundred a year. Because South Africans are not sitting back. They're thinking, they're reflecting. What do we do? How do we make things better? How do we make progress? 65 million South Africans. If each one of us just make 1% contribution, that's 65 million % of progress, which is a lot of millions of progress. We all need to do our part. The important aspect of this is that we have to be patriots. You see, we need to understand that as while we are being positive, we need to understand that we can't be bent down and mope and cry and be depressed and say government is corrupt. Government is not corrupt. There are corrupt people in government, like there are corrupt people in your own sector, in the financial sector, insider trading. All those kind of things happen. The auditing companies that messed up with state capture, the corporate world that corrupts government. It's there in the human beings. It's not government only. It's in the corporate world, in the medical world, in the legal world, in the religious world, and the NGO world. It's not the entities. It's the individuals that are the problem. And we need to understand that. And as long as every South African is a patriot, you can't have one leg in this country and another leg out of the country. You're either here or you're either there. You can't be two places at the same time. And if you're here, you commit your heart and your soul to your country. You don't badmouth your country. You don't say negative things about your country. Your country didn't do anything to you. Your country nurtured you. You are where you are because of your schools, your universities, your institutions, and your opportunities. You are there where you are because of your country. So if you're a patriot, you pay back and you look at the problems holistically. Yes, there is corruption in government. Yes, there is state capture. Yes, there are tenderpreneurs. Yes, friends and neighbors and the cat and the dog got a contract. We know that. Yes, there is inefficiency. Yes, there's no service delivery. Many other countries have very similar problems. but we need to tackle this thing holistically. The good thing is that whilst all the corporates were having their meetings in South Africa, inside government, those meetings are also taking place. The SIU, the Hawks, the NPA, SARS, Reserve Bank, financial sector, Treasury, everybody has been reviewing where did we mess up, what went wrong, how do we fix the system. It will be an absolute tragedy if we did not think on how to fix the system. And the good news is everybody, 65 million South Africans, are interested in fixing the system. So positive mindset, positive attitude to fix the system. Importantly, to understand that government is also trying. The SIU right now in court have cases worth 82.5 billion rand. If they win those cases, 82.5 billion rand comes back into the fiscus. Advocate Andy Motibe and his team are doing the job. They already captured 4 billion rand in money that they got back, given back to the fiscus. They prevented 20 billion rand of money disappearing. They stopped contracts worth 19.2 billion rand. Very small team, not much funding, but as patriotic South Africans, they're doing their job. They're a real asset to this country. The country cannot do this alone. You see, we need to understand the next point, that whilst we're trying to fix things, people would say, it's not our job, it's government's job. They need to fix the thing. They collect the tax money. It's their responsibility. There's few things to consider here. Number one, the country does not belong to the government. It's not their country. Since when does the country belong to a government? They're only administrators. The country belongs to me, to you, and to 65 million South Africans. When you understand that, you take ownership of the country. You start working together. You'll say you pay your taxes. You're right, you do pay your taxes. You pay tax, company tax, super tax, VAT, airport levy, rates, and every other type of tax, fuel levy. We pay lots of taxes. It's correct. But let's look at it in perspective. How can 7.4 million people's taxes look after 65 million people? Take our country. Let's be generous. Let's offer it to Australia, to Canada, to America, to Germany, to Sweden, to the UK, and say, please, excuse me, take our country, you can have it for free. They will look at us like we are mad people. How can we take a country that has only 7.4 million tax-paying people? Everybody doesn't pay their tax fully, unfortunately. And you want us to look after 65 million people? No way, we don't want this country. And those 65 million people, is it their fault? They don't have opportunity. Pre-94, we messed up. We didn't give people the opportunity to grow, to develop, to be entrepreneurs, to have professional skills, to contribute to the economy. We ensured they became social cases dependent on the government because we never gave that opportunity pre-94. And post-94, we just don't have the resources to fix everything that was messed up pre-94. We need to be serious about CSI. We need to work together as a country. You see, if I take this branded shirt of mine off, and the government takes the uniforms off, and the SAPS take the uniforms off, and the Defense Force take the uniforms off, and all corporate guys take their branding off, and we all stand in one soccer field next to each other with white shirts, we won't know who's who. We won't know where you're from, what you do, which political party, what's your interest in life. We will only know one thing, that we are all South Africans. We have the same feelings, the same concerns. When the policeman takes off his uniform and goes home, he's not a policeman. He is a father, a husband, a brother. His interest, believe it or not, is the same like yours and mine without uniform. Where are we going to get food from? Where are we going to study? Which hospital are we going to go for? Are the roads working? Can the potholes be fixed? Will we get water? Will we get electricity? What changes can we make? Can we have peace and security? Can we have calmness and no friction? Every South African wants to do the same thing. So if every South African wants the same thing, shouldn't every South African be contributing to the same thing? Standing up together, holding hands side by side, like we did in the Rugby World Cup of 1995, the Soccer World Cup of 2010, and last week, how we did it for Rugby World Cup, and we did in 2019. We want that distinct, unique quality of in PE a few weeks ago. And they told me, you guys have a crazy country and are a crazy nation. So I asked him, what do you mean? He said, you guys fight and shout about everything. But there is one unique feature of you South Africans. You always stand together. And that is an absolute fact. No matter what the crisis, even after the civil unrest of 2021, if you went in the streets 3 days later, not a sign of hatred, not a sign of anger, not a sign of friction. South Africans, black, white, Indian, colored, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Indian from India, Ethiopian, Somalian, Eritrean, all standing in the street, side by side, sharing food because there was nothing in the shops. The shops were burnt. There was no way to access. Whatever was coming, everybody was sharing with each other. You would never say there was hatred and anger, even though the traitors and anti-patriots tried to cause that conflict and that friction between us. General Makunazi, the provincial commissioner, police commissioner of KZN, was correct when he said, I need to shut down social media. Of course, he couldn't do it. I agree with him. If I was in power, I would have shut down social media also, because people use it irresponsibly. And because of that, there was hatred and anger created between different race groups. But fortunately, it was arrested. People stopped together and helped together. The following year, by God's grace, I look at it as a blessing. The floods came in areas from where people looted. And the people who were looted helped the people who looted them. South Africans stood together. This is in our nature. It is in our way of helping one another. We don't have anger. We don't have friction. Corporate South Africa was the first to respond. During the floods, the COVID of 2020, for the first time in corporate South African history, the attitude changed. You see, corporate South Africa did CSI because it was a convenient pain by the government. Just do CSI. Corporate South Africa wasn't serious about CSI. Because your first question was not your first question was not what kind of project should I design? What's important for the country? What will build communities? What will bring social relief? Your first question was, how many BE points will we get? Number two, will we get a tax certificate? Number three, will you say something good about us in the media? And number four, as an aside, this is our project, what do you think? Guys were not serious. But when COVID came, something changed. Compassion came into South African corporate world, where the CEOs and the MDs of the companies called and said, forget BE points, forget tax certificate, forget media coverage. Tell us how to save the lives of our people and how to save our country. And when that happens, you can't destroy a country. A country can't fall apart. In 2021, when the civil unrest happened, when we lost 50 billion from the economy, who responded first? The same corporate companies whose warehouses, trucks, shops, goods were broken, burned, damaged, or stolen. They came up first and said, how much do you need and what do you need? We need to save our people. And people were then sharing the food and everything that the corporate sponsored. The same companies that lost everything. No anger, no hatred, no vengeance. 11 April 2022, when the floods hit, monstrous floods, the biggest floods in South African history. When the water rose in Tonga 8 meters in 45 minutes, South Africans showed their resilience again. People were looted, helped those who looted them. Ordinary people didn't wait for disaster management. In any case, disaster management couldn't come. The helicopters couldn't fly. The roads were damaged. Containers on the other side of the South Coast were floating on the road. The trees had fallen around. The roads were cut off. There was no access. South Africans took it in their hands to help each other. You would expect to get a call to say, please send rescue, send a boat, send a helicopter, send a diver. No such calls. The only calls that came till 1 a.m. was from Corpus, South Africa. What do you need and how much do you need? You see, in Islamic terminology, we have a concept for this. We call it barakah. Barakah is when you do things with sincerity. When you give back, expecting nothing in return. When you do it unconditionally, and your only interest is the welfare of people. When you do that, we have a teaching that it comes back tenfold, hundredfold, 700-fold to you in ways that you cannot see. Not necessarily in money, but in gratitude, contentment, happiness, peace of mind, prosperity, mental well-being, progress, protection. It comes back in several ways. And barakah has been flowing in South Africa since that period of time. We've had load shedding, yes. We say in the worst case scenario, 10 hours of load shedding. But we do have 14 hours of electricity, don't we? South Africans are resilient. When they meet, they're quite used to being in the dark. They're quite used to the fact that they can't cook. They're quite used to the fact that things can't work. Yes, it's affected the economy. Let's not take it away. I don't want to oversimplify it. Yes, we've had challenges. We've had problems, job losses, but we've had no job losses like what we had in lockdown. No way, even all the load shedding, we haven't had the job losses that we had during lockdown. In lockdown, the planes were not flying. I explained it already. No hotels, no parks, no shopping center, no beach walks, no outdoor, no eating out, no restaurants, no car guard, no waiter, no entrepreneur outside selling stuff on the side of the road. Nothing. Completely collapsed. That never happened in with Eskom and its load shedding. And to be honest, let's say tell them congratulations. They've done fairly well with all the challenges they had. They inherited weak infrastructure, and they've tried their best to make things happen. It can't happen overnight. You see, people have this concept that government's got all the money. Please tell me any company in South Africa that's got all the money. Can you put in inverters, solar panels, employ more people, do everything that you want, have all the equipment, the machinery that you need for development? You don't. You need to borrow money. The government can only have so much money that it gets from those honest taxpayers and the people who pay their taxes. Yes, they are responsible for wasting money, for state capture, for improper use of that money. Yes, that they can't escape from. That's their responsibility. But what the Zondo Commission and what we've seen, we are now more aware as a civil society to hold country accountable, to hold the government accountable, so that you will never repeat what has happened in the last 10 to 15 years. And I can assure you, they are fixing the system, how to get things right. We need 4 important qualities: spirituality, morality, values, and ethics. Once we have this in every sector of society, it's like you guys in the accounting profession more than anybody else. How ethical are you in your accounting practice? Do you do the right things and guide people the right way? Do you give the advice that you yourself will take? Do you sell a financial package that you yourself won't buy? It's not only about government. I mentioned in the beginning, it's about individuals. Spirituality, morality, values, and ethics. We need to bring that back in every sector of society. If we do that, we can fix up any mess in our country. So let's go a little bit more. We spoke about government and how to work together, because as a country, there's no other way to do this. You see, people have been dying of starvation in South Africa. Right now in the Eastern Cape, there's immense hunger. Every disaster that we're responding to in the last 2 years, whether it's a fire, a storm, a tornado, a flood, anywhere in South Africa. In the old days, people will tell you, where's the building kits? We want to rebuild our houses. Today they ask you, where's the food? And you can see the hunger. When you feed the small children, you can see how they eat. And when you see that kind of hunger, you realize it's not only the guys that have been affected by the tornado, the flood, the rain, or the fire that are hungry. It's the guys next door also. And when you go next door and you feed, you see the same thing. The child not affected by the flood, the fire, the hurricane, the tornado, eats exactly like the child affected by those factors. There is huge hunger in this country. Do you see the country burning? Did they burn the shops, the malls, the roads? Did they do that? No, they didn't do that. This story of there's going to be social unrest and the country is going to burn is fear talk. It's driving a wedge between the underprivileged and the poor and the rest of the South Africans. We're demonizing the masses. We're making them the bad guys. They're not the bad guys. Go back into our history. You need to understand this in perspective. You see, if this country was going to burn, it was going to burn on 27th April 1994. The most significant date in South African history. Not because the black government replaced the white government. Governments come and go all the time, it's not news. What changed or what was significant was the behavior of the masses. You see, the world media was expecting mayhem, disorder, violence, riots, deaths, and killings. So they came with their war rooms. Why do you come with your war room? Because you're expecting some major mayhem to happen. It's going to be the biggest story in the world, South Africans tearing each other apart. It was the most boring day in world history. Nothing happened. But in nothing that happened, everything happened. The masses showed their true quality. They stood in their queue, quiet, dignified, with respect, with hope. Did any member of any other race feel afraid that these masses are going to engulf them and kill them and beat them to death? No. They stood there because they have faith and they have spirituality. And they stood there with hope. Maybe our situation will change today. In their heads, as Mandela always said, the people have spoken. They spoke that day without the words. Not a single word from their mouths. Every single word was from the body. They stood in that queue with absolute discipline. And in their minds, they shot us in June 16. They shot us in Sharpeville. They gave us the Dompas. They oppressed us. They gave us detention without trial. They killed our sons and our brothers and our fathers. They went into neighboring countries and they shot us. They had coup foot, CCB, Civil Cooperation Bureau. Every type of device, they tortured us. They threw us from the top floor of buildings, killed us and sent to suicide. They did all that kind of stuff to us. But we will not take revenge. We will not fight back. We will forgive. We are a nation of people that forgives. We've been through hardship and difficulty. We are not going to destroy this country. They made a statement on 27 April 94. As a nation, we failed them pre-94 and we failed them post-94. 6 August 2023, Tobello Village, Butterworth. A mother is found dead with the 3 children, all murdered by her. And she killed herself. What was the story? The neighbors, the SAPS, the social development, all say, and the community workers, they died because of starvation. The story is that the mother asked for some money from one of the neighbors to buy food. Nobody working, nobody there to bring money. Children were starving. After a few days, the neighbor came back and said, I need my money. The mother didn't have the money to give the neighbor. She had rat eggs. She put in the food. She poisoned and killed her 2 younger children. She didn't have any more food, but she had rat eggs. But she couldn't eat the rat eggs without the food. So she deterred the bigger child. She put a knife into her neck and killed her. And then she hung herself. A mother could not watch. Starvation and hunger is a slow death. It's far worse. Starvation is worse than death. You see, I don't know how many of you are ladies on this program. How many of you are ladies on this program? What does a lady do when she's pregnant? Worst case scenario, she leaves the work. But she goes for the ultrasound, the antenatal checks, takes the multivitamins, the iron, keeps rubbing her stomach to see that she's feeling the kicking, baby's okay. When the baby is born, who stays awake at night to feed the baby? Wipe this fever with a cold swab, provide the medicines. And the child's a little bigger, who goes to stand in the public hospitals in the queue? Early in the morning, long transport, long roads, broken roads, wait in a long queue, wait to be seen by the doctor, sit in a cold chair, an open wind, cold wind, a hard broken chair, cold wind, no food, no water. Late at night, not seen, medication the next day. You wait and you do that for your child. When a child goes to school, who buys the school uniform, the school shoes, the stationery, and you give up your own rights, your own needs and your own necessities. You do that because you love your child. Which mother is going to kill 3 children? Who would do that? Which instinct will allow you to do that? Hunger. Out of mercy, the mother killed her own children. She couldn't see her children starving anymore. If you go and ask them, they tell you all over Tobello Village, all over Pedi, all over Port St. John's, all over Transkei. It's the same story. It's not the only case. Children are hungry. We went in and took our teams into Tobello Village. We found homes that there were only children, no parents, and they were sitting hungry for days with no food. We went to another house. The lady was cooking her last cabbage. There was no more food to eat. Did the country burn? All these analysts say they're going to burn the country. Please tell me, stop making a mockery of poor people and telling what they are not. They did not burn the shops, the houses. They sat in silence and they died in silence in hunger. They did not cause any friction or mayhem or disorder. As a nation, as a country, we owe it to these people who waited pre-94 and post-94 to stop demonizing them, to stop making them the bad guy, to stop making them the villain. The villains are all the materialistic people. The country is falling apart. Load shedding. South Africa is a bad state. I'm leaving the country. Please go. Please go. Did they tell you how many people are coming back? Did they tell you how many people are coming back? Who've come back to the land and said, this is our country. We're going to fix it. This country is not falling apart. Fix the mental state. You see, I spoke to the Emirates general manager. Pre-COVID, Emirates had 48 flights a week to South Africa. They're already on 42 flights a week to South Africa. Air France, KLM, Ethiopian, Turkish Airlines, all increasing the number and frequency of flights. Are all mad people coming to a failed state? Or are people coming here because they see the value of our country? That same German investor who told me you're a crazy nation said, I want to live in South Africa. I brought my wife 3 times already to get her used to this country. I love South Africa. 2 months ago, in the CTICC Cape Town International Convention Center, 2,000 cardiologists, heart specialists internationally from all over the world came into our country with their wives and their children. The ICC is booked with international conferences up to 2026. November 4th, the biggest neurosurgical conference in the world is taking place at the CTICC. In Durban, Future Life invested 75 million in a new plant. Hive, the new people are going to make ammonia, making ammonia green energy, are going to invest 100 billion in Port Elizabeth. Oceana, the fish people, last year post-tax profits, 700 million rand. There is great opportunity in this country. We need to fix the corruption, yes. We could have a stronger police service, yes. And by the way, don't keep saying the police are corrupt and they're the bad guys. All the guys in the cops are not bad. There's a lot of good people who put their lives on the line. We need to get our thinking very, very clear. Don't be pointing fingers at everyone. There's a lot of police who do a lot of good things and die in the line of duty so that other people can be safe. So we need to strengthen them. We need to fix Transnet, and we fix that. The investment is just going to be massive in our country. Everything's going to change. It's going to be a game changer. We need to invite the best form of money making in the country right now. 65 million of us. We don't have to pay Tottenham Hotspurs some billions of rands to market South Africa. We got enough South Africans who can market the country ourselves for free. When you go overseas, promote your country. The best form of investment right now, when economies are faltering, is foreign currency through tourists. Tourists can come here with a lot of euros and dollars and pounds, and they'll see the goodwill of our country, and they will spend, and the waiter, and the car guard, and the restaurants, and the shops, everything, money will generate, money will be turning. Please be an ambassador for your country. Speak about the goodness of your country. Congratulations to the Springboks. They did it. But right now, they are another cause of mental health challenges in our country. They messed us up when they played France 29-28. They messed us up when they beat England 16-15, and they gave us heart disease last week, Saturday night. But no matter what, they did it. They are a symbol of who South Africans are. We fight till the end. We are resilient. And the final point is, you see, we can't have all this positivity and hope. What are two critical elements? Faith and spirituality. No way will any nation progress without faith and spirituality. If you put your hope in a human being, you're going to be very sorely disappointed. Our hope comes through faith because positivity comes from there. Our trucks are driving up to Komani, Queenstown, 5 o'clock in the evening in winter. The old lady comes out of the house on crutches, looks heavenwards, and picks up her hands and look heavenwards. And she says, "You never let me down. You never let me down." There was no hope of money, food, income, support. Her only faith was in God Almighty, and He delivered. 20th January 2010, 8 days into the Haiti earthquake that took place on 12th January 2010, 5:30 in the afternoon, 7.0 on the Richter scale, 40 seconds of tremors, wiped out 220,000 people. Day 8, in a collapsed Catholic church, Gift of the Givers teams hear sounds in the rubble. 3 hours later, they pull out alive, 64-year-old Azizi. No oxygen, no water, no food, fractured hip, completely covered in rubble and dust. They pull her out alive. Her first words to my team is, "I love God Almighty." She was sustained through prayer and faith. That was a positivity and a hope. Her second words were, "I love you." The essence of religion, of faith, of service is love. We are a single nation. We are South Africans. We stand with each other. We've proven it over and over again. We can fix the country. Faith, spirituality, positivity, hope, ethics, values, generosity, and commitment. Thank you very much for your time.
Words that you have shared with us. I think everyone that is on this at this conference can relate to the sentiments that Dr. Imtiaz has shared with us. You have reminded us that through all the disasters that the country has seen, nothing can be compared to COVID-19 that we experienced in 2020 and 2021. And yes, the reason why it was so significant is because it dealt with our moral support and our mental capacity. And that is why, even today, we are still reeling from the aftermath of COVID-19. We need to be committed to fixing the system. I really like that. That as South Africans, we owe it to the country, we owe it to the future generations to really fix the system. It is up to myself and yourself to ensure that we are fixing the system. Today, it is the midterm budget speech, and we are expecting that the Minister Kodongwana, is going to be announcing that the tax collections are not at the level that we wanted them to be. And we really need to be working hard as accountants within the profession to ensure that those plus 900,000 tax returns that have not yet been filed, that they are filed on time. It is our responsibility as professional accountants. Dr. Imtiaz, you really have challenged us that we need to have a positive mindset. And having a positive mindset means that you actually are not going to accept defeat at everything that comes before you. You actually are going to strive to be above everything and try and work. There are things that you cannot change, and there are things that you can change and create. These are the things that we need to be concentrating on. Let's not dwell on what we can't do. Let's not dwell at what other people are not doing, but let's look inside of ourselves and see what we can do. These 2 days, you are going to be going through a number. If you stay online, if you are staying on the platform, you will stand a chance to be drawn for a lucky prize. And it's amazing prizes. I have got 2 winners already that I'm going to announce. The first winner that we had was Yolanda Lando. It's congratulations to you, Yolanda. The second winner is Louis Pombo. Louis Pombo, and congratulations to Louis. We really want you to stay focused, stay on the system, on the platform. Remember, you are going to get at the end of the 2 days CPD hours, and that's something that every SAIPA member asks for. Will there be CPD hours? Will there be any hours that I will be generating out of sitting here? And yes, there are a maximum of 10 CPD hours that we will be awarded for staying, not just for logging in and doing your work, but for staying throughout and being participative in everything that we are doing. Our next speaker is somebody that does not need any introduction. SAIPA is as strong as it is today because of this individual. And I'm honored to be announcing to everyone that we have got a doctor in the house. And we have Dr. Shahid Daniels. You may be wondering why I'm saying doctor. Dr. Daniels was honored this past weekend, 2 weeks ago, where he was honored with an honorary doctoral degree by the London Graduate School, which is administered by the Commonwealth University. And he really deserves a huge round of applause. Well done, Mr. Daniels, for representing us as the profession. We really agree that your contribution to the profession and to SAIPA really deserves this honorary degree that you have been honored with. Mr. Daniels is going to be speaking to us this morning about empowering professional accountants, leveraging artificial intelligence for enhanced advisory services. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Daniels.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues, members, international associates, stakeholders, and staff. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us in 2023 Accounting Indaba again. The highlight of the accountancy professions calendar. It gives us the opportunity to not only reflect on the ever-evolving local and global developments in the accountancy profession, but to be galvanizing towards making our own contributions to the advancement of our great profession. Each year, I'm being invigorated by the thought-provoking insight and knowledge that is shared by our esteemed speakers and guests. I am sure 2023 will be no exception. Equally so, I am always left inspired by accountancy professionals like yourself who are attending here today. You are nurturing your own professional competence and setting yourselves apart in the competitive world of business. What does it mean to be fit for the future? Fit for the future professional accountants keep their finger on the pulse of the changes shaping the profession and how to harness their skills to their own and to their clients and or employers. Professional excellence is therefore not an act. It's a way of life. It is what we've been taught in our academic years as cradle to grave skills advancements and development. I have no doubt that this describes every one of you attending this conference here over the 2 days. Alongside this competitive edge, you are remaining a connected and engaged member of this professional accountancy community. Knowledge sharing and collaboration is the building blocks for empowering ourselves to drive the accountancy profession forward. The theme of the Accounting Indaba, mastering the demanding environment, is incredibly apt for where professional accountants SA find themselves today. We are making the necessary leap from making sense of the changes around us to actively forging a sustainable way to make these changes work for us. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the realm of the digital transformation and artificial intelligence. The power of the professional accountant, the potential of the professional accountant SA is to leverage the power of AI. It's to enhance advisory services. It's an opportunity that should be at the forefront of our minds. The widespread adoption of AI tools across various industries and professions could not have come at a better time for the professional accountant SA. As we transform from being compliance service providers to information brokers, to financial engineers, to chief value officers who are driving sustainability and advisory services to provide immense value to the organizations which we serve, being it your client or being it your employer. I liken it to the process of a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. The caterpillar had a role to play in the ecosystem. But as it transforms, its vibrant and awe-inspiring potential emerges. The challenging in-between stage of where this humble creature is no longer a caterpillar, but not yet a butterfly as yet, is where many professional accountants find themselves today. The shift from being a mere number cruncher to becoming a business advisor and or a business leader is one which has changed the nature of the accountancy profession forever. Clients, employers no longer seek to retain the services of an accountant just for the completion of routine compliance work. Not at all. It is in this era where AI has proven its disruptive power by enabling organizations to automate and digitize many of these processes. When I speak of disruption in this context, I am not using it in a negative connotation. On the contrary, disruption in business and technology can be likened to your morning alarm going off or a hurried tap on your shoulder. It wakes you up out of your malaise and stirs you into action. This action that the professional accountant SA need is to take it to the reimagine their value proposition in the context of increased automation and digitization. The question that emerges is how? How do accountancy professionals leverage AI to enhance their advisory services and craft a value-driven domain for the profession? So let's see, how is this information, data? This is how we make AI revolution work for us. AI has freed us. AI has freed us from gathering and shifting through the necessary information for our clients and our employers. Our frontiers lies in the advisory services we provide, specifically in the effective interpretation of information to enable businesses to make strategic, sustainable decisions that ensure their success of not only today, but into the future. Within organizations today, data is gold. The information and data you hold is what underpins decision making. It is with your unique blend of financial expertise as professional accountants and your business savvy, you are best placed to provide and create value in this area. So the professional accountant SA can reorientate themselves to deliver value to businesses in the following avenues. Firstly, use the available data that has been synthesized for you via digital technology to provide hindsight. It helps your clients and your employers understand their business performances and empower them to be strategic in future foresight thinkers and leaders. Secondly, it assists and guides them to piece together the puzzle of their business by mapping out the causes of performance dips, but as well as improvements and enhancements. You are the professional most well equipped to make sense of financial ebbs and flows, of the trends that emerge from both financial and non-financial data. We're not limited just to financial data. We in the world of sustainability, we talk about sustainability reporting. I'm not going to touch on that topic because it's not part of my topic today. In this way, you bridge the gap towards become the strategic business advisor. Your insights as well as the hindsights will inform business strategies, and the application of foresight methodologies will be the basis for your clients and your employers' strategic, sustainable successes. Similarly, we as professional accountants SA can support business in managing uncertainty as well as risk mitigation. The foresight that we provide can be the difference between an organization's weathering a storm or, unfortunately, the ship is going down. While COVID-19 pandemic may be in our rearview mirror, ongoing potential business disruptions continue with current world events like the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the tensions in the Gaza, Israel, as we stand here today, alongside the looming threat of recession. We as professional accountants SA can guide and steer our clients and our employers through these uncertain times by interpreting economic indicators and forecasting what these could mean for those organizations. In this instance, the AI tools can prove useful for gathering the necessary economic data that in the past would have been painstakingly researched by advisors or data capturers and researchers. By providing strategic business advisory, professional accountants can empower their clients and their employers to take preemptive action for sustainability. I say once again, sustainability is a very important topic within the profession. It's not part of my topic here today. Decisive and informed decision making is a key differentiator between business that thrive and those who struggle to survive. It is an era of business advisory that will require the human touch and engagement. Yes, digital technology is there. AI can compile the information, but these tools cannot do what your mind can do. Your business advisory and future foresight thinking is uniquely human in a way that cannot be replicated. You can support your client and employers in considering not only financial impact of decisions, but they are also the impact of the wider non-financial data in order to deliver business strategies. The blend of deep expertise, foresight thinking, humanity, on the other hand, make you the most valuable asset for your clients and employers, regardless of the AI adoption strategy. So, with the professional accountant SA's value proposition clearly defined now, we now come to a further consideration that needs to be kept in mind if you are to be effectively leverage AI to work for you. Unlike our profession, which is guided by the highest global standards of ethics and professional conduct, there is no such guiding principle for AI and technological tools. One can almost liken it to the Wild West out there, an aspect of the information era where anything goes. Let's take ChatGPT as an example. The tool gathers data from the World Wide Web or the internet to answer any question the users may have. But it is vetted. The question it is, has it vetted that information for accuracy? Does it have the capability to distinguish between objective information, fake or propaganda? These are all real concerns in our digital technology-driven information age. There are a range of ethical challenges that emerge alongside advances in the technology and digitization. This is not to say that we should not be embracing technology and or digitization. On the contrary, we need to progress and adopt it. Otherwise, we will be left behind as a dinosaur. However, if AI cannot be held responsible for the output it produces, who's taking responsibility? We as professional accountants take on the accountability as a trusted business advisor. This is further way that our profession can leverage the weakness of AI and technology for that matter to demonstrate our strengths. You can provide your clients and employers the assurance that you can act as the guardian of information, capable of identifying discrepancies and ensuring the integrity of the information that are basing on the decision making going forward. After all, AI does not make these decisions for its users. Rather, it provides information and options that needs to be carefully considered by competent professionals as us as professional accountants who are capable of offering these strategic advice. So advisory needs to be rooted in the accountability and ethical standards that consider the impact of all stakeholders, especially in public interest, which is crucial. In this aspect, the professional accountant SA stand apart in an age of digitization. AI is not only transforming the landscape in which we operate, but it also leading to the skills evolution in the profession. Alongside our financial and accountancy skills, we are needed to build an arsenal of technology-informed know-how. We need to know what's happening in the digital era. We evolve our skill set that will enable us to make a metamorphosis from being a technocrat and a compliance-driven to being a dynamic strategic business advisor that is able to understand technology and digitization and use it to convert information into valuable resources that drive effective decision making. Remember the caterpillar to the butterfly concept. This is not to say that at a high level, the technical competence will become redundant. Not at all. Rather, the professional accountant SA need to be empowered to deploy this competence in the context of the digital information age in a way that sustainably support the evolving needs of our clients and employers. So, some of these crucial skills that are rising in importance alongside the technical expertise which we already have as professional accountants. I repeat, I'm not going to go to sustainability accounting. The technological aptitude, proficiency in a widely used AI tools like ChatGPT, as well as accountancy software, will enable you to understand how these tools are being used by your clients and your employers and where the blind spots are. 2, creativity. Professional accountants SA need to be creative about the value they are offering to their employers and their clients. They need to go beyond by simply presenting information to use the data to provide strategic advisory. Take it that extra step further. 3, service and relationship orientation. Finally, AI never replace relationships. Don't underestimate the value in nurturing your professional relationships. At the end of the day, people do business with people. That is what I call is the network relationship of professionals. As professional accountants SA, we need to always keep in mind that what is driving our metamorphosis as professionals, as in the need of our clients and our employers. What are these challenges? The business demands, the challenges, ESG, the famous ESG, environment, social, and governance. But the ultimate thing that we need to focus on is the public interest. We always act in public interest. It does not matter where we are. So business leaders are under tremendous pressure to demonstrate sustainable, effective, and timely decision making. They require the support of trusted advisors who can support them in making this a reality. So, the technological savvy professional accountant SA that evolves their skills and services from compliance reporting to data-informed strategic advisory will find themselves indispensable as the fit for the future business leader. The use of AI and technology and digitization will not render the accountancy profession a dinosaur of any professional service at all. On the contrary, the risk and the ethical dilemmas that accompany these tools make it for us a keen advisory, professional skepticism, professional judgment of the accountancy professional more important than ever before. We are more relevant than we ever was before. So, in conclusion, I'm going to close you in leaving you with this message. Across every era, businesses had needed to adapt to the evolving world of the evolving world around them. Otherwise, you can't be left behind. The rise of AI and other technological tools in the information age are no different. The changing tides that necessitates a shift in perspective, the approach and the practice for accountancy professionals. So we as professional accountants SA are fearless. Rather than being wary of AI, let us get excited about how we can leverage our benefit to it. Far from being a threat or a foe, AI has elevated accountancy professionals from being producers to custodians of information, which has become the most valuable resource for our clients in the future. Your presence here at the Accounting Indaba demonstrates your commitment to become this future fit or fit for the future AI-empowered professional accountant SA. I hope that you will find today and tomorrow's proceedings and the discussions with our esteemed guests and speakers insightful and inspiring. I have no doubt that you will walk away after these 2 days with the tools you need to embrace the changing nature of our professional environment, mastering it with ethics, foresight, sustainability, and creativity. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniels. It's still a little bit weird. I think in all our hearts, you will always be our Mr. Daniels. Thank you so much for those words that you shared with us today. And I know under the guidance and leadership that you offer us at SAIPA, and not just at SAIPA, but in the global profession, this profession will never be a dinosaur. We are going from strength to strength, embracing change, being agile, and doing what we need to do to stay relevant every single day. I just want to say, what a morning. We started and we've just had amazing presenters, speakers, lots of things to think about, and it's still early days. We are now going to go for a short break. We will start again at 11 with our next presenter. Grab a cup of coffee, and we'll see you all soon. Thank you so much.
If you don't wanna see me, did it for 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you love me at all. So you don't wanna see me. Somebody, if you want
show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? So it took some time to survive you. I'm better on the other side. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me, tell somebody. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. I'm not where you love me at all. So if you don't wanna see me, then nobody. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't show up, don't come out, baby. We couldn't turn around till we were upside down. I'll be the bad guy now. No, I ain't too proud. I couldn't be there. You don't do the same. Sleeping shade and I'm cold. Be the way, 'cause we can't let go. In circles. I take you through something. I'm waiting on you. So I take I got a feeling that it's time to let go. I knew that this was doomed from the get-go. You thought that it was special, but it was just a mistake. And I still did the echo. Let it go. See me changing, let it go. We can't let go. Understand what I'm going through.
It's only me. What you got to lose? Pick up your mind, tell me what are you gonna do? It's only me. Let it go. See if it's safe. Let it go. Take it, 'cause we can't
I've never felt this way. Never thought I'd be ending with something I could believe and leave love for my dreaming. 'Cause I don't want my heart to bleed. So tell me, why is it when I will close my eyes, it's you I will see, it's you I will dream. I don't want to be in a fantasy, so why won't you let me breathe? 'Cause I don't want to feel this way, but you wanna hear me say that I can't stop thinking about you, that my heart stops beating when I'm with you. It's true. I never felt this way. When you walked out that door, I didn't think I would care, but you left me wanting more. And I denied my feelings were there, but you took me by surprise when you caught my eye. We never fight about who was right, but I keep denying, and we start fighting again and again and again and again. 'Cause I've never felt this way. Oh, you wanna hear me say that I can't stop thinking about you, that my heart stops beating when I'm with you. 'Cause I can't help but feel this way. You know I tried to hide from you, but I know it didn't matter what I do. In my heart I knew I lied to myself, 'cause love is broken. I know you will risk it all, so you catch me when I fight to the God. Anything with you, 'cause I've never felt this way. Oh, you wanna hear me say that I can't stop thinking about you, that my heart stops beating when I'm with you. So can't help but feel this way.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight, something wonderful My bad habits lead to late nights, standing alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use. But do my bad habits lead to white eyes, staring at space? Did I lose control of the things that I say? I was looking for a way, now I can't escape. It's true, it's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time. Lighting up the neon lights in the dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad mistakes are late nights, I didn't know. Conversations with a stranger, I barely know. Sorry, this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or till my bad habits lead to white eyes, staring in space. And I know I lost control of the things that I say. I was looking for a way, and now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. We took the long way round and burned till the fun ran out. Now my bad habits lead to late nights, standing alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, but do my bad habits lead to white eyes, staring at space? I lost control of the things that I say. I was looking for a way, I can't escape. It's true, it's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you.
Words flow out of my head, gotta get anything off of my chest. That's just keeps the end. Only things that I never said. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Let's say a little less, taking me breaks that make it endless. I'm not sure this, living in blank to do my best. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best.
Welcome back after the break, members. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure everyone had a couple of minutes to grab a cup of coffee, stretch some legs, and that we're all focused and back. The previous session was a lot to think about and a lot to digest. In the discussion this morning, Faith might mention, Mr. Daniels might mention, as well as our chair, Prem, might mention of being agile in the profession, and specifically relating to the transformation, the digital transformation and AI in the profession. Now, a lot of time when we speak to people, when AI comes up, artificial intelligence and digitalization, people are nervous. People think, I'm going to lose my job. There's going to come a robot and a machine doing what I'm doing every day. It's nothing to be nervous about. And that is what we're also going to focus on a lot during the next 2 days. So we are very excited to introduce our next speaker. We've got Johan Stein joining us. Johan Stein is a human-centered artificial intelligence advocate and thought leader. He was recognized by Swiss Cognitive as one of the top 50 global voices on AI. Now, when we started looking at a speaker to join us on this topic, it is really difficult because a lot of people are a little bit nervous or unsure about it. And we found Johan, and when we had our session talking about the Indaba with him, the ideas and the thoughts that he shared was so brilliant that I said, okay, Johan, join us, please. We would like to know what you share with us and we'd like to hear what you say. Warm welcome to Johan Stein.
Liana, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a wonderful honor and a privilege to spend some time with you on this topic of artificial intelligence. Now, if I ask 10 of you, what is artificial intelligence? I will get 10 different views because we have so many different kind of messages coming our way from Hollywood all the way through the popular press, from ChatGPT and so forth. So what I want to cover today is just to demystify what is AI, but I also want to make it practical. When is a tool an AI tool? And of course, the elephant in the room, what about our jobs? And Mr. Daniels already touched on some of this, and two of his comments I really liked. The one is shifting from number crunchers to trusted advisors, and the fact that, and this is hugely important, that AI will not replace the relationships that you have with your colleagues and clients. Over the last year, since the release of ChatGPT, which was on the 30th of November last year, I've seen people move from one end of a spectrum to another when it comes to how we view AI, whether we embrace it and whether we fear it. On the one hand, typically when I deal with clients and when I speak at conferences, people were very pessimistic, very fearful. They foresaw a dystopian future. And again, it's mainly due to Hollywood and to the popular press. We think of Terminator and other movies. But what I've seen over the last year is, rather than finding a balanced view, is that a lot of people I speak with have gone to the total opposite side. Total positivity, very excited. AI can result in a utopian world and we can fix everything with AI. And also now everyone is an AI expert as well, it seems to me. A lot of the work I do with clients when I consult with them and we look at their automation or AI strategies is about demystifying what it is. Studies show globally that about 80% of senior business leaders still do not understand this technology. And that is a big problem. It's the most powerful technology we've ever created, even though it's not nearly as powerful as Hollywood would like us to think. Implementing AI will have a massive impact on how your organization works, how you interact with your clients, and so forth. So we can no longer just outsource AI initiatives to what I call the dark corners of the IT department. Of course, we need the IT people, the technical people, the machine learning engineers and the like. But AI and related initiatives should 100% sit with the board, with the execs, with the C-suite, because they need to make decisions that make sense. But they also need an idea of what will this do to our business, to how we recruit, to how we manage the life cycle of our employees, to how we compete. The topic of responsible AI in the lack of a regulatory framework, which I'll touch on, is a huge topic. We've got 3 polls because we also would love to hear what our attendees think. So we will call up those polls through my presentation. And so please look out for them. But I want to start off with a story. It's something that happened to me in the last year, and I think it really brings home a point I want to make. One of the key things I would love for you to have from this conversation. About a year ago, one of our large hospital groups asked me to come and help them to automate the front desk of their hospitals. Now, in any business, your very administrative kind of tasks, your admin reporting kind of tasks are very automatable. We think here of something like robotic process automation or RPA. These days, we speak a lot about intelligent automation, where we bring in more AI algorithms into automating business processes. This hospital group, one of our largest, if I remember correctly, about 50 or 60 hospitals nationwide. Now, you know, when you go to the hospital, or even when you go to a doctor's room, sometimes, even though you were there a week, a month, 3 months ago, you still have to fill in the same forms again, or so it seems. And it's very manual, it's handwritten. It's not like you get an iPad and they capture your information digitally so that they can keep on using it. So the front desk of a hospital is a huge candidate for automation. So I walked into this boardroom, and a lot of these senior execs from this hospital group were in the room. On all 3 sides, the walls were whiteboards, and they were full of scribblies and mind maps and the like. This executive team, you can see, have done a lot of work and thinking on what automation can benefit them in and how they can automate these front desk kind of roles. I'm always worried when the main goal of automation is replacing people. In the consulting world, we often speak about FTE reduction, full-time equivalents, because I think we don't always have the guts to talk about people. And we make spreadsheet decisions as consultants often on who we can get rid of because we're going to automate. But I've seen so many automation initiatives go wrong because here is the common sense thing we need to keep in mind. You should automate the right things for the right reasons and in the right way. I then told these number of execs in this room that I am not able to help them. And they asked me why. And again, remember, they came from this AI conference, apparently. They were very excited about AI and automation. They were now going to AI everything in their business. That's also something I hear from execs a lot. And then when I interrogate them, what do you mean? They often speak about automation and not AI, which I will explain. And they also think, again, remember, ChatGPT bring us from the one end of the spectrum to the other, where we are super excited and it's going to fix all of our problems in our businesses. And we need AI. Now, there's a lot of things AI can't do. It cannot replace experience. And the previous speaker also referred to that. And I think for us, and especially in this domain from an accounting point of view, finding that balance between what robots and automation algorithms can do that we shouldn't really be doing, but what are the things that only humans can do and that only experienced people can do, which you cannot automate at this stage. So I said to them, I can't help you for 2 reasons. Number one, whenever we speak about automation, obviously we're thinking about job losses. So if you want to take people in your organization on the journey with you, you have to include them from the very start. No matter how smart you think your change management initiative is, whether you have little posters in the toilets or at the coffee area and so forth, I often think that people will take their pitchforks and storm the castle gates if there's an initiative that makes them think, rightly or wrongly, that they might lose their jobs. So that's the first reason. You have to take people with you on this journey. But the most important reason why I said I couldn't help them is that there's information, there's knowledge, and there's experience in the heads of these people whose jobs you want to automate. And at an executive level in the business, often we don't really have a clue what people are doing on the ground level. That's why I love that TV series, Undercover Boss. And you might remember it. They take the CEO and they will disguise him or her and let them work on the factory floor or just with the normal people. And normally they get tremendous insights in what's really happening in their business, because they are typically so many layers above where the real work is happening. They then gave me permission, this hospital group, to spend some time with some of these administrators. We had a very relaxed coffee. We were speaking about some of their challenges on a day-to-day basis, and some of their challenges we could fix through technology. So for instance, and you will find this in a lot of work that we do and that our people do. They had to go to one system to find something, maybe a patient record, had to copy and paste the patient number into another system, actually find the record, then go to another system, and so forth, and so forth. Those kind of interactions are fairly easily automatable. We can bring all that data together in one view, in one screen, to help that administrator. But this is going to sound so silly, and it's such an important lesson, or what was for me. Apart from some of these challenges around different systems and so forth, and this was their head office, which is their main hospital here in Johannesburg, they said that their biggest problem is that the printer is too far from them. And I asked them about it, and they said that with every patient interaction, anyone who walks into the hospital, we have to go to the printer on average 3 times, and the printer was too far from them. So my advice to this exec team was just bring the printer closer. It sounds stupid. And I call it the bring the printer closer moment. And I often share this with customers. So before you jump on this AI and automation bandwagon, and we have to look at it from a being competitive point of view, look for those common sense solutions. That's not nearly anything to do with AI automation or digital technologies. It's just bringing the printer closer. You can't automate experience, as I said. What you also can't automate is a toxic work environment, bad leadership, people who don't understand the work that they're doing, people who need training, people who fear for the future in the world of automation. And the way I explain it to people is often I draw 2 circles. The inner circle is what I call the smart technology ecosystem, because AI is, as I'm sure many of you know, not one thing. AI is really a term that encompasses a number of technologies. We call it smart technologies or thinking technologies or intelligence, computer intelligence. But the outer circle is the reason why AI and automation initiatives go wrong. And in that circle, I normally write words like change management, organizational design, leadership, training, how we recruit, how we do business responsibly, how we use our data, and so forth, and so forth. Because we normally don't have a multidisciplinary group involved in these initiatives. Again, it's just the IT people. But in a world where technology will impact us so greatly, we do need a core group that's multidisciplinary. We need the smart IT people, but we also need legal, because the potential legal ramifications and the biases in our data sets and the wrong decisions that AI can make is something we must consider. We need organizational design people to help us think, if we start on an AI journey now, what will our business look like in a year or in 5 years from now? What kind of talent do we need to look for? Talent that we maybe never had a need for. What do we do with the people in our business whose jobs are very automatable? So definitely legal, organizational design, the HR team definitely, and others. We need people from different ethnicities. We need people from different age groups, and obviously multi-gender. Let me give you an example. I worked with one of my banking clients a few months back, and they said, can you write an algorithm? I think they've got about 600,000 customers, one of our local banks. And can you write an algorithm that identifies potential family units within our client data set? Because they were looking at promoting a educational product to parents. And this is where biases come in, because we all have biases. There's nothing wrong with it, as long as we realize that we do have them, and that we work with people who see things differently than us and who are different from us to get a balanced view. So my view, from my worldview point of view of a family, is a man and a woman, maybe with children. But then I need a colleague who says, but what about a same-sex relationship? Or what about a single parent? Or what about a couple who chose not to have children, or people who cannot have children, and so forth and so forth. So please make sure it's not just the techies or just one or two people with a specific worldview, because the algorithm I would have written from my worldview would exclude so many people. I need my colleagues in a trusted team relationship to say, remember that I see things differently. When it comes to biases in our data sets, how we use AI, especially from a gender point of view and especially from an ethnicity point of view, we have major problems. So to always remember, bring the printer closer. What is that common sense approach that might not even nearly be AI or digital technologies that can sort out some of your business problems? So let's get to the first poll before I move on to the other points. I want to ask you, what is your view of AI technologies? And remember what I said, people often fall on this spectrum, either very negative about it, fearful about it, or in this chat GPT era, very, very positive about it. And both those extremes are wrong. We need to find a balance somewhere in the middle. So look at some of the options, and I think it's coming onto the screen now. What is your view of AI technologies? I don't know much about it. I think most people might even answer that. I think it's amazing and we can all use it. I think it's dangerous and we should be very careful. And we've got two more polls, and at the end, before I conclude, we're just going to look through some of those results. So as I continue, look at the poll questions. It's anonymous. Please give your answer. I would be surprised if the trend in the data that we see is different from what I see in all the conferences that I speak at. So bring the printer closer. Let's think about the evolution of technology. And I will shortly come to a point of explaining what is AI really in layman's terms. As human beings, we have been tool makers for thousands of years. And I know people have different views on evolution, but from an evolutionary point of view, for the last 50 to 80,000 years, it seems that, and especially since we as Homo sapiens started walking upright, we were able to use our hands, and especially our thumbs, to fashion the world around it. And if you have a smartphone, you still use your thumbs a lot to type in that phone while you should be watching the traffic or focus in a meeting. Well, hopefully you're not doing it while I'm speaking. But we are tool makers. We fashion the world around us. And the tools we make are neutral. So think of a flint or a knife. I can kill an animal to feed my family, or I can use that same instrument and kill my neighbor in a dispute. The tool is not what is responsible for it. It's how I, as a human, use the tool. And artificial intelligence and digital technologies is the same. It is fundamentally neutral. It's how we use it. And that's where ethics and the philosophy of technology comes in. And that's where a regulatory framework is needed all across the world. But here's the difference. You've heard a lot about generative AI, and that is ChatGPT, or it could be Google's Bard and other tools. We hear a lot about large language models. It's the first time in human history that the tools we create are able to create their own tools. And that applies predominantly from an algorithm point of view at the moment. But I can write a piece of code for a software system to perform a certain task. It could, for instance, be an automated decisioning system when it comes to credit scoring, as an example, or access to healthcare, which is quite scary. And those automated decisioning systems are becoming more and more widely used in our world. But what if that algorithm can now create its own code, fix itself, make itself better to a point where we lose track of and control over what we call the source code? What if that switch it off button metaphorically disappears? And that brings us to some of these fearful and quite honestly some realistic views about the future of AI. So we're living in an era, for the first time in human history, where we can create tools and the tools can create tools by themselves. We will also start seeing it more and more in what we call the cyber physical world, if you think of 3D printing, where it's not just algorithms creating algorithms, but where algorithms can create and manage physical objects. We already have autonomous drones You know, in the Ukraine, they reckon it's the first time in human history where warfare is being conducted by algorithms. You would typically have a drone that would, through facial recognition, for instance, recognize that is the enemy or a terrorist, for instance. And it will send that analysis back to a human commander. And that human will then make the decision to fire that missile and kill that person. In the Ukraine at the moment, and it will most likely spread across the world more and more, we have algorithms that make the kill decision. Based on how it was programmed, algorithms make mistakes like humans. Algorithms can also misfire or kill the wrong person like humans. But it brings us to a massively ethical topic, because obviously it's horrible if a human kills a human, but it could be out of self-defense, for instance. But now it's a machine that kills a human. I think we will see more and more of that happening. Again, the ethics of how much do we allow technology to do on our behalf, and how much control do we want to lose? Before I get to the next poll and also really bring it back to what is AI really, I want to give you a sense of where the future of AI is going. And this is a bit of a scary conversation. And it's not about scaremongering, but I also think that a lot of us, and especially those working in the field, are asleep at the wheel. You know, most of the conferences I attend, most of the books I read are about the technical aspects of AI technologies. And those things are relevant. It's super exciting. But you will not easily find a conference or a talk or a book on the human aspect of AI. What will AI do to humans? Not just from a potential job displacement point of view, but even when it comes to the very nature of being human. Again, quickly back to some evolutionary history. About 80 or so thousand years ago, we as Homo sapiens lived alongside another hominoid species called Neanderthals. And for some reason, the Neanderthals died out, even though we all still have some element of Neanderthal DNA in us. And I often make the joke, if you look at my family, then it's clear that there's a lot of Neanderthal blood still going around. And I'm sure they will say the same of me. But there was two species, or most likely more than two on Earth. Homo sapiens could be because of our ability to use language, our ability to think abstractly and so forth. We're the only humanoid species that remained. That was due to an evolutionary process. We are in the process already of creating a new species on Earth. And this time it's not nature or evolution. Humans are creating a new species. And I'll give you some references to authors whose books you should read and whose YouTube videos you should watch. We are implanting more and more devices into humans. And we've done that for years, if you think of pacemakers and so forth. This year, companies like Neuralink, owned by Elon Musk and others, received FDA approval in the US to implant digital devices into human brains. We call it the brain-computer interface. Up until recently, these devices were tested on animals, predominantly on pigs. Now they're starting to test it on humans. And again, neutral technology, it can go both ways. The potential medical benefits are vast if we think of people suffering from Alzheimer's and other diseases, or even people who have lost their sight or their hearing. There's a potential that we can hardwire the brain to get some of those capabilities back. But think of the other side. What if you can read my thoughts through an implant? But even more dangerously, what if you can influence my thoughts? What if you make me and millions of people think the way you want me to think? That's the danger. Now, if you think that's not already happening, you are wrong. If you have a smartphone, it's already happening. It's just not implanted in your head. Your view of the world, how you vote, how you make decisions is hugely impacted by your social media feed. Those algorithms learn about you. What are your preferences? It could be sexual preferences. It could be political preferences. And we keep on being bombarded by news and posts and media that amplifies our already existing biases. If you think you are not under constant surveillance already, you are wrong. Have you seen that when you speak about mountain biking with your mate and your phone is next to you, what is on your Facebook feed tomorrow? mountain biking, constantly under surveillance. I even have corporate clients who now, when they go to an in-person board meeting, they have a wall of little lockers like you get in the gym. They put their phones in the locker, they lock it, and then they go into the board meeting because you don't know who's listening. Think of industrial espionage. Think of China and other countries. And if it's a virtual meeting, they are encouraged to take their phone, and two of the best places you can put your phone in this context is in the microwave or in the fridge. Just don't forget it there. But you don't know who's listening. So our thoughts are already being manipulated and being read through these smartphones that we have. So that's quite scary. And I think we can't be, as I said, asleep at the wheel, especially as parents, when we think about our children and about their future, the kind of world that we will leave for them. So let's look at the next poll, and then we have one more left before I finish. Do you think AI will replace human professionals in accounting? I'm not sure. I think AI will probably be able to replace accountants, or I'm confident that there are things AI will never be able to do. And we could have changed that word accounting to almost any other job, especially knowledge kind of work. You're not sure, you think it'll most likely replace what you do, or you just think that there's things that AI can't replace. I'd love to see what people think about that topic. So let's look a bit about the mystifying aspect of AI. Now, about a year ago, my father asked me, he said, Johan, what is this AI stuff that you are doing? And he's not a stupid person, but he's not a technologist. And I struggled so much to explain it to him. The reason is that we use techie terms, AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, cloud technology, and so forth. And we throw it around so much that I think half the time we don't even know what we're talking about. But without using the terminology that me and my peers use, I was unable to explain it to him, and it really bothered me. So I gave it a lot of thought, and I invented a simple way to explain it. It's very simple, and I've used it a lot in corporate training, executive training, some of the academic work that I do as well. And this is how I explain it. So the question is, what is AI? And super simplified. When we as humans do work, we essentially do four main things, if you think about it. We have the ability to see and to read. So you can see an email, you can see an instruction, a client request, and so forth. You understand what you're seeing. And then we have the ability to execute a task based on what we've seen. So it could be, again, a request for a quote. So you have to go look for, do we have stock? Is it a current customer? Can I actually compile the quote and send it off to them? We can see and we can execute. We can also understand language, not just Zulu or Xhosa or Afrikaans or English. We have the ability to understand the nuances behind what people are saying. You can pick up if somebody's frustrated or angry or even deceitful or happy. I've seen a lot of this technology being used in contact centers. It's sentiment analysis kind of technologies. So we can see, we can execute tasks, we understand language, and then lastly, we learn as humans. We learn from our mistakes, but we learn from new information. We keep on learning. And then what I typically do is those four concepts I overlay it on my slides with the following words. Computer vision. Algorithms have the ability to understand what it sees through a camera. Think of a self-driving car, for instance. A self-driving car can recognize a stop sign, but not just the stop sign. If the stop sign is in the shade, in the dark, turned on its side, flat on the road, painted green by some teenager, and so forth. And if we think of Tesla's cars and other self-driving cars, what makes it amazing is that these learnings through what they see algorithmically is then uploaded to all the cars across the world. That's what makes it so amazing. We think of optical character recognition, a technology that's been there for many, many years. But these days, it's not just extracting information from a document, but understanding what the document says. And I'll give you a practical example shortly. So our algorithms can see and understand what they see. Think of facial recognition and biometric recognition, for instance. Secondly, just like humans, algorithms can then execute tasks, actually do the work that it was instructed to do. And here we speak about smart automation, robotic process automation, and the like. And then natural language understanding, or some people say natural language processing. If you use Siri on your iPhone, if you have an Alexa device, if you have a Google Home, these devices are these days so smart in recognizing what you're saying. Now, some of you might remember, I reckon it must be 20 years ago or so, there was a software platform called Dragon Dictate. You ordered it, you received the box. I think it was a number of floppy disks or CDs. If you're young, you might have no idea what I'm talking about. But then you had to spend 5 to 6 hours training it. So it'll give you documents and documents to read so that the software can learn your way of expressing the nuances around your language and so forth. And even then, it still struggled when you dictated a letter, for instance, to write it accurately. These days, unless you have a really bad accent or you speak in a really funny way, most algorithms will pick up what you're saying. If you use Google Docs in Chrome as a browser, and there's an option where you can click transcription, it is amazing how accurate it does it and how quickly it does it. So computers can also see computer vision. Computers can automate and execute tasks, automation, understand languages and the nuances around languages, sentiment analysis, natural language understanding, and then learning. And this is where machine learning comes in. The ability for software systems to keep on improving itself based on its interaction with the outside world, the information it receives, it sends out, and if depending on how we program it, it keeps on getting better and better at what it's doing. So those 4 concepts, it can see and understand, it can automate and execute tasks, it understands languages and nuances, and it keeps on learning. Very simply put, that is AI technologies, which then brings me to this point. When is a tool an AI tool? And this is quite important for all of us in this meeting, because you will have a lot of vendors and consultants that will want to sell you a tool, and on the box, it says artificial intelligence. Most of the tools that you can currently buy in the market, software tools, are not artificially intelligent tools. They are automation tools. And again, like with the previous example, there are 4 things to keep in mind to discover whether and decide whether the tool you're using is an AI tool. Can it predict? Because most tools can look at past data and give you a good analysis, and you as a human still have to use your expertise based on that analysis to make decisions and to execute certain things. But if the technology can take past data and very accurately predict what will happen next, market trends and so forth, it's probably a machine learning AI tool. If it gives you a great analysis on past data only, it's not artificial intelligence. And think about from an accounting point of view, and again, going back from that number crunchers to trusted advisors, it's using this technology to help your clients, so to speak, see into the future, market trends, trends happening in that specific industry, and so forth. If it can self-learn, I've already alluded to it. If it's a platform that gets better by itself, it's probably an AI tool. If you or a software engineer have to fix it, repurpose it, because it's not working well in certain instances, it's not artificial intelligence. If it shows you patterns, especially patterns you did not think of asking it, it's probably AI. If it gives you answers to questions you did not ask it, it's most likely AI, not automation. Now let's go back to the example I used. You need to write an algorithm to identify potential family units in the client database of a bank. So the ask is, identify all of our bank clients who are probably part of a family. And the algorithm can do that fairly accurately if your data is mature. But what if the insights that come back tell you things you didn't ask it for? So for instance, did you know that 80% of our clients are female? And 60% of those clients are between the ages of 18 and 35. And looking at our data, about 50% of them are most likely mothers if we look at their spending patterns and what they are spending money on. From an ethnicity point of view or a geographical location point of view, these are the trends. So it recognizes patterns from data and it answers questions that you might not have asked it. So let me recap that. Very simply put, when is a tool most probably an AI tool? If it can predict the future quite accurately, if it self-learns, self-improves over time, if it shows you patterns and it gives you answers to questions you didn't ask. Now, I'm very excited. Today, on the 1st of November, Microsoft is finally releasing Copilot to their enterprise customers. Now, I'm not an enterprise customer, so I still can't use it. Most of you might know about it. Amazing demos on YouTube and other platforms where they're using ChatGPT or OpenAI technologies, because remember, Microsoft has got a $10 billion investment in OpenAI. And in their Office suite within Office 365, you can start bringing in some of these large language model capabilities. And if you've seen the demos, for instance, you might have a PowerPoint presentation open, and you can type in prompt like you do with ChatGPT or Bard, change the background of all the slides to green, and it does it. Change the text to this font, move all the text to the bottom left, and so forth, and so forth. The ability for it to determine what you're trying to say in a Word document, for instance. The ability to look at the most likely email response. You can, for instance, ask it, give me a view of my 8 most important emails of the last week. And looking at all the data on the emails, all the past interactions of the emails, it will bring that view up. One of the problems we all have, because there's sometimes so many historical emails on one topic, that you have to now go and read through all of them again 3 months later. You can ask Copilot, just give me a summary of what this email trail is about in 2 sentences, and it brings it up. So from a productivity point of view, from an insights point of view, it's amazing. Microsoft is not the only ones doing it. But again, patterns, predictions, giving us answers. What did ChatGPT do to the world? It brought us from an era of simply searching to answers. Think of this. If you do a Google search, you don't receive the answer. You receive homework. Because Google will give you the most probable websites that contain the information you're looking for. And the algorithms are very accurate. But I still need to click on that link, whether it's a news report or some sort of other document, and go and look at the information. So for instance, if you do a Google search on the Rugby World Cup, it will give you the Rugby World Cup, maybe SuperSport and a few other links, maybe News 24, and you still have to go into those links and try and find the answer. But with Google's Bard and especially Microsoft Bing in their Edge browser, we're getting to a point now where not only will the search engine give you the probable links, it will attempt answering the question. So, and I use only Microsoft's Bing at the moment. I don't use ChatGPT anymore, even though it's the same baseline technology, because in Microsoft, it gives you the most recent data. You can prompt it and say, who are the winners of the Rugby World Cup? And it will bring it up. You can ask it, what is the result of last night's cricket game? And remember, it's not always 100% accurate, but it's pretty accurate, and it also gives you references. Where did it find this information? So let me give you a use case. We talk about large language models. And this is a use case I worked on with a bank fairly recently. Say I want to take paternity leave in January. I need to do a number of things. Firstly, I need to find our company's leave policy. Now, if you've worked for, or if you're working for a large corporate, you will know finding a policy can take you a day, if you're lucky enough to find it. So I need to find out what is our company's policy on leave and on paternity leave. I need to look at what does the labor law say around paternity leave. I need to look at how many leave days will I have left in January if I don't take any annual leave between now and then. Will there be any public holidays that I need to take into account? And am I maybe booked to a customer project in that time already? So now I'm going to spend a number of hours and I'm going to have to access 8 or 9 or 6 or 7 different platforms searching. Now, a lot of the clients I work with are busy using technology, existing technology, and you find this within some of Microsoft tools, some of Amazon's AWS tools, and others, where we build a ring-fenced large language model in our business. Again, with ChatGPT and Bard, you can put in the prompt. You don't know where that data is going. Those tools are amazing. If you copy and paste a spreadsheet into ChatGPT and you ask for an analysis, it is incredible what it does. Where does that information go? We've already had 3 or 4 serious data breaches with ChatGPT over the last year. You can't put client identifiable and personally identifiable information into these platforms, even though they are free. But imagine you can build a large language model within your business. The maturity of your data and the accessibility of your data is important. But imagine in this case that I've just mentioned, I prompt an internal system. I want to take paternity leave in January, tell me about it. And it starts pulling data from all the systems and it actually gives me an answer, not homework. So the answer might be, Johan, the labor law says paternity leave a minimum of 5 days. Our company policy is 7 days. If you don't take any annual leave between now and then, you will have 4 extra days to consume. Remember that Monday is a public holiday. And also remember, you've been booked to that project. Can I automatically set up a meeting with your line manager to discuss it? Think how it will change the world of work if we can so easily access meaningful answers to our questions. Now imagine from an accounting point of view, you have a myriad of spreadsheets and sources of client data. You have to use your experience and you have to use your colleagues to find meaning in that data. What if you can use technology like this to say, if you look at these, say there's 5 gigabytes worth of transactional data over the last X number of years, give me some of the insights. Give me answers to questions I might not have considered asking you. The power in our hands. But then where does that leave us if the technology can do that? Will it make us trusted advisors? Do we have not only the accounting and financial experience, but do we have the business acumen? I mean, if the bots can do the stuff we've been doing, what do we need? Do we have that ability, that emotional intelligence? The ability to sit in front of a customer, look him or her in the eyes with empathy, help them and guide them. If the robots can do the stuff we've been doing. A good friend of mine who is a cancer researcher said the following, and I always think about it. She said that AI will not replace doctors, but AI will replace doctors who don't use AI. Now let's bring it to the context of today. AI will not replace financial professionals or accountants who use AI. But if you don't know where to start, if you're not familiar with the technology, then you stand a chance of becoming redundant in the foreseeable future. Now, does that mean you have to become an AI expert, a coder? Do you need to use Python to program AI? Of course not. Start with understanding what it is. You have to self-study. There's so much available freely online through Udemy, although it's not always free, but even on YouTube, although you have to use your mind and see what is the fluff and what's real. Start by understanding the terminology. There are about 80 or 90 different terms related to AI technologies. You don't have to know all of them, but when a client or a colleague or a vendor speaks about machine learning or the Internet of Things and data from devices or cloud computing, understand at least in a basic way what it is all about. Now, I'm almost done, and then I'd love to see those questions or comments. So I'm going to talk about one of my favorite topics, and it's called Take the Robot Out of the Human. And then just before I conclude, we're going to have a look at our third poll. It's a piece of work I did when I was still with an audit firm 2 years ago with one of our large banks and their professional banking team. And we came up with a pyramid, a picture, and we divided it into 3. And what we said is, in any job that you do, you have very kind of low-level administrative reporting tasks. You have more difficult, perhaps more digital kind of tasks. And then at the top of the pyramid is the category of things that only you can do, that technology can't do. And the idea behind automation is, how do we take people from wherever they are on that pyramid and bring them up to the place where we focus more and more on things that only humans can do, and the things that only humans want to do. And we really got these bankers excited because, you know, a lot of them, when we started that event, sat there leaning back, arms crossed, thinking, what are these consultants going to tell us? Because they thought that the message was going to be that AI can do your job. But the message was, let AI and the robots and the algorithms do the stuff you don't want to do, scheduling the meetings, getting the insights from the data, administrative reporting kind of work, and get to a point where you have more face time with your clients. An exercise I often do with my clients, I say, if you can draw a pie chart on your current daily allocation of work, what would it look like? So how much time are you spending traveling or setting up meetings or looking at reports? And how much of that is actually quality time, thinking time, planning time, client time? And then the second pie chart is, what is your ideal? And it has to be realistic. So for a lot of people, it would be more time in front of a client, but with the backup of insights that makes me a trusted advisor. And then you build an automation strategy over certain period milestones. How do we take you from where you are now to where you should be doing? How do we take the robot out of the human? You don't have to fear robots. If what you do is repetitive, you are already a robot. Let the robots do it. Let those things that only you can do from your experience be done by you. So before I finish, let's just briefly look at poll number 3. How will the role of accountants change into the future? Again, 3 options, not much. The basic need and role for accountants will stay the same. Number 2, technology will allow us to become trusted advisors based on data. And then lastly, ChatGPT and related technologies will be the accountants of tomorrow. So let me just quickly summarize before we look at some of the questions and comments. AI technology is hugely misunderstood. It's not as powerful or dangerous yet as Hollywood makes us think it is. If we can understand it in simple terms, we have to educate ourselves, and we have to determine what are those things that the technology can do much better than we will ever be able to do, and let it do it. And let's focus on the things that only we can do. We have to take the fear out of this technology, and we have to educate ourselves, even though we don't necessarily have to become experts. And with that, Lihana, love to hear what questions or comments there might be before we end the session.
Thank you so much, Johan. What a great session. You know, for me personally, artificial intelligence is just, I've really embraced it. I find it very interesting, a little bit scary because of the uncertain, but it's not something that I have a fear of. The SAIPA members know me very well. English is not my first language. And one of the things that I use Chat GPT so often for is I do a write up of a piece, I put my own work, I put it in Chat GPT, and then I say, please help me make this a little bit more professional, make it a little bit more funny, check the grammar, and then a piece of work comes out of there that looks like it's written by a journalist, and I'm anything but. So you can really use these tools. Jan, based on the questions that's come in on the chat rooms during your session, I can see that the delegates have really embraced and enjoyed this presentation. So one of the first questions that we've had is somebody asked, to what extent do humans take accountability when the artificial intelligence system is involved? If you can give us a little bit of feedback on that, please, Johan.
It's a great question and very relevant, and sadly we don't have any official or legal based answers. Again, I've alluded to it already that we don't have a regulatory framework on AI technologies anywhere in the world. The EU has made a lot of progress over the last 3 years in what they call the EU AI Act. Hopefully it will be enacted into law over the next year. But that act, amongst many other things, addresses this question, because you can't blame an algorithm for something that went wrong. There's still a human somewhere in that process that made the algorithm incorrect or that allowed it to do something. I spent some time with our largest bank recently with their legal team for 3 days. And the question was, the banks bringing in more and more chatbots for financial advice, more and more AI and automation. What do we as legal professionals need to do to prepare ourselves? And the sad thing is that there's no case law available. What do you do when an AI chatbot gives incorrect financial advice? Who do you sue? Is it the bank? Is it the programmer of the algorithm? Is it the vendor who installed it? And maybe another example, if a drone flies into a building and causes damage, is it the manufacturer of the airframe, the pilot of the drone, the algorithm creator, and so forth? So we humans are still involved. We can't just blame that our AI made that decision. But sadly, the framework of determining where the blame lies and where the restitution lies is very unclear, and it doesn't seem that most countries, and especially our country, is doing anything about that. Liana, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, and it definitely does answer the question. It just makes me wonder. There was actually a follow-up question after you've answered, and I think you have responded to that as well. Basically, the question says, does the use of AI protect professionals against litigation? And I believe that you've answered that. Ultimately, the responsibility still lies with the professional. That is what I understand from your response. Jan, do you agree?
I agree. But we have to grapple with, as a business, for instance, or corporate, is who are those individuals and what are their roles and responsibilities? Who might be to blame? And do they even know that they are at risk of being blamed for what an AI can do? So it opens up a can of worms that's a lot more than just what if AI goes wrong? Because if you now have to follow a disciplinary process or litigation and so forth, it's such murky waters. So the humans are still responsible, but getting to the bottom of who is responsible is very unclear at the moment.
I believe that the professionals out there should always still recognize our professional behavior, our professional requirements, our ethics, our knowledge, skills, expertise requirements in the service offerings that we offer our clients. Then further to that, Johan, will the advocacy of artificial intelligence be a threat to the accountancy and advisory profession? So I think that's the old age question. Is artificial intelligence a threat to this profession or not?
Yeah, it's a train that is going down the road, and if you're not on it, it's going to go past you, which is the case with all technological innovations through the ages. Again, and for me, if you fear something, your ability to learn is limited. It's just human nature. But if you try and educate yourself, demystify it, get more excited, look at practically how can you use it, you'll be a lot more open to learn how you can use this technology in the right way and responsibly. And this applies to most jobs on earth, if we don't pivot and upskill and embrace it, there is no doubt that we will be left behind. So this is not even a binary topic. You have to make sure that you understand what you're talking about, but also how it can benefit you, not just using it because if you don't, you're going to be redundant. It can really help you as a professional. Start small. I often say, if you don't use Excel properly, don't even look at AI. The abilities of Excel, and especially now ChatGPT, who can actually show you some of those methods to extract data. Let it serve you as a professional. Let it amplify your experience, but you have to learn to use this technology because it will massively and drastically change all industries in the world, and not in 50 years, in the next 5 years, I think.
Thank you so much, Johan. So my understanding is that AI is not going to replace you, and it shouldn't be a threat as long as you stay with the times, as long as you develop and learn and change and adapt and be agile towards artificial intelligence. Now that we have determined that we shouldn't be scared of it, it's not going to replace us. How can artificial intelligence fast track the agility and transformation of the accountancy professionals?
I think it applies to what happens in all businesses, because the basics of any business includes functions like finance, but maybe HR, legal, procurement, and so forth. And then on top of that, there's the speciality layer of you're a construction firm or an audit firm, etc. I think start with what can make life better for you. How can technology do the heavy lifting, especially when it comes to reporting? It could even be compliance, and so forth. It could be you're on a recruitment drive, assessing 1,000 resumes and so forth. So identify in your core business areas the places where smart technology, and it might not even be AI, or just digitization or automation can help you. Liana, I hope that answers the question, but I think and again, remember that bring the printer closer, the common sense approach to making life better for you and your staff, which may or may not include tech or even AI.
Thanks so much, Johan. I do believe us, and I'm saying us because I think it's all of us humans, majority of us, try to complicate it too much. So if we read AI or hear AI, we think of some fancy equipment or machine or investment that I have to do. So based on that, we've received a question on the chat box which said, is anyone aware of an AI or app that a business can use to record minutes of a meeting? So the person specifically asked, they're not interested at this point to discuss the confidentiality aspect, that they recognize all of that. But as I was reading this question, I was thinking, basic, and again, this is not my level of expertise at all, but Teams, Zooms, Word that dictates. It's things that we already have on our machines. It's things that is available to us. So, Johan, do you disagree with my comment and statement?
I fully
Um,
agree, Liana. Sorry, yeah, the technology has been around for a long time. The trick is to integrate it, because to just have, for instance, the audio recording or maybe an AI transcribed document on that meeting somewhere is not going to help you. Again, I go back to Microsoft, but other platforms are doing it within Teams. And again, now with Auto or Copilot, not only can you have that meeting captured and transcribed, but you can also let the system allocate tasks and timelines to you and your team based on executing what you agreed on in the meeting. And if you store it all on your OneDrive and you want to reply to a future email, one of the things that the large language model will do is to reference those meeting notes and other meeting notes to make sure that you don't forget it. Because I forget after half an hour what was discussed in a meeting. So the tech is already there. Most delegates on the call right now probably have the right licensing from a Microsoft point of view, etc. But the tech is there. Just make sure it's integrated and you can use it for other things than just storing it for in case you need it in the future.
Thanks so much, Johan. It's delegates, while Johan is answering, I'm going through the questions, and it's just amazing to see how people are commenting and the questions that everyone is adding to this. Johan, now comes the age all, and in our profession, always one of the most important points: ethics. How do we bring together artificial intelligence, the use of it in our businesses, implementing in our businesses, relying on it, but still having our input and ethics? So, I mean, we know about the examples out there that is always prominent. So, for example, don't let ChatGPT write your answer paper to your exam. That's not ethically. But I think there's much broader issues. So if you can just share a few concerns and how you believe these can be mitigated and dealt with in a business, in a professional environment, with specific emphasis on ethics around artificial intelligence.
Yes. Yeah, it's almost a question of as delegates, when you wake up tomorrow, what do you do based on this AI talk? I think it's firstly realize that for many of you in this meeting at the moment, you might not need AI yet. And I'm one of the few people who will say it to you, because especially if your consultant or your vendor's income is from licensing or implementation, they're going to want you to AI everything. There's a good chance that not everyone currently with us and their businesses for now need AI technologies. Take a breath and step back. Forget about the tech and think from a business challenge and a business strategy point of view. An exercise that I love to do with my clients, because remember, they'll bring me in with the question of help us to use AI. And then I'll ask them for the next hour, let's agree not to use any technical terms. No AI, machine learning, none of that. let's talk about what you want to achieve. In most meetings, they really struggle because they already made up their minds that AI is the answer, and it's not, because the basic things, the basic processes, they're not getting right. So I would encourage people, don't consider AI as such as an answer. Think about working smarter, which might be tech or not tech. Again, the printer being brought closer, and then look at your current technologies that you have. And Excel again is a great example if you use it correctly. But forget about the technology and AI. What are those things that, if you get it right, will rapidly change your business now and into the future? It might be technology, but it might not be. Later on, you can look at what we call a data or an AI strategy. Most of these are fairly easily available online, or there are consultants that can help you. You can have to look at, do you have the right data? Do you use it? Can you use the data responsibly? Because you can't just use client data because you have it. Papier dictates that, for instance. But yeah, maybe just to summarize, it's actually quite a long answer potentially, Liana, but think of what you want to fix. What would be a game changer for your business? It might be a technology, but it might not be. That's where I would start.
Thanks so much, Johan. I think it's quite refreshing coming from an artificial intelligence expert as yourself that is even saying, take a step back, go back to the basics. What you might want to fix in your business, in your practice, is not necessarily AI. It might be, but it is not necessarily. I wanted to ask Johan a few final thoughts, but I think that last bit that you gave us is what our members is definitely going to take forward after this session. Johan, from a SAIPA point of view and from SAIPA team, thank you so much for joining us at the Accounting Indaba. It was an honor and a privilege to have you. You've given us some great insights, and we really appreciate your words. I'm going to give you a clap, and I'm sure everyone at home is going to join me in. Thanks so much, Johan. Thank you so much, members. So, as you know, there's no stopping us. I must be honest, after listening to Johan, it is exciting. And like I said, I've embraced artificial intelligence, but I'm going to be honest, it is still a little bit scary to me if you sit around the dining room table in the evening and everyone is having a chat about a show that's upcoming at the theater. And the next morning, when you open up your social media, your whole social media is about that show. And I'm like, somebody is listening in on my conversation. And that is machine learning and artificial intelligence for us. I've also got exciting news. We've got 2 more winners that each won a Take a Lot voucher. The first one to announce is Pizzo Zwane. Congratulations, Pizzo. We are happy for you. And the next winner, which will be our 4th winner of today, is Nancy Labuskachny. Congratulations, Nancy. The SAIPA team will be in touch with you guys. And we've still got another 6 vouchers for today and another 10 left for tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'm handing over to Faith.
Thank you so much, Liana. Delegates, colleagues, I'm sure you agree that artificial intelligence is not here to replace us. I like what Johan said when he says that artificial intelligence will replace an accountant that doesn't use AI. That's important. So that's something that we just need to bear in mind. And also to think that artificial intelligence is in our everyday life. Everywhere we walk, in everything that we are doing. Yes, the mysterious one is when you actually see what you were talking about with somebody, the next minute it's coming up on your feeder space, on your social media. So really it is here and we need not be scared by it. Now, this topic leads very well to our next speaker. I said we have Sage as our premier sponsor of this event. And we really are honored today to have Pierre Badenhorst, who is from Sage, and he is going to be talking to us about the changing role of a future accountant. Bean counters, your days are numbered. If you continue doing what you were doing yesterday, unfortunately, artificial intelligence is going to replace you. So, what Pia is going to be talking to us about is how do we then reinvent ourselves as accountants of the future? Pierre has got 15 years in business, and he has been with a number of competitive software companies. He currently is responsible for leading the accountants division and overseeing the partners division for Sage. And he is here not to sell Sage to us. Yes, tax tech. Mm-mm. It's something that we really need to be looking at as tax practitioners, because it is artificial intelligence that's going to make us to be at the cutting edge if we want to be tax practitioners of tomorrow. So it is important that we look at what is available, what are the software packages that are available that we can utilize. Sage has got quite a number of these that you can use in your practice, that you can use however small your practice is. You can use their products to ensure that you are up to date with the changes that are happening every day. So I introduce you to Pierre to you today to actually lead us into what is this changing role of an accountant and how do we become ready to be future accountants. Over to you, Pierre.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks for the introduction. And I think, yeah, the changing role of accountant, and listening to Johan, it's quite insightful of the message that he brought through and the ideas. And I think the way that the accountant's business are changing. I think in our case, I wanted to chat a little bit about chat GPT and AI and machine learning and those types of things, but I think Johan mentioned a lot of the info that guys are sometimes wondering about, and some of the info that you would require in your own practice, and how do you actually apply that. So what I decided to do is I'm going to change a little bit around the message itself on what AI and what machine learning is and how we do apply it in our own practice or in your business itself. And then also maybe give some insights from a Sage perspective of what's happening in the market and what we can see with the accountants itself in our base. I think for me the section that stands out is the very last paragraph around the core. The AI refers to the ability of machines to learn from data and perform tasks that typically requires human intelligence, such as recons, making predictions, and automating processes. And I think what Johan mentioned around AI is not here to replace doctors, accountants, or the proficient accountant or the bookkeeper as such, but rather to look at the mundane tasks and automate that as far as possible. I think what we need to look at from an accountant's perspective, and even from a Sage perspective around the software, is how do we implement this into the future for accountants. So a lot of the times when I speak to accountants, there is things that we can look. How do we use AI / automation into the practice itself? And it could be, for example, like accounts payable automation, workflows, review of general ledgers, even to respond to customer financing inquiries or queries. I think it's something that that we need to see from a site's perspective as well as your own business. What can you assign to a robot at the end of the day to do the mundane tasks for? So for example, if you look at queries, instead of having somebody sit there and wait for somebody to either send through an email or a chat or a telephone call to ask queries, how do you automate that? Is that in a portal where clients can go and see their invoices, they can see their payments and those types of details, that it becomes not a human function, but it actually increases your performance or your efficiency in the business itself? And that's something that, for example, we even used in Sage itself. What can we automate to such a degree that you can do more with less human or less human interaction that is required? In a recent survey that was done, we asked two questions of tech CFOs who think generative AI will boost productivity. 95% agreed to that statement. But if you look at it, only 5 says it will be used in finance this year. Now that changes the whole dimension or the question around how do accountants use it and how they're going to use it going forward. Because everybody agrees, listen, we need to get AI, we need to get automation into the system or into our processes. But when you ask when are they going to do it or how they're going to do it, 5% says, I don't know. And I don't know if I'm going to do it in this specific, let's call it financial year or calendar year itself. And that raises a concern about how do you approach it and what do you use. So for me, when you're looking at tech stack and the solutions that it can use in your business, how you would approach it and what you would do with it. For me, we need to look at 3 key aspects. And this will depend on how do you approach AI or machine learning in your own system or your practice. So for example, the first one is the creating of data. A lot of people are creating a mass amount of data, but they do not understand how to use it, how to read it, or how to analyze it. And that is creating confusion, because at the end of the day, a lot of people are busy. We're creating a lot of reports. We're trying to create insights for the accountants or for your customers. And at the end of the day, it's almost like you present a report to them and they take that report, take out the old one, throw that in the rubbish bin and take the new one and put it in the cabinet. They're not actually using the data itself. The second step is where they actually start using the information that is provided. And this can be certain aspects. It can be straightforward insights. For example, what is the top seller or what's the biggest service that was rendered in the last month, and looking at those details. It's almost like to dumb it down to a certain degree is that if you can go to a customer and say, listen, during winter times, your winter jackets is the top selling item. But how do you approach it? Do you have enough stock? Are you running into cash flow issues, or don't you have enough sizes where you can actually dictate, listen, during last year's winter season, we needed more medium sizes than large sizes. Those are the types of insights that a customer requires to be produced that will have an actual impact in the business itself. If you integrate the information with the business decision is the last point. And that is where you actually take the info that is provided and start using it to the benefit of the customer. So for me, something that I've seen with the accountants that I've been discussing over the last a couple of 4 years is that they're trying to get away from doing reporting or financial reporting to a certain degree. And yes, there's a lot of compliance that still needs to be happening on a monthly basis. But instead of having reporting or reporting rather on what happened in the past, is to actually try and predict the future. Trends, spot risks, and analysis that can have a massive impact on the business going forward. So from a reporting accountant to a advisor accountant, really bringing in more insights into a customer's business itself. Now, something that I think Johan touched on is around AI and machine learning. But for me, and I think everybody mentioned it, is that going forward, that is the answer. It is where the trends are going, and it is what is going to shape the future. And what Johan mentioned about, it's a train that's heading there. If you're on it, you'll be part of it. If you're not on it, you are going to fall behind. Now, what I did is I did a study of the accountants coming into the Sage Accountants program, or the accountants base, people starting using our software, specifically around providing services for the customers. Now, from the desktop accountants, or accountants that prefer to use desktop software, they require, as soon as they reach 12 companies or 12 customers, that they need to start looking at getting a second staff member. But if you look at the cloud practices, people using our cloud software, even at the equivalent of 18 companies, they can maintain that 18 companies with one staff member. And that is a massive influence in the way that accountants are going forward into the future. So same principle as what Johan mentioned about the train. for getting onto a tech stack or AI or machine learning is that the same adoption rates are happening for guys using desktop software versus cloud software. If you look at all the technology stack and those types of things that we're using, even from a Sage perspective itself, and even outside Sage environment or ecosystem, is that everybody's work is going into cloud. Nothing is happening on the desktop no more. And that is a major change that accountants need to be aware of. That at the end of the day, if you are still stuck in the desktop world, that you need to rapidly consider moving to the cloud and how it is going to influence your business going forward. Now, for me, at the end of the day, the cloud and streaming business or boosting your business, there's a couple of key points that we need to look at. Anytime, anywhere, geolocation, more or less. If you think of your cloud software, it's almost like having your cloud software or your software on your telephone. First thing that you didn't do in the morning is you check your phone to see, did I miss anything from when I went to sleep last night up until this morning? Because I need to get on it. Same principle applies. You cannot wait until you get to the office, or if you lucky to work remotely, that you can switch on your PC to try and see what did I miss. People want to see everything happening now and be able to act on it immediately. No transfer of live data. I think a lot of the guys that still worked on the desktop principle is where if you needed to get customers backups, data, invoices, or even their paperwork, driving to an office to go and fetch that whole how dynamic on how you did business has completely changed after COVID. Now everything is done remotely, everything is done in the cloud, where transactions, details, and information sharing happens by a click of a button. Power of cloud and apps, and I'll speak to that a little bit now. And then if you look at storage and group consolidations, the way that you can actually now look at trends and spot analysis, risks and details on the cloud over a group of companies. Because if you have to think about it, a lot of the customers that we're currently serving are not only running one business. As soon as they established, they start expanding, and it might be even that they expanding into a different environment or a different silo, for that matter, when it comes to a new revenue stream. So it's always that they want to try and see as much as possible over their group of company consolidation reporting as well. So how do we move up with the tech stack that's available? For me, as a Sage ambassador, there's a couple of details that we looked at and software vendors that we're actually looking into. So for example, like when it comes to reporting, Sift Analytics, beautiful piece of software that allows you to start spotting trends, risk, create like a management pack for the customers on a monthly basis. All these types of things are making it more available that the accountant can become an advisor instead of just being based on historical reporting and how it can change the world going forward. Compliance, we all know DraftWorks and Caseware, that you need to have software to assist you with that. Again, this is speaking to how cloud adopts or integrates into outside tech partners or app partners itself, is that the ease of integrating in between the system and the information that's flowing between these systems, that it becomes a lot more technology advanced, becomes a lot faster, a lot more efficient, and you can start seeing the trends and risks coming through on all the data. Practice management software, managing your customers, making sure that all your staff are doing what they're supposed to be doing, tracking those types of details. It is critical that you have a view on how these guys are working with the customers. Are they falling behind, or are they on cue with their work itself? And then automation. I think auto entry from Sage itself, it's so crucial. A lot of the times when it comes about bank statements that it's in PDF formats that you need to get into an Excel template that you want to import into the systems itself. That auto entry, as an example, is one of those softwares where you can actually import that PDF document, it reads it, and it captures it back into a CSV format that can be imported. That talks about automation and, to a certain degree, machine learning or AI integration. It allows you to start looking at being able to do a lot more with a lot less. it allows you to. I had a interesting chat with an accountant once where they said, listen, they have this lady that can capture PDF documents onto an Excel template like she is a robot. And I asked the question, why are you still doing it via that process where you have a human trying to recapture stuff from PDF onto Excel? And they said, listen, the reason being is that's that revenue for that lady. And I said, well, guys, you're looking at it wrong. You need to be able to enable that person. What if that person, let's say, for example, they can do 10 to 15 pages a day. What if that lady could do 50 pages a day? Now, if you pay her according to a per page or per project or on a fixed rate, she can almost double or she can even quadruple her income. You need to look at how we can do a lot more using automation. And that's where the tech stack of the future is coming into play. We are starting to use a lot more software vendors at the end of the day that allows you to build into this. I think one of the things that we've also discovered from a Sage perspective is how the accountants are trying to migrate their desktop customers into the cloud. Being able to do that conversion and being able to escalate that training from a Sage perspective is also what makes a massive amount of difference to the customers, even to the accountants and the practice itself. We created a robust program from a Sage perspective where, according to the customer or the number of customers that you service on the Sage platform, you are able to start getting these type of app partners free of charge rendered to you. So it looks at SIFT, DraftWorks, those types of details where you can use it for free of charge. It's not that you need to charge that or cover that cost at the end of the day. It is something that we are able to cover from our side. Now, Johan mentioned about Microsoft Copilot. Now, I think I've got a short little video, if we can play that, and we're going.
Copilot in Excel helps you make sense of all your data. Say you need to analyze this quarter's sales results. You start by asking Copilot to analyze the data and give you 3 key trends. Within seconds, you've got what you need. But you want to drill in. You ask Copilot a follow-up question about one of the trends. Copilot creates a new sheet, giving you a sandbox to play in and helping you better understand what's happening. You ask Copilot to visualize what contributed to the decline in sales growth this period. Copilot adds a little color to make the problem jump off the page. Now you want to dig deeper and ask a follow-up question with a what-if scenario. Copilot not only answers your question, it creates a simple model and even asks if you want to learn more about what it did with a step-by-step breakdown. Finally, you can ask it to create a graph of your projected model. Copilot in Excel turned a sea of data into clear insights and actions.
Great, thanks so much. As an example, what they explained there on Copilot, that can show you what is going to be happening in the future. If you can look at that data or how they actually started analyzing this, if I take that example into consideration where we need to sit with, let's say, 3 or 4 people and decide, okay, cool, if this is the scenario, what would happen? Then we would actually play it out. Then we start looking at the numbers and trying to analyze it and predict the future. Same principle applies that if somebody, for example, then say, okay, cool, how do we take this further? This is what Copilot is going to change going forward. Instead of having that workshop session where you've got 4 or 5 guys to actually try and determine what's going to happen in the future, now you can have that same effect within a couple of minutes. And that is going to become the way in which customers are starting to look at their accountants, that they want them to start predicting the future, trying to assist them in analyzing their data and the information that comes out of their numbers to try and see what's the future looking for the company itself. What do they need to change in the company? What products, what revenue lines, what services do they either need to adapt or change to make the future work and still be profitable itself? And that is, I think, what is so critical around this. From a Sage perspective, we're also looking at rolling out Microsoft Copilot into our own business as as a first phase, if you want to call it that. And we are going to see how this is going to change the way that we actually even interact with our own accountants and look at our program on how this can actually go forward. And I think that is me from a nutshell.
Thank you so much, Pierre. Thank you for simplifying the process of automating our organizations and ensuring that we are keeping up to date with artificial intelligence. Thank you to Sage for everything that they are doing in this area, because as accountants, we really are lost as to what we should be doing. We have got a few questions for you, Pierre, that have come through. The first question, and in fact, I'm going to take the first and the fifth question together because they all deal with the costs. The first one says clients are not prepared to pay for the conversion to cloud. What will be the pricing to take the desktop to cloud for accounting practices? And linked to that is a question that says, is it not possible for Sage to reduce cost of getting into the cloud for accountants, taking into account that they deal with a lot of clients?
Sure, thanks so much. And thanks for the questions, guys. Yes. So we actually do have a program where an existing customer that is on a Sage desktop product can freely migrate into the cloud itself. So it works on a very simple process where we've got a site where the customer can upload their data. We then convert it within 48 to 72 hours for this customer onto the cloud itself, and then send them through the details so that they can actually have the details. Pricing around cloud on an accountant's program, I think we're running out of time. I'll send out details around that.
I'll just take one last question, which is, what are the disadvantages of using cloud-based business systems as opposed to desktop systems?
I think for me, at the end of the day, the desktop system is that if you look at the tech partners and even the third-party programs or the app partners itself, a lot of their investment capital is going into the cloud systems. It's almost like the guys are moving away from desktop software, and that is where all the new tech, all the new features, all the new advancements is coming into the cloud systems. So for me, at the end of the day, desktop will never be completely null and voided, but it is going to be that process where if you're on the cloud, being able to do exactly the same task as what you were able to do on a desktop is going to be so much easier, so much faster, so much smoother and efficient.
Thank you so much. Thank you a lot, Pierre. Colleagues, if you need more answers to your cloud-based questions and anything to do with Sage, you can go into the Sage booth and you will be able to ask your questions, and there is somebody that is there to answer your questions. So please visit their booth. This is such an interesting conference because it really is making artificial intelligence to be something that we know, something that we are comfortable with, something that we really are seeing that we are using on a day-to-day basis. And it's important for us to always understand that if we do not want to be replaced by the robots, I repeat this, be an accountant that is using artificial intelligence. And to take us further, because there are so many risks that are attached to using artificial intelligence and also cloud-based or information that you do not know where it's stored. And the next panel discussion is going to be unpacking the ethical foundations in a changing landscape, and we are exploring how do we keep our businesses sustainable, agile, in compliance with the ESG. For this panel discussion, we are going to be led by our own Professor Rashid Small, who is known to everyone. And Professor Rashid Small is the Thought Leadership Executive within the Center of Future Excellence. And he will have a panel of presenters that are going to be unpacking this topic for us. We have got Dr. Namazila Mazan, who will be joining us online. We also have Figile Zwane and Brett Ramers, who are with us here on studio. So Prof will actually just give the panelists to just introduce themselves a bit more as to where they are coming from. And I'm handing over to Professor Rashid Small.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. I think if we listen to Johan and Faith about artificial intelligence, which cannot take away experience, and I think I'm fortunate to chair this discussion panel with people who have years of experience and also which cannot be taken away by AI. I thought our fifth panelist would be AI or a robot, but that's not applicable because they don't know enough, because our panel is very enriched in sustainability and ESG. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a minute each just to speak about your passion, your drive for ESG and sustainability. I'll start with you, Dr. Nuri.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon. I would like to thank SAIPA for inviting me to be able to share my passion and my knowledge on ethical foundation, sustainability, and ESG. You can just call me Noor. I've been an accountant for all my life, very much passionate about the accountancy profession. I was the CEO of the Malaysian Institute of Accountants, as well as a technical advisor for the representation in PIBC of IFAC. And now I sit on the board of a few organizations. One of that is the Sustainable Energy Development Authority, very close to ESG. And I also chair the audit committee of the third largest bank in Malaysia, and also a member of a board of a plantation company. So I think, as an accountant, we're very we're very ingrained with the ethical foundation. And I remember the mantra of the accountancy profession is to protect the public interest. That's why the ethical foundation is very important. And accountant also, is entrusted with the stewardship function. That's really something very important. So today, together with the other panel, we hope that we can actually enlighten on the topic of ethics and how ethics becomes the underpinning principle for us to lead our organization to achieve sustainability, long-term sustainability, while we are handling the environmental, social, and upholding governance. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. I now ask to Fikile. I know your passion is extremely high after my briefing with you about sustainability and ESG issues. Can you give us a minute of why you're so embedded in sustainability, especially in terms of impact on society?
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank SAIPA for the opportunity to be part of the panel. And as you're growing up you become an accountant, and you want to to support the reporting function of organizations. And then at some point, which happened for me about 10 years ago, when I realized the ESG factors, as actually at that time we're talking sustainability, not even ESG, talking sustainability, and you realize that where I'm living in Johannesburg. We've got mine dams. You're seeing the water being polluted. The water has been polluted, and then I became very passionate. Basically to say, what exactly is happening? What are we as accountants doing? And yes, as an accountant, I've been an accountant and an auditor for a long time. But this particular aspect just drove me because I thought that if we are going to be responsible citizens of South Africa, we need to make sure that we as accountants are driven in reporting fairly, because it's not just for the sake of the investors, but it's for the sake of our country, of our people, so that we make sure that our children tomorrow have a place to live in, and which which comes from people that have been responsible whilst they were alive and doing their work.
Thank you, Fikile. Now I'm going to speak to a non-accountant who's embedded in sustainability and ESG. Brett, where did your passion come from?
Sure. My life story starts probably at about age 12, where I wanted to be a marine biologist. And I studied very hard until I became a marine biologist and figured out I didn't have much of a future, unfortunately, in marine biology. But along the way, I picked up a lot of vital skill sets from the sciences that I was studying around climate change science or Earth system science. And I've used that to get closer and closer to financial decision makers, to try and get as much of an impact and try and win the hearts and minds, I suppose, of those people that are wielding the finances that impact on our society, to get them to make smarter and better strategic decisions, both for their organizations, for their companies, and for society at large. So I've got a very strong kind of climate change and water background, and I think it's great that. Well, personally for me, I think it's great that I'm in the room, because it's always great to have different voices and different opinions and different backgrounds coming together to discuss these ideas, and hopefully I can add some value and some insights from a slightly different angle today.
No, thank you, Brett. Dr. Noor, a question for you. Is the accountancy profession ready to drive sustainability and ESG in an ethical manner?
Okay, that's really an interesting question, Prof. I've been very much involved as well in looking at the learning and development accountants with the development of competency framework, and was also involved in the international education standard. Actually, the best part about the accountancy profession is actually the skill set that has been embedded, which the most important thing, the core skill set is actually on ethics. And with the ethical standard, with our strong code of ethics, the accountants are required to obtain whatever skills that are necessary for them to carry out the work, which is part of what we call the principle of due competence. Due competence is one of the main principle in our ethical code of ethics, our ethical standard. And with that, when a business is actually having the challenge of environmental crisis, environmental risk, social risk, and that actually impact the sustainability, the finance function as well as the accountancy professionals need to be to equip themselves to serve the organization. With a strong principle of due competence, I believe the profession is taking all the initiatives in helping the organization to thrive and to be sustainable. So with all the developments as well as the education that we have in place, especially coming from International Federation of Accountants, there are many conversations in the past, I would say 2 to 3 years with regards to sustainability. I hope by now most accountancy professionals have actually grasped the basic of ESG and sustainability. So in that case, ethical foundation, the ethical principles have been the underpinning values of the accountancy profession. And with all the ethical foundations, we are adding further knowledge on sustainability and ESG. And sustainability is actually, in a way, has been always ingrained, which is actually through the going concern. We always talk about the accounts that we prepare is for the foreseeable future. The business is going to be there in the foreseeable future. So it has been there from day one. So to that point, we do know what does sustainability mean, even though we probably did not call it sustainability 20 or 30 years ago. We talk about possible future. So in that sense, I think the values are there, the principles are there. The accountants need to equip with the current trend or the current mantra of ESG. Okay, so but I think the basic principles, the underpinning values are already there within our education system, within our CPD, within our learning and development activities. So
Thank you
yeah,
very
that
much, Dr. Nur. I
yes.
think just to link on to that is to say that yes, we have the core competencies to drive ESG and sustainability in an ethical manner. Fikile, now I come to you. We know that globally as well as in South Africa, our economy is upheld by SMEs. How important is ESG and sustainability to our SMEs when they are already on their knees fighting to survive in a very challenging economy?
Actually, I think the SMEs are fighting for survival and not being aware that they're actually trying to push the sustainability conversation, if I can put it that way. In that, on a daily basis, as an SME, in whatever you do, you are already saying, I want to be there tomorrow. It's difficult, but I'm fighting to be there. And in terms of the reporting, you want to make sure I mean, as accountants, as we are reporting there, we want to assist our SMEs to make sure that whatever reports that they take out there tell the full story. Having said that, it is challenging. It's not an easy space, especially like when you find SMEs in mining, for instance. They are trying to make sure that they are making it in that space, but the challenges that are there are challenges that can hinder on ethics from from a reporter's perspective. As an accountant, you are there. You need to assist your organization to report fairly. From an accounting perspective, we've bedded it down. We've got principles. We've got frameworks that give you guidance on how to report. But from an ESG perspective, that's when you find that though you find in the conversations that you have, you find that they are trying, they want to report, they are seeing the impact. I mean, as I'm saying, from a mining perspective, they see the report, the impact on, I mean, from a like on the society, in terms of their HR, their people who get impacted with some diseases because of the mines and because of the dust and so on. They see, they manage that, they send people to doctors, they do this, they do whatever they need to do. But then, having said that, it is not an easy space and it is not cheap sometimes. Unfortunately, it goes to the economics at this point. At this point, it's really not cheap. So it's a space where us as accountants have a responsibility to encourage the SMEs that you need to report, because if the people that are helping you to generate this revenue are not there tomorrow, or if the society is negatively impacted, you're not going to be there tomorrow. So, as I'm saying, it is extremely important, but it's also very challenging. It's not an easy space.
Oh, thank you, Fikile. Brett, a non-accounting question.
Thank you.
You know that we have the biggest one is emissions. Yet, if we look around the world, Africa is probably one of the lowest continent that emit your carbon dioxide, etc. But yet, we are restricted from using that as a commodity because of the regulated price by the United Nations and selling it to your Chinas, your Americas, your Europes that's polluting the country. How do we now bring that into our ESG to say that, I mean, I look at the public sector and all the landfills that we have and all the emissions that we saving. And then we sell it at I think at the moment it's $22 per, which is, yes, which should have been probably much more. So what's your take on that? Are we restricted from being economically active in contributing to climate change, or is it just that we're not big enough?
I think, look, this is starting from a macro perspective. This is a very interesting space to be in, and I'd be happy to climb on my soapbox for about an hour and a half just to talk about it alone. But I think the issue is that we don't have enough climate leadership globally. So the international polluters. So America is historically the largest contributor of emissions in the world. We don't see a lot of leadership in that space at the moment. Europe, second largest historically, or up there in the top 5. Also, they've started taking leadership in the space. And China, India are now rising economies that need to develop. And there's differences in terms of the emissions that are being created in America, lifestyle emissions versus developing economy emissions that are necessary for economies to develop. So I don't think we're being inhibited. I think by the economy, I think we're being inhibited by the lack of leadership in the space internationally at the moment. There are definitely opportunities, and look, South Africa is not a great use case to look at. We're, I think, the 12th largest emitter currently in terms of emissions. But the rest of Africa, there's so many opportunities to preserve biodiversity, to preserve water resources, and contribute to carbon sequestration through land use projects and preserving livelihoods that aren't being used because they can't be funded at the moment because there's just not enough uptake of those carbon credits in those spaces. And the formalization of those carbon credits, I know recently in the news, there's been a lot of anger and upset at the methodologies used to determine the auditing of carbon credits. So it's such a difficult and kind of convoluted space at the moment. But I think it's a it's an international leadership problem more than it's an economic problem, because once we have that leadership in place, we can start putting the systems in place that will shape the economics and drive the uptake of those opportunities.
Thank you, Britt. Dr. Noor, about leadership. Do we have strong enough accountancy professionals to take the leadership which Brett is speaking about in climate change, ESG, sustainability? Or are we just being led by our noses to say, don't worry, you little children, don't come to the table where big people are speaking?
Right. This is a very interesting questions, and I think it's a journey, and this has been a long journey from the within the accountancy profession. I think I remember like those days we talk about environmental accounting. Yeah, we spoke about that within the management accounting. We spoke about environmental accounting, identifying how we handle our management accounts by taking into considerations of how we can identify separate disclosure on whatever impacting the environment. But however, it didn't take off during those time as much. Later on, I'll go into potential reasons why the environmental accounting back then. I think 2008, yeah, the early 2000. It didn't really progress that well. And I remember academics has been talking about sustainability. They've spoke about CSR and all that like more than 10 years ago, like I think 15 years ago. I can see academics coming to the industry asking about how we take it into account, yeah, the CSR and all that. So the noise has been there. But again, as Brett has mentioned, who actually spearheaded the market? And this is very important as well for us to think about ourselves as an accountant, and how do we have that interoperability with the other professionals within our organization. And it is also interesting to note historically the accountants evolve, the profession evolved in tandem with the evolution of the economic theory. Remember, when I was younger, I mean, when I started my journey in accountancy, that was probably 30 years ago. Prof, if you are probably along, I mean, we are probably along that age. We spoke about profit maximization. I think those days, yeah, Prof. But then along the way, they said that we cannot just look at profit and loss. This is also the evolution of the accounting standard. We need to look at balance sheet strength. So in the year early 2000, I think late 1990s, we moved to the balance sheet accounting, looking at more of the capability of the assets to drive growth. Very interesting. Then we move, and then we talk about wealth maximization. No more profit maximization when we move into balance sheet. Prof, you are nodding. Maybe you experience that together. Along the journey, we talk about wealth maximization because we evolve, and now we talk about stakeholders wealth. Yeah, we talk about stakeholders capitalism and not shareholders capitalism. So we are evolving together with the market forces and economic theory. And when we talk about stakeholders capitalism, we spoke about donut economy. So the economic theory is also changing. And then I am part of the IR framework board. Yeah, part of a board member who look at the amendments to IR framework 2021. So the IR framework is also a journey. We educate, and we encourage reporting to look into non-financial, not just financial, because we believe there's a lot more stories to augment the financial. So integrated reporting started its journey in 2011, where the first framework came out in 2012. So we are evolving in the journey. So that's why I think we have to take more of a center stage, yeah, together with the other professionals. And I can see from my observation, ESG is also in a way driven by the investment community. I think they do look at the impact of environment and social to their assets around the world. And they also see the impairment of assets due to climate catastrophe. So the investment community drove the disclosure on ESG. Yeah, I think they are one of those founders that drove the disclosure on environmental factors. But the accountant has spoken about it from stewardship point of view longer than that. Yeah, we spoke about environmental accounting, but the progress and the take up was very slow because we are not working together with other professionals. But when we work together, for example, under an example of integrated reporting framework, where all professionals came together to progress the integrated reporting, I think that the conversation actually gained traction. So that now the latest development is looking at the sustainability reporting that's not only championed by the accountancy fraternity, but it's also supported by various parties. For example, the regulators, the capital market, the financial market regulators, as well as, of course, the climate scientists, people like Brad. We all have to work together, and this is where accountants also need to be part of the leadership. We need to bring our knowledge and professionalism, and of course our ethical underpinning to the table to work with the other professionals.
No, thank you, Dr. Noor. Fikile, I'm going to ask you a double-edged question. The first one is, are there opportunities for accountancy professionals in the space of sustainability and ESG? And secondly, what is the ethical dilemma in terms of reporting value versus money?
Um, we as accountants and auditors, we have a great opportunity to be involved in the space, mainly on the basis of our training. Our training has set us apart to be able to um, have a good conversation with those, the investors, to have a good conversations with those who have the stewardship role to play in the organization. And it is not an easy uh, road to walk as an accountant, because we have to change our mindset. We've been thinking money, 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 profit making, um, net profit. We've been looking at the balance sheet. We've been looking at the statement of financial position, the income statement, and so on. That's what has driven us all along, and that's what we studied for years to qualify. Having said that, we are we are in a good position to learn new skills, to learn about how to report on what is impacting our environment, and put it in the language that the investors can understand, into a language that other people can understand. So it is a great opportunity. I mean, when I started changing my mindset and going into sustainability, I realized that this is a great space for us to be in. But then we must be willing to learn. We must be willing to interact with other professionals, because if we can't respect the breadth of this world, and other professionals, we will not be able to issue um, good reports. Having said that, the drive behind the ethical dilemma we have in terms of profits, it is not that big in my mind, because, as Dr. Noor has said already, the foundation of our profit of our of the profession is ethics. It's ethical reporting. We have to be good stewards of um, what we report on. So um, we really are not in a difficult space, if in my mind. But then we need to change our mindset. You can't be driven by profit, because when I look around, and I mean, like, you see global warming, and for instance, we are experiencing cold rains in Joburg these days. It's October. I mean, it's November. We experience it in October, and it's unheard of that we'll have cold rains in Joburg, because um, it's usually warm. But then the issue of global warming is something that is talking to everybody, whether you know about it or not, because people are asking questions. So, as professionals, we need to be motivated more by our morals, our ethics, and then go back and say, yes, we know money is important, but what's more important is, are we going to be there in the foreseeable future? Are the organizations that you are working with telling the story of whether you are able to create wealth, in the foreseeable future? In terms of reporting, like, I mean, the integrated report has been mentioned. We need to make sure that, I mean, we help the our employers, or we take leadership, if we are when we are sitting in boards and so on, to give direction that you have to talk about your inputs and your outputs. But your outputs, more important, you must talk about our impact. We have to talk about the impact we have, because if the impact is not communicated in a proper way, in a reliable way, then we are missing the point. So we must take guidance from our ethics. and say, we can do it. It's doable. And I think the environment is ready. The environment is ready. People are ready for this type of reporting because we can see it. It's impacting us. We can't get away from the truths that we're experiencing.
No, thank you, Fikile. Brett, you come from a non-accounting environment into an accounting environment. I know when I started doing that in with the government entities, and when we speak to the economists and we speak to the accountants, the end result is the economists win. How did you find it when you came and spoke about value into a group which was focused on the treasury responsibility rather than the stewardship responsibility?
Sure. I think, look, it's an evolving discussion. And it depends on who you speak to. I think I'm very lucky in the company in BDO that I work with that there's an open mindset to it. They realize that it's an evolving space, and it's a space that you can be leaders in if you start making the right decisions early. And I think it speaks to a couple of themes that have come up. Collaboration. We can't solve the biggest problems in the world without getting everyone involved. You have to speak across where your particular silo is, and it helps you gain a better understanding, one, of the business, but two, of your role in society, and three, where your impacts are going from that organization. So collaboration is so critical, and it's not just in the climate change space that is the biggest kind of topic of discussion at the moment. We've also got unprecedented levels of water pollution from non-climate related potentially activities that are, it's a less tenuous link, but it's still man-made pollution in water bodies, and that's the next kind of challenge that we're going to have to solve. All while climate change is also impacting on our water supplies and rainfall. So yeah, so collaboration is an interesting one. But my background, I think, and what you also mentioned in terms of it's allowing the data to lead. It's from a scientific perspective, you receive the data, you analyze the data, and it's got to be replicable. You've got to be able to explain your methodology so that someone else that hasn't done the experiment can come along, pick up the same data, run the same methodology, and come to the same outcome. And I think that's where the conversations, that's how you win these conversations, when the data doesn't back down, and you haven't, and your methodologies are sound, and you can take those forward, and you can say, we've done the analysis. This is the only outcome it obviously has a range of error around it, but this is the outcome. This is what we have to deal with, because if we don't deal with it, we're going to create bigger problems, and we're going to have to end up dealing with it in 5 years' time anyway. So it's really about allowing the data to be the driver of these discussions. And it's an interesting space, data at the moment, in the non-financial data space, because this is not what accountants have been traditionally trained for. So in terms of conversations that need to be had around carbon emissions, that's not, you can eventually attach a rand or a currency value to that, but before you get there, you've got to do a lot of extrapolations. Water is a similar one. You don't necessarily have a currency value to a unit measurement of water. That's not something that is inherently understandable. So the non-financial data, you've got to have people that speak that language, that are able to build the bridges into the financial language speak, and then take it beyond that into communicating that to the wider society. So there's a lot of collaboration that needs to take place in the space. And as I say, it's evolving. Not everyone gets it straight away, but you start having a conversation, 3 months' time, you go back, they've heard from someone else, it's influenced their thinking. And that's how we move this ball up the hill towards our intended destination.
Brett, what you're saying is quite significant. I think if we go to the accounting standards and the conceptual framework, there's two stuff which they speak about: qualitative characteristics of reporting, which is underpinned by verifiability, which is what you mentioned about data. Whether I repeat the same experiment, I'll come up with the same answer. And the second one, which we don't look at significantly, but I think sustainability and ESG, is that we must report on the business model of the organization, which we don't do.
No.
My question, open end, anyone can respond to it, is how do we get the monkey off our back about trying to please investors?
Yeah, maybe I can I can start, yeah, with a few points on that. I think, first of all, it's really interesting when you talk about trying to please investors. Um, yeah, I would like to quote. There was one report by Climate Bond Initiative (CBI). Uh, it was released in 2022, and it was called "Flying Blind." Yeah,
Right.
flying blind. Yeah, so maybe you can search through Google to download that report. But I just want to share the gist. So what that report was all about, mainly the findings, they actually look at, they did an analysis on about 107 annual reports, which includes the financial statements. And they said that the sustainability reports actually contain, this is for, of course, the shares traded on stock exchange, actually contain a number of disclosures on matters related to environment, such as carbon emission, GHG emission, water and waste management, and also on the social, and also including, of course, the risk, the materiality. But they found nothing in the financial statements, and there is no connectivity. So ideally, if you mention about climate risk or social risk, you are looking into the impact to your business models, and that potentially will also impact your your assets and your liabilities, and your operation. So to the least, it probably will impact your asset, especially if there will be stranded assets, right? But they don't see that similar disclosure. For example, in the significant accounting policies, they didn't see the disclosure with regards to the risk, yeah, climate risk. So it's very interesting. And then first, on the preparers, on the companies that didn't also have the same disclosure, at least in the significant accounting policies. And also, second, they said that account is being audited by the auditor, but the auditor also did not say anything in the key audit matters, or at least comment or on that non-disclosure. So that was the I think the results from the findings, or from the analysis of CBI. Yeah, I think it was prepared together with UNPRI, yeah, Principal Responsible Investment. So but I think this is where it's really interesting to also see the evolution. So we have sustainability reporting, and we have the data. And then next, they said, okay, hang on, companies are preparing those data, but how then we know whether those data are reliable? Then they then go to the auditors and say, hello, can you give assurance to that? And then now we can see that the International Auditing and Assurance Standard Board already issued the consultation paper on the sustainability assurance standard. So it is an evolution, but you can also see that we accountants are always trusted with the stewardship function. They do come to accountants to ask about the assurance, and and think about that. They can't come to anyone, probably non-accountants, to talk about assurance, because there was a question, why would accountants give assurance on climate data? What do they know about climate data? So I had that question in a conference back then in 2020, right? Very interesting. And but because we accountants are very much ingrained with, our policies, the structure that we have, the standards that we always look at, the principles like Prof said, qualitative principles of financial statement, very, very much standard bound people. Okay. So they came to IAASB and talk about the standards. So the standards that IAASB, the International Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, has been consulting on, I think for about a month now, that also is to be used by anyone. Yeah, not just accountants or auditors, but if internal auditor or consultants wants to use that, they can use as long as they adhere to the ethical code. So that's really very interesting. But we are okay, and because we have always been trusted with stewardship function. So whether how much, to what extent we want to satisfy the investors is also one of the stakeholders. Okay,
Yes.
so we need to then look at the balancing act, and also to bring it back to the purpose, and to also balance between the different stakeholders. So there are multi stakeholders, and we need to also consider the other stakeholders. So that's why the balancing act is very important.
No, thank you, Dr. Noor. Now I want to ask Keely and Brett, how do we bring ESG and sustainability as the most important item on the agenda of board meetings in the decision making process? Because I think they speak about it, but it's normally agenda item number 20. Anyone?
Yeah. Do you want to go first?
I'll take a stab at it. Yeah. I think, and it balances with the question that you've just asked on shareholder, the monkey on your back of shareholders, is that I think shareholders are happy when they're involved in a company that is resilient. And it's about bringing and increasing the resilience of that company by taking into account the material matters from the sustainability agenda and in using them to increase the resiliency of the company. So that when you're sourcing materials for whatever gadget that you produce, that you don't eventually run off a cliff and you can't find that material anymore because it was related to the natural resource and you've gone and exhausted all of that. So it's really about bringing it into business decision making, ensuring that you design products that are sustainable from the get-go, so that you don't have to worry about it later on and about applying additional factors to try and make something that's inherently non-sustainable sustainable. It's really about bringing it into the design process. It's about bringing it closer and into your business strategies, so that it becomes part of business as usual. How you do it depends on your organization, and I'm not going to give a recipe for that. But yeah, it's an essential component as far as I see, in terms of business resilience, and putting resilience on the table and making sure that your business is there not just 1 year's time, but in decades to come.
Okay.
I think in South Africa we have an advantage having have Marvin King, who's pushed governance. When you look at the King report, King 1, 2, 3, 4, you see the evolution of what directors are being forced to look at. You started with triple bottom line reporting, coming back to sustainability, and then the King report went into encouraging people to adhere to the even though it didn't. Well, I think it's mentioned the international integrated reporting framework. And when you look at that, you see the agenda that has been pulled and put on the table for directors, for instance. And when you look at the JSE, the JSE that encourages reporting on the basis of the integrated, like the King 4, or explaining why you have not adhered with that. And not only is the JSE pushing that, it also pushes it's encouraging people to generate integrated reports. So I think the reason why I'm saying we are fortunate in South Africa, we already have a landscape that has changed, and if you want to adhere to best practice, we encourage you to say, but then look at what what the listed entities are required to do, and look at the best integrated reports or the integrated reports that have been generated, and look at what they are saying to you. And so I think what the long and short of what I'm trying to say is the foundation has been laid in South Africa in terms of bringing this topic onto the investors, because already they are, I mean, if you are investing in the JSE, you're supposed to. And I'd like to believe, if I'm not wrong, also in America, there is a requirement for people to report on sustainability. So if and also, I mean, in the UK, you've got the sustainability standards that have been issued and the requirement for people to adhere to that. So this is very topical, and we need to put it on the table of of the investors, of the boards, and say this is what is required. So if you want best practice, this is what you need to adhere to. Having said that, this morning I was listening to some clip on YouTube where Warren Buffett was talking, and he was saying, we as the greatest investors, the biggest investors, we are adhering to sustainability principles. We are making sure that the environment is safe, but we're not interested in reporting on that. I was rather disappointed, when I heard that. But having said that, I was not disappointed from a perspective of saying there is a push. They are. He was thinking that he was saying we are already adhering this. We are pushing wind, solar generation. I mean, wind, electricity generation, and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is, I think the investors out there are already aware. We must just make sure that as we discuss, we put the information in front of them. We talk about it, because nobody will say at this day and age they are not aware of what is impacting all of us.
No, thank you, Pikila. My next question before we wrap up, I see we got 5 minutes, is that the impact of large corporates enforcing sustainability reporting and the impact it has on the value chain, especially on the SMEs, because at the end of the day, the SMEs become the manufacturers on which they're going to say you need to comply with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, up until probably double G. And the large corporates are saying we're just selling.
Yeah.
Anyone want to comment on that effect on that? Is it fair? Is it unethical? And like Brad said, we need to look at it from the start. And I've spoken to many large corporate strategic planners, and they say, yes, we do cost benefit analysis, we do take sustainability in, but at the end of the day, the numbers tell us what to do.
To go back to your previous question that links back to this, is that and I think what's very interesting is with the new IFRS standards for sustainability, S1 and S2, regulators are going to enforce that you make sustainability the first item on your agenda. So if you don't get to grips with it now, you're going to wait until that deadline day, and then you're suddenly going to be scrambling for it. So I think that's the encouragement, is that if you don't take it seriously, the regulators are going to make you take it seriously. If you look at the speed that regulation has taken in this space, from TCFD being voluntary to being mandatory in the UK and Europe, that was a very short time period when you start looking at these. And already with the task force on nature-related financial disclosures, regulators are already involved in forming that framework. So where it's not going to be voluntary for very long, it's going to be mandated very shortly. So I think that's how you get it to the top of the agenda for most companies. But yeah, it's a. I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought. But this was something I was thinking of when you were busy discussing that, and thinking this is exactly what the regulators are going to make you do in that space.
We got 3 minutes left. 1 minute to each one. Just your closing thoughts and advice, Dr. Noor. 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, all right. First of all, it is a journey, and it's very important that we accountancy professional upskill and also learn the new trade, or learn the knowledge of sustainability and ESG, and also the reporting requirements. And if we look into technology, we are learning about technology, and now is something, development is about the ESG. So similar that we are learning technology, now we have to learn about ESG. So I think we are always evolving through the time. So it's we need to, I think, put all the effort, and also collaborate with the other field as well, with the other professionals, and keep on and be part of the leadership as well.
No, thank you, Dr. Noor. Fikile, closing remarks. 1 minute.
I'm hoping that as the standards are being developed by the IFRS Foundation, we're also going to get to a point where we have sustainability standards for SMEs, like we had IFRS for SMEs, so that it will lessen the burden for the SMEs, because we cannot ignore, there's no way that any economy can ignore SMEs, because they are the ones that are carrying a lot of people in the society. So, but then having said that, we need to keep to our ethics as accountants. We need to push for this reporting. It's not easy, but we need to push for it, and also hold hands with the SMEs, helping them in this journey.
No, thank you, Fikile. Brett?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to build on your point in terms of the integration, but I'm going to encourage people to take up leadership roles in the space. It's an evolving space, but it needs leadership. We've seen a profound lack of leadership in it, but it's waiting for us to take a leadership role and start having our voices heard as society, as people that are involved in society and that have a stake in the environment. So yeah, I think I'm just going to encourage leadership in the spaces.
Okay, thank you to the three guests. From my side, I just want to say that I'm a non-financial information enthusiast. I thrive on it. You get more money than just pushing financial information out. The opportunities are out there. We do have the skills. All we need to have is the backbone to say that, like Brett said, then the information will speak for itself. There's opportunities, so please grab it with both hands. And from my side, I think the opportunities are there, but like everything in life, if you miss the opportunity and you jump onto the train late, there's no space for you. Otherwise, thank you very much for your input. I think it was very fruitful discussions, and also part of ensuring the evolution within the accountancy profession. Thank you very much, and thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Listening to this topic, the ethical foundations in a changing landscape, exploring sustainability, agility, and ESG. I want to say the one thing that just kept on coming back to me the whole time was this morning's keynote address, where the statement was made, are we doing sustainability, corporate reporting, social responsibility for the right reasons? Is it something we do to get BE points? Is it something we do because it's the right thing to do? And that for me is where the ethical leadership and the ethical foundation in this topic plays such a big part and is so important. So I think everyone has spent so much time listening to all our great speakers for the first half of the day. We will now break for lunch. We will start again at 13:45, so that's 1:45. 13:45. Also keep an eye out on the platform during lunch. There's also going to be another game and an opportunity to win. Thank you so much. We'll be back 13:45.
Wake up, and open up your eyes. Wake up, it's time you realize. Every chance you'll ever take, running down this rainbow road. Every dragon heart you break, every hand you'll ever hold. Every time you really see where you are is where you'll be. The sky will shine tonight. Up in the sky, That's where you are. In the stars. Where you are. That's where you are. Look up, look down. We're spinning all around. Look in, look out. This is what it's all about. Every breath you'll ever take, running down this rainbow road. Every giant heart you break, every hand you'll ever hold. Every time you really see where you are is where you be. The sky will shine tonight. Up in the stars. That's where you are. Up in the stars. That's where you are. That's where you are. That's where you are. Up in the stars. That's where you are. That's where you are. Up in the stars. That's where you are. Up in the stars. Where you are. That's where you are.
Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been freaking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always keep freaking me out. Can't make you happier now. Usually I put something on TV, so we never think about you and me. But today I see our reflections clearly in Hollywood and on the screen. You just need a better life than this. You need something I can never get. Fake water all across the road. It's gone now, the night has come, but sometimes all I think about you. Late nights in the middle of June. You ain't been freaking me out. Can't make you happy enough. You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You said something so loving, but now I gotta let you go. You'll be better off with someone new. I don't wanna be alone. You know that it hurts me too. You look so broken when we cry. One more and then I'll say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. You always been taking me out. Can't make you happy enough. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. You always been taking me out. Can't make you happy enough. I just wonder what you're dreaming of when you sleep and smile so comfortable. I just wish that I can give you that look that's perfectly unsaid. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. You always been faking me out. Sometimes think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happy enough. Sometimes I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. You always keep faking me out. Can't make you happy enough.
I don't usually get though. But my tell me, is it too soon? Was I cold? Making noise, going crazy. I know you say you're not afraid to dive into something. Got nothing to lose, but I'm not that way. Taking my sweet time, don't wanna be the one to cry. But I'm breaking the rules. I don't usually get so. But I'm tell me, is it too soon? Was I wrong? Breaking the rules, going crazy. My hands, they shake when you walk into the room, and I can't think straight. There's no one like you, but I want in the chase. This feeling with you, don't walk away from this tonight. I'm going with you, losing my cool, breaking my rules. I don't usually get so out of my head, walking the air. When am I falling into? Losing my cool, breaking my rules. I don't usually get so out of my head, walking the air. When am I falling into? How many is it too soon? Losing my cool, breaking my rules. I'm going crazy, crazy over you. Crazy, got me crazy, crazy over you. You know, me you say it so. Feel it, I'm going crazy. If you don't wanna see me, telephone 180, crazy. Thinking about the way I was till the heartbreak changed me. Baby, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you love me at all. So if you don't wanna see me, somebody. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up.
Don't come out. Don't start caring about me now. Walk away. You know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? Though it took some time to survive you, I'm better on the other side. I'm over it already, so moved on. It's scary, I'm not where you left me at all. You don't wanna see me, it's somebody. If you want to believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me, then nobody. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't show up, don't come out, we couldn't turn around till we were upside down. I'll be the bad guy now. No, I ain't too proud. I couldn't be to the center, sleeping shade and I'm cold. We can't let it go. In circles. So I take I got a feeling that it's time to let go. I said so. I knew that this was doomed from the get-go. You thought that it was best, but it was just a till the end. Let it go. See me change and I'm really cold. We can't let go. Tell me what it's gonna do. So I need let it go. Season say that let it go. We can't run away, run away. So I take so
Never felt this way. Never thought I'd be ending with something I could believe. I'd leave love for my dreaming, 'cause I don't want my heart to bleed. So tell me, why is it when I would close my eyes, it's you I would see, it's you I would dream. I don't want to be in a fantasy, so why won't you let me breathe? 'Cause I don't want to feel this way, but you want to hear me say that I can't stop thinking about you, that my heart stops beating when I'm with you. It's true. I never felt this way. When you walked out that door, I didn't think I would care, but you left me wanting more, and I denied my feelings were there. But you took me by surprise when you caught my eye. We never fight about who was right, but I keep denying, and we start fighting again and again and again and again. 'Cause I've never felt this way. Oh, you wanna hear me say that I can't stop thinking about you, that my heart stops beating when I'm with you. 'Cause I can't help but feel this way. You know I tried to hide from you, but I know it didn't matter what I do. In my heart I knew I lied to myself, 'cause thought I was broken. I know you will risk it all, so you catch me when I fall to the ground. Gravity, anything with you, 'cause I've never felt this way. Oh, you wanna hear me say that I can't stop thinking about you, that my heart stops beating when I'm with you. So can't help but feel this way.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight, something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, standing alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use. But do my bad habits lead to white eyes staring in space? Lose control of the things that I say. I can't escape. It's true, it's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time. Lighting up the neon lights in the dark. I only know how to go too far. My back to late night, standing alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Sorry, this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or do my bad habits lead to white eyes staring in space? And I know I lost control of the things that I say. I was looking for a way, I know I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. We took the long way round and burned till the fun ran out. Now my bad habits lead to late nights, standing alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, but do my bad habits lead to white eyes staring in space? I lost control of the things that I say. I was looking for a way. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you.
Words flow out of my head, but I get anything off of my chest. That's just the end. Only things that I never said. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Let's say a little less, taking the breaks that make it a mess. I'm not sure this, living in blank, taking the best. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Words fall out of my head. Gotta get something off of my chest. Let's just get to the end. Only hear things that I never said. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Let's say a little less. Taking the breaks that we can mess. I'm trying my best. Living in night, thinking we're less. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best.
Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I miss your touch on nights when I'm hollow. I know you cross a bridge that I can't follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than, and if you can't be next to me, your memory's ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your virtual lunch. I hope also you are charged up now for the afternoon session, because we continue to bring you world-class speakers that are going to challenge your thinking, challenge what we are doing currently to see how we make ourselves to be future fit. So next online, we have got our guest who is going to be joining us online, and that is Simon Messenger. And Simon will be joining us virtually. Is he on?
Hello, nice to see you.
Thank you. Welcome, Simon. And we are excited to have you to be presenting to us a topic that is going to be telling us, as accountants, in today's terms, what is that we need to know and what do we have to do for the paradigm shift towards sustainability and ESG considerations. We have just, Simon, for your benefit, we just had a panel discussions where we were looking at the ethics foundations of sustainability and ESG. And that's actually fitting very well with where we are coming now, where we will be looking at what are the things that we need to be considering as we shift focus for sustainability and also ESG. We saw the questions that came up from the members, and they are still concerned that as small and medium-sized entities, it becomes very difficult to really embrace all of these changes because it all comes at a cost, and sometimes that cost is not going to be paid by the clients that they are servicing. Unfortunately, we are in an evolving world. And for us to keep up to date and for us to keep this country and the world alive, we need to embrace and also take charge of ourselves and what we are doing as far as ESG is concerned. Simon, as I've said, we are excited to have you. I'll now hand over to you.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and likewise, I'm absolutely delighted to be speaking to you today. It's a great opportunity, and which we appreciate the invite for, and I look forward to the questions that may come through during the session today. And just to introduce myself very briefly, I work in the market engagement team of the IFRS Foundation, focusing specifically on the international sustainability standards. And I have been working in the field for about 10, 15 years, previously in a few different Big Four consultancies. I've headed up a few NGOs in sustainable finance and sustainability reporting. And now I'm working with the IFRS Foundation. So in terms of today, what I wanted to talk about was, first of all, to give you a bit of an overview of what has happened really in the last month, well, maybe the last 3 or 4 months roughly, globally, both from a sustainability perspective and also from an ISSB specific perspective. Then I wanted to go into a little bit of a technical overview of the 2 standards that we've published to date. It's a fine balance in that we could easily spend probably 2 or 3 hours on each standard, or we could also spend 2 minutes on each standard. I've tried to find a middle ground, which kind of explains some of the technical considerations, which then helps you understand a little bit, the thinking and the rationale behind the standards. This, of course, helps, shape, what is happening on a global perspective in terms of sustainability disclosures. And we should also have, I know that she's juggling a few different events today, but Dr. Ndidi Enoli Ezen, who's one of the board members of the International Sustainability Standards Board, she should be joining us just at the end of my presentation to give a few words to talk again about the strategic element and what we're trying to achieve really with the standards, and in particular in Africa at the moment, and why a lot of the work that we're conducting is with the African continent to ensure that ultimately the needs of the African jurisdictions are heard and integrated in our thinking. So to start off with, I wanted to talk about the ISSB standards. And one bit which is important is to remember that the ISSB, it hasn't reinvented the wheel, to use that expression. The ISSB, it aims to consolidate the global sustainability disclosure landscape, and therefore reduce the complexity of having multiple different sources of reporting guidance or frameworks. And at the same time, it's looking to build on the established expertise and practices which are associated with these different market-leading frameworks and standards. I should also reassure you that many of you will have seen many different acronyms over the years in the sustainability world. This is the most logos and most acronyms you'll see on the presentation today. This is just to kind of explain that really when the ISSB was created, one of the first steps was actually it involved the consolidation of a few different organizations into it. So you had one entity called the Value Reporting Foundation, which included integrated reporting and the SASB standards. You also had the Climate Disclosure Standards Board. Those of them essentially, and I'm shorthanding, but the teams and the technical knowledge moved over to the IFRS Foundation. And then the TCFD, it's a little bit different in terms of how it fits within the work that we're doing. I'll come back to that afterwards. But essentially, a lot of the principles and thought process linked to the TCFD are integrated in the work we're doing. So really, the key message here is we're not starting from scratch. We're working with what was already, I guess, commonly used in the market, both by preparers and by investors and other actors in the wider market. Then, in terms of one of the I guess strategic considerations is essentially, I'm shorthanding a question, but what is the purpose of the ISSB standards? Where does it fit within the disclosure landscape? And this, of course, is a simplification in terms of slide. But what we're looking to show here is that, essentially different standards and different frameworks look to answer different questions, like a different subset of questions for a different subset of stakeholders. So it isn't a case of, say, three boxes being next to each other and competing with each other. It is more like subsets of each other. So here, if we start with the smallest box, the dark blue one, this relates to information which is currently in an organization's financial statements. So the balance sheet, income statements, statement of cash flows, etc. That information is the purview of the financial accounting standard setters, so the IASB, effectively. Then there's this broader set of information, the middle box, which is what we call sustainability-related financial disclosures. So this is the reporting on a subset of sustainability topics which are relevant to investors. And this is where the ISSB comes in. And then the broader system of sustainability reporting is represented, by the largest box, and that's the concept of multi-stakeholder reporting. It's, in terms of international standards, it's the purview of the GRI standards, and there's a lot of regulatory work here and there, which, in different countries, which of course has this kind of this bigger net of both topics and stakeholders. And the two blue boxes, and this is especially important, is to note that the inner box. So those two boxes, they are, I guess, linked by the concepts and the principles of integrated reporting. And this really is it's a basis. We've used that as a basis for connecting traditional financial accounting and this broader sustainability information in terms of how that is reported to investors and wider capital markets participants. So again, I'll come back to that later when we talk about the technical side, but I hope this kind of gives a bit of a overview of the essentially how all of these different elements in the reporting landscape are complementary to each other, and how they really have a role which sits alongside each other. In terms of big developments in the last few months, so if we take from the middle of the year, this year, of course, at the end of June is when we launched the two standards. A couple of the big announcements afterwards were, notably that the Financial Stability Board announced shortly afterwards, and I'll also come back to this in my next slide, that they essentially consider the work of the TCFD, so the Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosures, which has been driving a lot of the sustainability reporting, or these climate reporting activities in the last few years. They consider that work, to be, finished essentially. And then, we had shortly afterwards IOSCO, which endorsed the standards. There's then a lot of work with different groups at the European Commission here, talking about the high degree of alignment in the works. Again, the idea here in terms of the standards that we're developing, actually I have the words in the title here. It's a global baseline. It's not looking to dictate, so to speak, the ultimate rules in every single country. It's a well-structured information. Every jurisdiction always remains sovereign in terms of the ultimate regulation that we'll be developing, but it kind of sets this baseline for this is the language. These are the kind of topics which are material for different industries on different topics, and then everyone afterwards can essentially build on that. There's a lot of work which is ongoing, which I won't dive into in too much depth, but in terms of continuing the initial work that was launched around the digital taxonomy, which of course is integral, the international applicability of some of the industry-specific standards. So lots and lots of ongoing work. The two which I want to draw out from there, the first one is the TCFD one that I mentioned about the fact that the ISSB represents the culmination of its work. This is of course a huge signal to the market, because TCFD is one of the more used frameworks globally at the moment. And of course, there were a lot of conversations throughout the development of the ISSB standards with the various different teams, but central to this is the fact that the ISSB standards are heavily based on the original structure of the TCFD, and it leverages all of its principles. So it makes sense in terms of the where it was going. And for those of you who were involved in the field, I guess it was about 6 years ago when the TCFD came out. The TCFD has grown into a very, very big entity structure, TCFD reports and so forth. But compared to what it was maybe for some actors meant to be initially, which was probably not the scale of what it's become now, really what the ISSB has become, really represents, what it kind of set out in the early days of its end goal in terms of institutionalization of these concepts. With that said, and I mentioned it just before, the IOSCO, it recently endorsed the standards, and it noted that, to read off the screen, after a detailed independent analysis, it's determined that the ISSB standards, serve as a global framework for capital markets. It's really worth underlining a historic milestone, because the only other precedent of IOSCO's endorsement was when they endorsed the IFRS accounting standards in 2000. So the fact that they've, come out and, provided this statement really sends a signal to the market about the robustness of the work that was conducted by the IFRS Foundation in terms of developing the standards to the quality and the quality ultimately and the level of what is seen as traditional financial reporting standards. So this is the background I just want to touch on quickly in terms of setting the scene from a strategic perspective, some of the main big developments that have happened in the last 4 or 5 months or so. Over the next few minutes, what I want to do now is I'm going to provide an overview of the S1, the general requirements standard, and then the S2, the climate standard. This first part is going to focus on the general requirements one, but even before I get into it, one bit which is important to note is that there's a expectation. Well, it's essentially the two standards, they come together. So it's not a case of one can choose to just do S1 or just do S2. And I'll explain how they fit together later. But essentially, well, actually, I won't jump forward. I'll come back to that later. But essentially, yeah, that's a key point that I'll be making references here sometimes to S2, also the climate one. But it's worth noting the package that comes together. So in terms of the S1, so this is our overarching and foundational document. It sets out the general requirements for a company to disclose information about its sustainability-related risks and opportunities, which are necessary essentially for investors in terms of making decisions related to providing resources to the company. S1, it sets out the core content for what would be a complete. Previously, it applies the architecture of TCFD recommendations. So it's quite recognizable for people who've been doing sustainability reporting recently and using TCFD. It requires some industry-specific disclosures. And an underpinning principle of all of the standards, which is worth noting too, is that the data which is provided and the application essentially of the standard, it must be cost effective for the preparer and decision useful for the user. So in this instance, the investor or capital markets actor. And this is a set of guiding principles or guiding concepts which has come all the way from the SASB standards, where which I'll come back to how they fit together. But on average, previously for the SASB standards, there were only 13, and that's 13 indicators per industry which had to be disclosed. So it's a very small number. And the idea, again, to go back to what I just said before, it has to be this was developed by the market for the market with technical experts too. So lots of different actors involved. And here again, the idea is that it's cost effective, realistic for the preparer to gather that information, and the user is actually going to be able to make a decision based on that data. If it doesn't tick those two boxes, then essentially there is no requirement for such a metric to be disclosed. And finally, the other point which is worth noting is that IFRS, so this general requirements one, it can be used in conjunction with any accounting requirements. It benefits, of course, from having been designed using the concepts of the traditional IFRS accounting standards, and as I said, the same robustness and principles were in all of the work that was here. S1, it sets out the overarching requirements for a company to disclose, as I said, information about its sustainability-related risks and opportunities. And here we mean, those risks and opportunities that investors would be interested in. We don't, as I just said before, mean every single risk and opportunity which a company could be affected by. And it's important to think here, and this comes back to the integrated reporting, integrated thinking bit a little bit, that we're clear about why sustainability-related information matters to investors. And this is because a company's prospects, they're clearly linked to how it works with and serves its stakeholders in the community, how it operates in society, and the natural resources that it draws upon, throughout its value chain. So we want here to be able to enable a company to explain how it maintains its resources and its relationships, how it manages its dependencies on them, how it impacts these resources, relationships. So really, the whole package is not just a one-way kind of direction in terms of impact from one to the other, and so forth. And again, as I said at the start, it is very interesting sometimes to spend hours essentially talking about it. We could almost talk about just this one concept for hours, but I'm going quite quickly to be able to cover a few of the main points in terms of the concepts behind it. One of the other key principles, the concepts that of materiality, it's the same materiality filter that's applied to financial statements. So same concept for those applying the IFRS accounting standards. We have the definition here in terms of, but you'll be more than familiar with it in terms of, the information, if it's material, if it can reasonably expected to influence an investor decision. I'll go quite quickly on this one because I think people will be familiar with the concept behind it. In terms of the information, so, and this is around the connectivity between, call it the traditional financial information, what's in the financial statements, and the sustainability one. It's very important for the information to be connected, so that the investors have this complete, consistent, holistic understanding of the company. So here, for some organizations, the points I'm going to make here will be easy in that they already apply them. But for others, because sometimes there's been a disconnect between the financial team and the sustainability team, it may be something that takes a little bit more time to get the process in place. So first of all, it's the fact that the sustainability related financial disclosures, they shall be prepared for the same reporting entity and reporting period as the related financial statements. This means the same value chain, and that is sometimes not the case, because sometimes some sustainability topics have a slightly longer value chain than what was historically considered as being under control from a purely financial perspective. So that needs to be taken into account. They should be provided at the same time as the financial statements and as part of the general purpose financial report. And they should also include the same data and assumptions which are consistent essentially consistent with the corresponding data and assumptions in the financial statements. Again, in organizations which are really well connected, where people have been working together for years and years, this will already be the case. But for many, because there will have been slightly separate processes and operations, this will require a lot of change, essentially, ultimately, to align the approaches. As I mentioned, the companies that use the TCFD recommendations will already be providing information about their core content areas. These, I won't go through detail in too much detail. But for those who are familiar, you recognize those 4 pillars: governance, strategy, risk management, metrics, and targets. It's the same structure, so no surprises essentially there. One bit which is worth noting too is that S1 points to other sources of guidance to help companies identify the risks and opportunities to report on. This is partly because as it stands right now, and maybe this is where I can jump in terms of explaining, we have S1, which is a general requirements. Later, I'll be talking about S2, which is one of the themed standards, so it's climate. We haven't defined yet what the other themes may be, because we're working on it right now. It may be biodiversity, it may be human capital, TBC. This is stuff that we're working on. We had a consultation, the feedback has come in, we're analyzing it right now. But therefore, the climate standard has been, the climate metrics have been published. This is S2. But what about the other topics? So S1, it points to other sources of guidance. It could be SASB standards, it could be CDSP, GI, other frameworks, regulatory requirements. There's information in there which kind of points what preparers can do in terms of finding the information. And linked to that, one of the key pieces of feedback we received during our consultation on the exposure draft, so that was last year, was how important it is to make sure that the preparers have enough materials to understand, what to do and how to do a good job. So, and this in particular includes those with more limited resources and to some large degree those in emerging markets. So the ISSB took this request very, very seriously. And there's 2 types of supporting materials listed here, which have already been published with the standards. There's the application guidance and then accompanying guidance. Beyond this, and this is already out there, available on the website, anyone can access it. And I guess it's the next level of breakdown of how to essentially use the standards. Beyond this, we're thinking very carefully about the educational materials and support that we need to provide. We're monitoring needs over time. We're developing materials where necessary. There will be a knowledge hub that we'll be producing and making available to all soon. So just to kind of reiterate, there's an understanding that this is not going to be easy for everyone, and that's been taken into account, and we will include it in the work that we're doing. Finally, before I move on to the climate one afterwards, which I'll go through at a reasonable pace again, just to make sure we have time for questions and comments afterwards, if there are any. We know that, as I was saying, applying the ISSB standards will be a change to many. So to help that, there's reliefs for the first year application. There's 5 core reliefs provided in this first year. Firstly, initially, As I said, only the climate standard has been published. So for the first year, we can companies can just focus on that and not on the other themes where they may need to go and do more work to identify them. There can be a delay, like up to a 6-month delay in publishing the sustainability information versus the financial statements. And then the other 3 reliefs, there's a 1-year relief in terms of providing scope 3 emissions. For those companies who don't apply the GHG protocol right now, there's another year relief. And the last one, which is almost kind of straightforward in a way, is that one doesn't have to provide comparative information. It kind of makes sense. If it's your first year of disclosing, of course, you don't have previous year information to disclose against. And in terms of the standards themselves and the application date, so as it stands, the S1 and S2, they're effective for annual reporting periods which begin on or after the 1st of January 2024. So they can be used earlier as long as they're used together and when this is disclosed. There are a few reasons for setting 2024 as the effective date. The primary reason is a pretty straightforward one. The ISSB, it's responding to urgent demand from investors for decision useful information. We're building on the well-established standards and frameworks, TCFD and so forth, and then transition reliefs are available. So those are, I guess, some of the key considerations. We can come back to the detail later. I'm just conscious, I want to make sure I give enough attention to the climate standard, which I will touch on now. So the climate standard 2. So here again, it fully incorporates the recommendations of the TCFD. It should be used in accordance with S1, and it requires a disclosure of both cross-industry and industry-specific information about climate-related risks and opportunities. In applying S2, here too, a company is identifying and disclosing material information sorry, I'm just making sure that my colleague NDDs would join. I'm just saying that a company identifies and discloses material information about climate-related risks and opportunities. So S1, provides companies, the kind of the overall, know-how of how, one should be doing this. And again, in terms of materiality, here, there's another level of detail in terms of the concepts behind it, but it's a similar kind of approach. One bit which I find which is very important actually in terms of explaining the difference between S1 and S2 is on this slide, which I'm just putting just now. So I think this is a neat summary of the key elements of information which you'll find between the S1 standard and the well, actually just in the S1 standard, because then they're not in the S2 one. And I'm saying this, I believe the slides will be made available afterwards, but if not, certainly this information can be found online. But if possible, we'll share the slides with you afterwards. But in effect, so S1, it's establishing all of the key concepts and how to think about the value chain, the important guidance about the assessment of materiality, and then the S2, is diving into this this climate topic. It has just like as an overarching structure, just like S1, it's got the 4 pillars of TCFD: governance, strategy, risk management, metrics and targets, but specific and opportunities. And in terms of mapping TCFD to the S2, again, here we could go in a lot more depth. This is just a summary, but essentially the main message that comes out of this slide is that if you've used TCFD before and you haven't looked at S2 yet, it's broadly consistent. There's a little bit extra, which is what the bullet points are here, and this is what I'll touch on in the next few slides, but it is essentially the same concepts which are behind it. And segueing on from that, which I guess is the core and the important bit here in terms of what is in S2. So, and I should say that I have just one slide on each of these bullet points afterwards, just to go into depth. But essentially, the 6 main areas, first of all, is strategy and decision making, so including any transition plans which a company has. Then there are the current and anticipated effects of climate-related risks and opportunities on a company's financial performance, financial position, cash flows, the assessment of climate resilience, the disclosure of the company's scope 1 to 3 GHG emissions, industry-based metrics, and any climate-related targets. So now I'll go into a bit of depth on each of those very quickly. To help investors to understand the effects of these climate-related risks and opportunities, the company is required to disclose information about how the company has responded to and how it plans to respond to these risk and opportunities, how it's currently resourcing or plans to resource its response, and the progress against previously reported plans. So general strategic kind of like, operationalization of, what is going on. Linked to that, the S2, it's requiring a company to identify, how these risk and opportunities have affected its financial position, its performance, its cash flows for the reporting period. For example, a company might disclose, how an asset impairment was affected by its strategy for managing a, transition risk. Or, for example, a company could identify, how an investment in a new technology reflected on this, on its financial position. Many opportunities or different options. A company essentially is required to disclose both quantitative and qualitative information. So S2, just like S1, it sets out criteria for when qualitative information only is required, which in essence is when either a company can't separate the effects of this risk and opportunity from another effect, or there's a high level of measurement uncertainty. Again, for those applying traditional accounting or financial reporting requirements, these are kind of the same as what is in the IASB. In terms of climate resilience, as you know, climate change and all the uncertainties with it, it will affect the resilience of, I'd say many, if not all, companies' strategies and business models. So here, S2, it's requiring a company to assess its resilience. So, the implication of climate change on its strategy, business model, the financial operational capacity to adjust and adapt over short, medium, long term. But also, and this is an important point, it requires, all the companies to use a climate-related scenario analysis to inform the disclosures. So S2 doesn't specify which scenario a company should use, but it does, require a company to use relevant scenarios, provide information about it, the assumptions included, etc. There's guidance in the S2 standards to support companies in basically understanding how or what and how S2 can be done, and what and how the scenario analysis can be done, because all of the standards, and it's just to touch on it quickly, that there's an element of proportionality which is taken into account. So there's a recognition, some companies have big teams looking at this, some companies have small teams. Throughout, proportionality is a central concept in terms of it's understandable that everyone is not able to do exactly the same level of disclosures, just linked to resources. In terms of disclosures, like core emissions disclosures, S2 requires a company to disclose Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions, and has to be in line with the GHG protocol standard. I think that's pretty much what I'm going to say about that. There's kind of relatively straightforward concepts which are required. In terms of the industry-specific requirements, so at the moment, we make reference to the SASB standards, so the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board standards, which is one of the organizations, the logos on the very first slide, which has been brought into the IFRS Foundation. They were to give an idea of the scale and the number of industries. In the SASB standards, there are 73 different industries. So it's that level of granularity which is out there with an average, as I said earlier, about 13 different metrics per industry. So the idea here is that there are some KPIs or some metrics which are generic and important for all sectors, and others for an investor from a decision taking perspective, they don't need to have the same information depending on the industry. So there's information in there about what and how it should be done. And then in terms of climate-related targets, S2 requires companies to disclose this information, as well as both those that the companies have set voluntarily and those required to be met by law and regulation, including other GHG emissions targets. So there needs to be information about how it sets the user targets, performance against it, characteristics, and so forth, and so far. So in terms of this presentation, I've gone through obviously in some level of detail, because otherwise it would just be generic. Yes, there's information in there about what to do, but not the nth level of depth. So I've gone over some fairly big concepts quite quickly. There is guidance which is out there. I mentioned it for the S1, for the general requirements one. Here it's the same kind of element in terms of same concepts in terms of the S2, the climate one. This slide just provides a summary of the the application and the accompanying guidance which is out there. To reiterate what I was saying earlier, whilst the standards themselves have been published, that isn't the end of the road, so to speak. Now is the actual adoption period which comes into play when jurisdictions do assessments of their market to understand the levels of readiness. They map out the requirements. They decide, are there going to be additional reliefs? And throughout this process, we're here to, I guess, work with different countries to really listen to the needs, to understand what is required from an educational materials perspective, potentially from technical workshops, capacity building. So we're here to listen. Of course, there's only, I think, about 5-10 minutes in this presentation here in terms of getting feedback. But as a general point, we're here to listen to feedback from the community. So with that said, I'm actually at the end of my slides just now. I know that I said that Dr. Ndidi was going to try to join us, but I was looking at my phone. I believe that she was, I'm saying this for the organizers, she was seeing a blank screen and she may have exited that one. But no, if you know that she's there, let me know, but I don't think she is. And on that basis, I guess I'm going to hand back to the facilitator now to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simon. And I must say that as the profession, we do appreciate the applicability guidance that has been issued out. And although from the SME sector, we are still getting a lot of questions because they still find that it's not simplifying it enough for them. But then since I sit on the IFAC SMPAG, we have to look at how do we make this to be usable by the small and medium-sized practitioners. I've got a few questions that have come up from the delegates. The first question is, should assurers of sustainability audit the decision-making process of organizations?
So in terms of the actual audit element of things, so we're doing a lot of work with the IAASB in terms of I guess the requirements which will come out from that, which they're working on at the moment. So it would be it would be too soon for me to give the full answer, I guess, to that question specifically. But I guess in terms of the half answer to that is that all of the S1 and S2 standards are structured in a way which is designed ultimately to be auditable and assurable for obvious reasons. So as part of that, there's the general, I guess, call it traditional auditing approaches which take place for financial reporting, which would no doubt be expected to be, reviewed in a similar way from a sustainability perspective. But the detail of that, I guess, depends on what the IAASB comes up with later. I've seen that Dr. Ndidi has been able to join, and so I'm seeing the questions too now. So I'll come back to them afterwards if that's okay. I know Dr. Ndidi wanted to say a few words as a board member of the ISSB. Is it okay if we jump over to her just for a few minutes?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Wonderful to hear. Yes. Great to be here. South Africa is very alive. I think it's part of the Springboks victory. So everything is charging ahead. So I'm speaking from the JSE. Sorry about the background voice. SAIPA is also written boldly all over here. And Simon has very ably presented for the IFRS Foundation. I think that just to jump into that question right away, assurability is one of the key features of the standards. And obviously working very closely with the IAASB, and I know there's a lot of discussion going on at the moment in South Africa on that. That's a key element of ensuring that we have decision useful information that allows for capital to be unlocked for the various businesses that are reporting and aligned to reporting. I've stopped so that you can carry on with questions.
That's fine. I didn't know if you had any other keywords, if you want to share anything or not, but that's fine. I'm looking through the questions. If you want me to just jump in and to answer some of them, one by one. I think the first one was asking, are there examples of what the reporting looks like? So in the guidance that we provide with the standards, there are examples. I guess is the short version of that element to help reporters. Yeah. So do have a look at the guidance. There's a lot in there. In terms of, is the IFRS is it just for big companies that have investors? So no. So it's for all types of companies. I mean, the structure, the primary stakeholder here, in the way that it's designed, is for the investor community as a general bucket. Now, of course, if the company has no investors and it's a SME which operates by itself, then there may not be the same requirements in terms of reporting to it. But the idea here is that the one way or another, it's going to be each jurisdiction that's going to decide to whom this applies. So in some countries, it will be only for, well, I mean, I can make up the nominal value. It's just illustrative, but there will be differences between different countries as to who this applies to, and that's up to each jurisdiction to decide. But it's the idea and the concepts behind the information that's to be disclosed here. Yes, it is the investor community initially that's a kind of the core stakeholders, but the information which is disclosed is useful for a number of broader stakeholders. So there's an expectation that this is useful for many actors.
Simon, if I can just jump in here very quickly, I think what's very important here is that you're speaking to that question of proportionality. Don't forget that one of the things that we are requiring is scope 3. And scope 3 is supply chains, which means you're dealing with also smaller entities. So even the larger entities are going to be wanting to bring the smaller entities in their supply chains and value chains along. What's very, very important is that there's a lot of capacity building educational material accompanying S1 and S2. And there's a lot of work being done in terms of how do S1 and S2 play with the integrated reporting framework, and most importantly, integrated thinking, which is the reason why I'm at this other conference today on the ground in South Africa. So proportionality is key, and the ability to move from qualitative reporting to quantitative reporting is built in. Likewise, also transitional reliefs. There's a lot of dialogue that we will be having with regulators on the ground in November to ensure that actually the regulators are also listening to the requirements of the local market and ensuring that the implementation of the standards is proportionate to what the market requires. I just wanted to add that.
Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to check with the chair. How many more minutes do we have, just in terms of questions that we're looking to answer?
We've got 6 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. There's a few other questions I think we've answered, sort of grouping together. The one question is, how is the S1 and S2 being adopted globally? How does South Africa rate in terms of adoption in meeting these standards? So in terms of the S1 and S2 standards, they were only launched effectively 4 and a bit months ago, right, with a theoretical adoption date of 1st of January 2024. We do have countries, and notably African countries. So we have Zimbabwe, Kenya, and Ghana and Nigeria, who have made public commitments to adopting the standards in one form or another in the very short term. They may add additional reliefs to it depending on the jurisdictions. But the African continent, to answer as a broader perspective, is actually moving forward very, very quickly and should be commended for what they're doing at the moment. We've seen other countries around the world, notably Brazil, that has committed to, and I see NDD has just dropped off, but I don't know if she's left or not, but Brazil has committed to adopting the standards also in the near term. And from a South African perspective, I mean, I can't say too much because it's not my place, but of course so let's answer historically, especially with all of the, I guess, general, leading work that South African companies have done from an integrated reporting perspective, and more generally speaking, from a sustainability reporting perspective, South Africa is very well placed, and it's been leading a lot of the work historically. There are conversations which are ongoing, which I can't really comment on one way or another in terms of how can this then go to the next step in terms of adoption. But from a voluntary perspective, any company, whether in South Africa or anywhere around the world, is able to start applying the standards whenever they want. But from a regulatory perspective, this depends on each jurisdiction ultimately. The other bit I was meaning to say when I moved on to Brazil, and I meant to mention that at that point, there are a lot of countries right now who are doing consultations. So they're working with the preparers, the investors and others to understand, as I said, I was mentioning that at one point in terms of understanding the readiness of the market. So a huge amount of work happening in a number of jurisdictions globally on that point, because then based on the feedback they're getting, they're able to work out the speed at which they can be rolled out, what reliefs may be required or not required. So I kind of half answered the question to Zafka, but I hope that answers it a little bit. Which other questions should we pick out? Yeah.
Yeah, the one other question is actually on how to communicate the S1, S2. That's more for us at SAIPA. We have scheduled webinars and also information sessions where we will be educating our practitioners on S1 and S2, especially how does it impact you, how do you report on it, and also from the SME practitioner point of view. So that's something that we are working on. It will be done beginning of the new year. Remember that it's implementable for year ends beginning 1 January 2024, although early adoption was encouraged, and quite a few, as Simon has mentioned, some countries have actually adopted early. So we are looking at ensuring that you are well educated as far as sustainability reporting is concerned. And we really are privileged to have had two of the International Standards Board, Sustainability Standards Board, presenting to us or just chatting to us this afternoon. Simon, thank you so much. And Dr. Ndidi, also, thank you so much for being available, even though it was for a very short time. And we appreciate the support that we are getting from the IFRIS Foundation. And we also are happy that we are making strides also as a country and also for the SME sector as far as sustainability reporting is concerned. Simon, thank you so much for spending this time with us. It's well appreciated.
Thank you very much again for the invitation. It's a pleasure to speak to all of you.
Thank you. We will now, remember I said that throughout the day, we have got lucky draws that are being drawn out. I need to be announcing winner 5 and 6. And our winners that have been drawn out, it is Sheldon Suku, and winner number 6 is Amanda Ruthman. Congratulations. Stay on the platform, participate, and that is how your name will be drawn out on the lucky draw, and you will win those amazing prizes from Take a Lot. Without wasting time, I will now hand you over to Liana, who is going to be introducing our next speaker. Over to you, Liana.
Thank you so much, Faith. Yes, I'm back. I hope everyone enjoyed lunch. The next topic that we're going to spend some time with is the response to regulatory changes in the profession and the amplified role of professional accountants in anti-money laundering. Now, this is a topic that is very applicable to any professional in South Africa currently. As we're all aware, South Africa has been included in the grey listing. And actually, our presenter today is Mr. Scott Hansen, which is the Director, Policy and Global Engagement from IFAC. And I actually had a meeting with Scott last week. IFAC has started a committee where they are doing anti-money laundering community across the globe. And we are all participating in this committee. Of course, from a South African point of view, SAIPA put up our hand, and I'm representing SAIPA on this committee. And in this committee, we had a discussion. And the question that Scott asked everyone is, what is the biggest anti-money laundering activity, or what's currently going on in your jurisdiction? And of course, our response was, in South Africa, we are busy with the grey listing. Well, we are on the grey list, but we are busy working at it to get off that grey list. And I said to all the global participants in the community, the one thing that we have in South Africa is resilience. South Africans are resilient. If we decide we're going to do something, we will do it and we will make it happen. So I'm very excited and honored to invite Scott. Scott is joining us online today. Thank you so much. I believe Scott is online. Over to you, Scott.
Hello, Liana. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Thank you so much for joining us, Scott.
Perfect. No, it's really my pleasure to be here. This is my second time at Indaba. It's really a pleasure. I wish I could be with you in person, but I'm calling in from the west half of the United States. So again, really a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for having me. Like Liana mentioned, I'm going to be talking about really anti-money laundering and what the gray list means, what it is, how it functions, what it's intended to do, what's the impact, and then ultimately what the obligations are for the profession going forward, and how that's all going to develop over the coming years. So hopefully this is, it's a bit of a longer presentation, a little bit technical in terms of some money laundering topics, but this is a criminal law issue, a regulatory criminal law issue for the profession, and it's not going to go away. It's only going to become more and more of a strict, robust global regime, both sort of globally and at the national level. And as South Africa comes off the gray list, which it ultimately will, there will be more responsibilities for both individual accountants and professional bodies like SAIPA. So without any further ado, let me move on to the presentation and really start with what is the FATF? What is the Financial Action Task Force? What is this gray list, and where is this all coming from? So the FATF is what we would call an intragovernmental organization, an IGO. So something different than an NGO, a non-governmental organization, because the members of the FATF are all countries, they're all governments. You can see the members here. Actually, a few days ago, a 40th member was added. That's Indonesia. So you can see this list here of the 39 members of the FATF, and then also just note that there's been a 40th one added here. So these are countries. These are typically, it would be the Treasury Department or the Department of Finance or similar that would represent any of these individual governments on the FATF at that level. It's only 40 countries. It's not 206 countries or however many countries there are in the world. It's a situation where you have a smaller number of countries, these 40 countries, setting the standards globally. And then you have all the other countries of the world effectively agreeing to take those standards on board. So just like any other standard setting situation, when the FATF makes a standard or pronounces a recommendation on an issue, it doesn't automatically become law in any given country. All the countries around the world have to take those standards and then implement them in their domestic legislative framework. So the important point here is that it's a small group of countries setting standards for the world. That may not be 100% fair, but that's the reality of how things work. And you can see here South Africa and Turkey being listed in yellow. That's because those two countries are on the gray list. Turkey has been on for a little bit longer than South Africa has. South Africa was added in February of 2023. And typically it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 years for a country to actually get off the gray list. It's a long process. So this is very much the beginning of the journey here. But the important point from all this is that the FATF will sanction its own member countries with the gray list. So South Africa and Turkey being examples of that. So I've been using the term FATF standards several times. They're technically the FATF recommendations. These are 40 recommendations that have been developed over the last 30 years, starting in 1990 when the FATF was formed. So the FATF framework, the recommendations initially focused on financial institutions. This is really first and foremost about banks. But over time, the two things have happened. One, the scope from a subject matter has expanded. So it started with just anti-money laundering and then moved on to counterterrorism finance and weapons proliferation finance. So the scope expanded a little bit in terms of subject matters covered, but also who is covered by these recommendations has also changed over time. Particularly relevant for us in the discussion today in the accountancy profession is an acronym we see on the screen there, DNFBPs. So those are designated non-financial businesses and professions. An easy way to think about that is any profession that has a money laundering risk other than a bank. But maybe an even easier way to think about that is it's lawyers and accountants. It's also real estate brokers, casinos, gem dealers, precious metal dealers, art dealers, things like that. But for all intents and purposes, we're really talking about accountants and lawyers when we say DNFBBs. So when you look at the original FATF recommendations in 1990, first off, they're 7 pages long. And it says effectively, over time, we should think about DNFBBs. Over time, we should think about what the professions that aren't covered by the framework. Fast forward to today, the FATF recommendations are 150 pages long. So it went from 7 to 150 pages. And there's a fully articulated DNFBB framework covered by those recommendations. And we'll get to those ultimately in a bit. The other points on the slide here, the 39 members, obviously that's up to 40 now, like I mentioned, and just to emphasize again that 40 countries make the standards, but then 206 jurisdictions around the world have committed to implementing them. So that's every single country around the world has committed to implementing these standards. And then progress in terms of implementation is then assessed through a mutual evaluation process. The FATF just completed the 4th round of this mutual evaluation process. So every 10 years they go through and will review countries' compliance with all the FATF recommendations. They'll score that, and that's ultimately what will drive a country's inclusion or not on the gray list or blacklist. Just to get it out of the way now, there is a blacklist that's even worse. There's only 3 countries on that. It's Myanmar, Iran, and North Korea. And those are countries that are effectively outside of the global financial system because they're not playing by all the rules that the FATF and other countries are setting. Finally, just to highlight recommendations 22, 23, and 28, that's the DNFBB framework. We'll go into that in more detail later on the slides, but just to set that up, if you remember anything of, any technical detail about all this, the recommendations 22, 23, and 28 are a good piece to walk away with. And so now that we know a little bit more about what the FATF is and the recommendations that they put in place, now to understand what the FATF gray list is. The definition here is the official definition from FATF. And the gray list, again, is just a shorthand for what the full title is. It's really jurisdictions under increased monitoring. But the idea here is this is a tool the FATF uses to incentivize quick legislative changes in a country. It's very much, it's not a carrot, this is a stick. This is a way to hurt a country, to apply pain, pressure on the economy, to make it move as fast as possible to come into compliance. So that is the point. It is designed to hurt you to make you change. That's what the gray list does, and that's what it does by definition. It's not a secret. If you want to maintain your position in the global economy, you have to swiftly make significant improvements to your anti-money laundering framework. So that's huge. I mean, that's, this is exactly what's going on, and that's why this is so relevant for South Africa and so relevant for the profession more broadly. So who's on the gray list? This actually changed last week, so my apologies there. There's been 1 addition and 3 removals. So you see the list of countries here. It's almost half in Africa, but I mean, to be clear, Croatia, for example, is an EU member state. Also added last week at the FATF plenary was Bulgaria. So now you have both Croatia and Bulgaria on the gray list. So that's 2 European Union member states. Again, South Africa and Turkey are both FATF member countries directly. They're on the gray list as well. But this gives you a sense as to who is on and the scope of the gray list. To emphasize, Albania, Cayman Islands, Jordan, and Panama, those 4 countries were removed from the gray list last week, and Bulgaria was added. So we've had a net change of 3 countries, 3 fewer countries on the gray list. Importantly, when South Africa was added in February of 2023, Nigeria was also added. So in one hit, the 2 largest economies in Africa were both put on the gray list, and that's extremely significant. It's important to note that I mentioned earlier, the 4th round of mutual evaluations has recently closed, and we're looking ahead to starting the 5th round of mutual evaluations in the near future. When that happens, you can assume there'll be a lot more, significant more countries that are under pressure to be put on the gray list or have to make significant changes to avoid being so. So what happens when you get put on the gray list? This is effectively the global financial system saying everybody, every person, every dollar, every company in your jurisdiction in South Africa is higher risk. So it should trigger your higher risk procedures when you're doing business with them. So effectively, South Africa being put on the gray list means every company around the world that wants to do business with someone in South Africa has to use their heightened risk procedures in assessing that client and understanding the source of funds and doing all their due diligence. So it costs more. Every transaction, every business relationship, every interaction between South Africa and some external country, United States, Japan, European Union, whatever it is, costs more money. So it's a significant non-tariff barrier against doing business with and in South Africa. It's huge. It's, again, it's not a direct cost, it's a non-tariff barrier, but the impact is extremely significant. And like we discussed a few minutes ago, that's exactly the point. It's to make doing business with South Africa more costly to compel real change in an expedited time frame. So some research here that's come out over the last year, very interesting. This is an extremely oversimplified summary of it, but the idea is pretty simple. It increases the cost of being put on the gray list, increases the cost of doing business with that company or with that country, any person, any company in South Africa. That ultimately reduces the profitability of all companies in South Africa and reduces their debt service capacity. That ultimately reduces the tax revenue that's generated by the state in South Africa because companies are less profitable, so there's less money, less profits to tax. Reduced tax revenue ultimately then hits the national expenditures. The country has less money, it can do less in terms of development. So it creates this negative spiral of more costly business transactions and relationships, less profit, less tax revenue, less expenditure, less development, etc. And that's the cycle that being put on the gray list creates. So you can imagine when that's the intended outcome, how important it is to get off the gray list as fast as possible, not just for sort of abstract pride reasons, if you will. It's the real economic cost to everyone and every business in the country. So now I want to take a few moments to look very closely at the 3 key FATF recommendations that are relevant to the accountancy profession. And I hinted at these earlier on, but we have 3 of them. There's recommendation 22, recommendation 23, and recommendation 28. Recommendation 22 and 23, these are for individuals, for the professionals in that country. And recommendation 28 is about the supervision of those professionals by a professional accountancy body or similar like SAIPA. So recommendation 22, this is the customer due diligence requirement. And you can see the exact language from the recommendation over there on the right. It is a transaction triggered requirement. It effectively says accountants need to conduct customer due diligence in any of the following transactional situations: buying and selling real estate, managing client money, managing savings accounts, incorporating business entities. You can see the list there. So whenever an accountant is doing one of those things on behalf of a client, it needs to do a risk-based approach to customer due diligence on that. Recommendation 23, this is the suspicious activity reporting requirement. Effectively, this follows up on 22 and says, if a professional sees something suspicious when they're doing their customer due diligence, they need to report it to an appropriate authority. So again, that's our frame. That's it. That's the framework for professionals. You've got to do customer due diligence, and you've got to report suspicious activity. Relatively simple, but obviously the devil is in the details, and there's a lot of legislative activity that has to go into making this all happen. Finally, recommendation 28. This is the one aimed at supervisors, so the professional accountancy bodies like SAIPA, and other types of organizations like that. It gives countries a choice. It says either you have to supervise professionals by a statutory supervisor, like a securities regulator or some sort of similar type of regulator, or by an appropriate self-regulatory, these type of organizations around the world, both on the accountancy side and the legal profession side. So that's it. We've got 3 requirements: customer due diligence, suspicious activity reporting, and supervision. And that is, in the totality, the DNFPB framework under the FATF recommendations. So how does South Africa fare? Now, I see there's a question in the live chat here. How do countries, what's the criteria for being put on the gray list? So it's really 2 things. First is the technical compliance scores. And we'll look at that a little bit, but there's 40 recommendations, and the FATF goes through and scores each country on all 40 recommendations. So non-compliant, compliant, partially compliant, non-compliant, and each of those 40 recommendations gets a score of non-compliant, partially compliant, largely compliant, or fully compliant. And based on the aggregate of those scores, countries will then be deemed as a country that needs increased monitoring going forward. The second piece on that is a little bit more abstract. It's actually the country saying we commit to making significant changes, and we commit to doing an action plan. And once countries are then put on an action plan, that's actually when the gray listing happens, because the gray listing is meant to support implementation of that action plan. So it's a bit of a complicated process. It's a little bit of a science, and it's a little bit of an art mixed together, but it's a combination of quantitative scores and the development of an action plan and trying to support that action plan through fruition. So the statistics here are aggregate statistics across the entire 4th round of mutual evaluations. And the point of this slide is to show you that there's a huge gap, globally speaking, between technical compliance and effectiveness. So when the FATF goes through and creates these mutual evaluation scores, they both score technical compliance for those 40 different recommendations, but then they have separate effectiveness scores. And you can see there's a huge gap there. The 3 different buckets here are just the groups of different countries. So the FATF means the 40 FATF countries. The FSRB countries are everybody else. the 166 other jurisdictions around the world that aren't FATF members that have agreed to implement. And then you can see the consolidated across the two groups together. Again, the important point is here, you've actually got relatively high scores at the global level for technical compliance, but the gap with effectiveness is huge. This one, though, puts a little bit more specificity on recommendation 28. This is recommendation 28 is the supervision of the accountancy profession, supervision of professions generally. What I want to highlight here are the middle bars in each of these two graphs. So the one that says 53 on top and then 17.2, and the one that says 38 on top and then 6.6 at the bottom. These are the gaps on technical compliance and effectiveness for supervision of the professions. So in the FATF group of countries, in the 40 FATF countries, you've got 50% technical compliance, but only 17.2% effectiveness. That means most countries are doing a bad job of actually implementing the spirit of supervising the professions. When you look outside of the FATF group of countries, it's much worse. You only have 38% technical compliance and 6.6% effectiveness. What this tells me at IFAC at the global level is as countries try to come into compliance, especially on the effectiveness aspect of this, there's going to be huge, widespread changes in terms of the regulatory and supervisory framework for the accountancy profession going forward. And Liana mentioned that we have this new anti-money laundering community at IFAC, and this is very much what we're thinking about, is that over the next 5 years at the global level, there's going to be wholesale change in how the professions are supervised and regulated for money laundering as countries try to go from that 17.2 and that 6.6 up to higher levels. So those were global statistics. Now let's look at South Africa. So this is just the effectiveness ratings. The effectiveness is rated in 11 different categories. You can easily go to the FATF website, find the full chart. You'll see the 11 effectiveness categories and then the 40 recommendation technical compliance ratings for South Africa and every other country. And you'll get a sense as to what exactly is going on. It's not great. Obviously, you can see here, there's no high or no substantial effectiveness ratings in any of the 11 categories. It's mostly moderate. There's a few lows, but mostly moderate. The ones I want to draw your attention to are IO 3, 4, and 5. So these are immediate outcomes. That's what IO stands for, not super important for our purposes. But number 3 is supervisors appropriately supervise DNFPBs, the accountants. Supervisors appropriately supervise accountants. Effectiveness, moderate. IO4, financial institutions, accountants, and virtual asset service providers adequately apply preventative measures and support suspicious transactions. Moderate again. And then IO5 is about beneficial ownership transparency, and that's rated as a low. So you can see these are the type of effectiveness ratings that ultimately will get a country onto the gray list, and this is exactly what the South African government, all the stakeholders are trying to work together to remedy as fast as possible. I mentioned action plans as being part of this whole gray list discussion. Now, this is a long document. There's way too much to say in brief, but I wanted to highlight 2 specific pieces of language from that action plan. So one is improve risk-based supervision of DNFPBs, again, accountants, and demonstrate that all AML and CFT supervisors apply effective, proportionate, and effective sanctions for noncompliance. And then accountants are only subject to reporting obligations under the FIC Act and are not subject to monitoring for compliance. So there was a gap between reporting obligations and actual supervision for those requirements. So those are 2 specific pieces of information that come out of the action plan with direct relevance to the accountancy profession. As you can see, these are just subparts of item 2 of 8 of the action plan. So there's a whole broad action plan. This is just a small snippet of it, but things that are most relevant to the profession. Okay, so now we know what the FATF is, we know what the gray list is, we know what the recommendations are, we know how countries are mutually evaluated and the scores come together. So now just to take a quick look at the role of the accountancy profession in all of this. So the way I like to think about this, or we set up the discussion, and again, this is a whole subject area that requires significant training and analysis. So this is just a 35,000 foot view, but this I think is a helpful way to start thinking about all of this. So why does AML matter? How does money laundering work? Understanding your responsibilities as a professional accountant and understanding your relationship with your professional accountancy organization. It's a very just quick rubric to think about how accountants fit into this whole discussion. So understanding why anti-money laundering matters. Again, every single dollar, rand, whatever it is that's related to money laundering is evidence of criminal activity, is related to actual human harm in the world. We're talking drug trafficking, human trafficking, illegal wildlife trade, other organized crime, tax evasion, extortion, and then of course corruption. All of those crimes lead to money being laundered. And typically the most effective way to actually fight those crimes is to fight the money laundering aspect that takes place afterwards. Obviously, there's a lot to say on all of these topics. The FATF actually has really great guides on each of these, just understanding the trends and how things are working, how the money is being laundered around each of these issues. Very, very good, interesting, compelling reading, very valuable. So I recommend to all to go to the FATF website to check those out. But I want to highlight corruption and the anti-money laundering link with corruption, because I think that's such an important topic for every country around the world. And ultimately, corruption is clearly one of the biggest impediments to sustainable development we see everywhere. So really important just point to emphasize there. For professional accountants in business, the most likely way that you're going to come across corruption is in terms of bribery, is in terms of your company paying or being requested to pay bribes. And that's how a professional accountant in business would ultimately see corruption happening, would be through that lens. For professional accountants in the public sector, it's most likely going to be diverted funds, seeing money or uncovering money that's being taken inappropriately from the public funds. You're going to have a direct view on diverted funds in the public sector. But for professional accountants in public practice, the way that you're going to most likely encounter corruption is going to be through money laundering, is the attempts by the corrupt actors or the other criminals, their associates, to launder that money through the legitimate financial system using the help of a professional accountant. So when you think about how can accountants fight corruption in a very broad sense, for accountants in public practice, it's through money laundering. It's through pushing back against money laundering and understanding your regulatory requirements there. So how does money laundering work? Again, this is an entire subject. It's almost silly to try to demonstrate it all in the course of one slide. But just to make a few points here, IFAC, we've put together a really great explanation series called Anti-Money Laundering, the Basics. The link is on this slide. It may not be a live link on the presentation you're seeing, but it's easy to find. You can search IFAC's AML, the Basics. Really useful way of just understanding everything in the money laundering space. There's 9 installments of this. Very great resource. I recommend you all too. In the simplest terms, money laundering always involves 3 steps: placement, layering, and integration. That's it. If you can understand these 3 concepts, what to look for as a result of, when you understand these concepts, you can understand better what to look for. You're 2/3 of the way there to understanding how money laundering works and what you can do to push back against it. So I won't go into much further detail here, but again, placement, layering, integration. Memorize those three terms, learn a little bit about how they work, and that will put you in a great place in terms of understanding your responsibilities. The next important point here in terms of your responsibilities as a professional accountant is to apply a risk-based approach. The FATF and as a result, national legislative frameworks don't demand perfection in this space. This is very much a needle in a haystack type of issue. So the requirements here are always based around a risk-based approach. So a risk-based approach is, there are 4 key steps in this here. First is a risk assessment. Then you have to assess your clients in terms of that risk assessment. You have to put in place processes and procedures. Then you actually have to implement them. So at the highest level, implementing a risk-based approach is relatively simple. You understand the risks, you apply that understanding to your clients, you apply procedures or develop procedures to deal with it, and then you actually do those procedures. It's as simple as that, but obviously these type of things take time, particularly for small or medium practice. But that's the fundamental point here. Again, bring in those 2 important pieces from the FATF recommendations: ongoing and initial customer due diligence, and then filing suspicious activity reports. There you go. That's really it. It's important to sort of demystify the complexities of the anti-money laundering framework and realize there's only a few important parts of it that when you apply them effectively, you're doing what you need to do in terms of the public interest. And finally, partner with your PAO. This is an important message to come to a close with. Professional accountancy organizations are going to have increasingly important roles as the money laundering framework evolves and becomes more stringent. We've seen a lot of countries in their gray list journey. So Pakistan is one that was recently taken off the gray list, and is a good example here, where the professional accountancy body, so the equivalent of SAIPA, had to become an AML regulator. They had to build a department, get expertise, have an external independent committee that's associated with the organization to do enforcement. They had to build an entire regulatory structure to comply with the new laws under the revised framework to get the country off the gray list. So that's a very common approach. I'm not going to predict what will happen in South Africa, but ultimately there's going to be more supervision of professional accountants for money laundering requirements, and your professional accountancy organization, if they're not doing that directly, is going to be an incredibly important partner and educator for you in that whole process. So that's a really important point to emphasize there. So with that, I'll draw my formal presentation to a close, and I'm happy to take any questions now. And of course, if anything comes up later, I'll be available with the organizers to take any questions offline. So with that, and please feel free to add me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to connect with anyone wants to discuss this further or just connect. So with that, I'll pause and turn things back over to Liana and Faith if there's any questions you want to facilitate, or if I should just jump in to the questions in the chat here.
Thank you so much, Scott. When I listen to you, whenever you talk about this topic, you explain the whole grey listing process and anti-money laundering and what it means and how it impacts the economy in a country in so much detail. I was thinking now, as I was listening to this conversation and this presentation, that I think I must give you a call and see if we can't clip this and share it with members that weren't able to attend the Indaba today, because it's such a brilliant piece. Thank you so much. Scott, we've got quite a number of questions that come up. Most of them you have identified in the Q&A chat box. Thanks for that. There's one specific that I just want to share with you. We've got a question that says, what is the link between tax havens and money laundering? Remember the Panama paper. So if you can maybe share some thoughts around that for us.
Well, I think it's important as a starting point that you look at the Cayman Islands and Panama Barbados, Gibraltar, a number of those jurisdictions have been on the gray list. Of course, you have Cayman Islands and Panama getting off of the gray list just in these last few days, but they make up a disproportionately large number of the countries on the gray list. And that's, to be pretty clear, that because the business model of those jurisdictions was inconsistent with the way that the global money laundering framework is going. So that was, I would say, an important decision and inflection point for all of those countries. Do we want to double down on sort of our secrecy haven business model, or do we want to come into compliance with this global system that's developed? And I think when you look at both Panama and Cayman Islands that just got off of the gray list, for example, there have been significant changes over the last 5 years in those countries, in their legislative framework, in effectively the entire business model of the jurisdictions. And because, to be clear, gray listing works. I mean, that's the sort of the short answer is the negative impact of being chilled, because you're not frozen out of, but you're chilled out of the global financial system, is so destructive that policymakers stand up and listen. And that's exactly the point. So I would say the gray listing has been an extremely effective tool in driving changes in at least some of those jurisdictions. Every country is going to be different, but I mean, you see Cayman and you see Panama, where they've had abrupt and significant changes of approach to money laundering and secrecy as a result of gray listing. So very effective in that regard.
Great. I've got another one for you, Scott. The question came up that can the accountancy profession hide behind the concept of reasonable? And thus, can I only report on financial crimes if it's identified? And I think it's something we also get so often in practice. When is it my responsibility to report? Maybe I'm not a formally appointed accounting officer for this organization, but I've got some sort of involvement. When is it to say somebody should have reasonably been able to identify this?
Sure. So I think there's two dichotomies I want to sort of bring into focus here. One is sort of suspicious versus confirmed, if you will, and then one is compliance versus public interest. So on the first one, suspicious versus confirmed, the regulatory requirements are very clear. The standard coming out of the FATF, number 23, is very clear. You're supposed to report suspicious activity. It's not confirmed violations. The threshold is specifically the word, suspicious activity. So that's what the FATF sets out. So that's the threshold. It's not confirmed or confirmed violations. It's not like NOPAR, for example, which is a different threshold. This is suspicious activity in any of those enumerated transactional services. So that's one piece. The second piece is this compliance versus public interest aspect. So to be clear, money laundering compliance is a criminal law issue. I mean, this is about as serious as a regulatory compliance issue as it gets. When people are egregiously violative, when accountants are egregiously violative of this, they can end up in jail. I mean, this is as serious as it gets from that perspective. So there's a compliance aspect to this. You've got to do what you've got to do to remain on the right side of the law. But then there's also a public interest aspect to all of this. And it's important for professional accountants to embrace that public interest aspect of their job, of this issue. Again, looking back to all those crimes that are related to money laundering, how serious all of that is, how important it is for the development of a country like South Africa. So there's a public interest aspect. And yes, accountants need to stay on the right side of the law, but they also need to be considering in everything they do their public interest responsibilities. And maybe that moves them to go a little bit further beyond just the strict compliance aspect of things.
Scott, no, I think it's so important. I think it was actually your last slide where you said the professionals have to work with the professional organizations. And you and I had a discussion, I think, last week or the week before about this, where in South Africa, government has put in certain regulations to get the country out of grey listing. And for an example, one of these regulations is the requirement to report beneficial ownership in South Africa from a company, close corporation, and a trust point of view. And we have seen, I don't want to say resistance, but we have seen comments that this is just making the compliance burden bigger and heavier on the profession. But SAIPA's response definitely to this was, and I feel our members as well, this is the opportunity for the profession to step up. This is the opportunity for professionals to assist government in making this change and implementing this in South Africa and get South Africa off that grey listing and assist in that process with restoring the trust in the profession. So I think I just want to re-emphasize that last slide that you had on there with professional working with the professional organization. There is some changes requirement. There is regulations that's required to aid in this. And I think when you and I had a discussion, you even mentioned, I think it's in the USA that you guys are expecting a similar change in regulation. Was that correct?
Yeah. So maybe just to respond to a few of your points. So I think as a starting point, I'm not going to candy coat it. There's a burdensome compliance aspect of this. I mean, that's the reality. It's going to take hours of an accountant's year that you used to be spending serving clients. You're going to have to spend on these issues. That's the reality. You can't deny that that's the case or not. You're absolutely right, though, about how important this is and how there's so much there's a trust aspect, there's a reputation of the profession aspect. And by discharging these responsibilities sort of with enthusiasm, if you will, it's an extremely important way for the profession to demonstrate its public interest mandate and to regain trust in all of those issues. In the United States, we are in the process of launching a beneficial ownership registry. It'll be a non-public registry operated by FinCEN, our financial intelligence unit. And it's a very big deal because the United States has been very non-compliant with beneficial ownership transparency for a long time. There's a lot of concern and even pushback against the efficacy of this and how it's all going to work because the reality, I could have easily done an entire separate hour presentation on beneficial ownership transparency. It is probably one of the single most complicated and challenging public policy issues out there. Because how do you be effective and balance privacy at the same time? It's very, very challenging. But just because an issue is challenging doesn't mean that you can't move forward or try to make positive change. So it's great to see that coming out of South Africa. And of course, there's going to be huge roles for for bodies like SAIPA to educate your members in terms of how to operate this beneficial ownership transparency initiative and anything else that's coming out of these legislative reforms.
Thank you so much, Scott. I think we are out of time. Thank you so much for joining us at SAIPA. We at SAIPA know we can always press on your button, and you've got such a vast knowledge about this topic and bringing the knowledge and skills from IFAC back to us in South Africa. We really appreciate it. And I'm handing over to Faith now. Thank you.
Thank you, Liana. Thank you, Faith.
Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you, Liana. It is true that as professional accountancy organizations, we have a huge role that we need to play as far as fighting anti-money laundering and ensuring that our members take up the responsibility that they have of reporting as far as possible. Remember that as a professional accountant, you have to abide by the ethics code. And within the ethics code that is issued by the ISPA, we have got the non-compliance with laws and regulations as part of the pledge that we do on an annual basis. And we are saying that we will abide by this requirement. And reporting on non-compliance with laws and regulations is exactly what we need to be doing as far as what Scott has shared with us on money laundering and the ways in which it happens, and how tax has actually been identified as one of those risky areas as far as money laundering is concerned. Without wasting time, we are on to our next panel discussion. We have spoken about artificial intelligence. The next topic is going to be taking us through the lessons and pathways in the journey of becoming an AI accountant. Does this mean that we have to be technocrats? Does this mean that we need to have every artificial intelligence software that is around as accountants? What really does this mean for us as accountants? How do we walk this journey? How do we get to becoming AI compliant and AI aware? To take us through this discussion, I have got an amazing panel that is still going to be led by our own Professor Rashid Small, who is going to be facilitating the panel. And the panelists that we have got Tariro Mutizwa, who is the Regional Vice President for the Association of Certified Professional Accountants, AICPA and CIMA Africa. We have got Dr. Anli Smarts, who is the Associate Professor in the Department of Informatics at the University of Pretoria. Dr. Smarts is known to us because she has presented a number of CPDs on artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution, and how we as accountants need to be adhering to that. And we will be joined by Etienne Retief, and we will be joined by Etienne Retief, who will be joining us shortly. So I will now just hand over to Prof to really lead us in this discussion on how do we get on this journey of becoming artificial intelligence accountants.
Thank you, Faith. I think this is a topic which is challenging the profession, both in terms of attraction into the profession. I think we are facing a significant challenge in terms of attracting, but at the same time, because we can't bring in enough people, we're also losing a lot of people out of the profession. And I mean, I have quite a number of colleagues who are in the profession who are now no longer in the profession. And they're doing quite well in other professions. And I think for me is, and we also heard earlier about the impact of technology on the profession and how difficult it is to sell the services of accountancy professionals to clients, organizations, etc. However, there's a research report out which states that the countries which are growing the fastest in terms of their economy has a large number of professional accountants. So what we're going to do now is to discuss how do we attract, how do we retain, and how do we grow the profession. So I'll start off with Dr. Hanley. I like to call her Prof. Hanley. In terms of, I'm working with her quite a lot, is the impact of technology on the process of becoming a accountancy professional. Good or bad?
Yes. So I feel good, right? Good. And I think just maybe to link to the point that you've made, I think the fact that there is such an impact in the accounting profession and on finance professionals just shows you the key role that they play in an organization. And that's why when we talk about the technology, good or bad, disruption, I think it's twofold for accountants. The first is the role of finance professional is impacted through technology. So the way that I do my job, that I do bank reconciliations, posting journals, processing invoices, because that can be automated. But also organizations are impacted. So your internal clients, the environment in which you operate, are impacted. And because you play, or finance professionals play such a key role in an organization, they can through this disruption and the impact of technology, see that through. And actually, we need them. They shouldn't be leaving. So that's why I feel it is good.
Thank you, Prof. Hanley. Teriro,
Yes.
I know you have always, and your organization has always said that we are in the business of decision making and utilizing information, whether it's financial information or non-financial information, is critical in the role of driving organizations to achieve their strategic goal. My question to you then is, with information overload, are we still attracting entries into the profession who are, the younger generation, the generation millenniums, Generation Z? Their attention span is probably now below 10%, 10 minutes. How do we attract? Taking that into
Thank you, Prof. And I want to just say thank you to SAIPA for organizing this and also inviting the AICP and SEMA. It sends a very strong message about how we as a profession at large want to work together for the good of the economies that we serve and for our members. So thank you very much. So in terms of attracting, when I look at the stats coming out of the US, where our head office is, the number of students who want accounting and finance related is going down. So you also see that even the number of auditors or CPAs is also going down. That's why you see a trend of offshoring of accountants by many big corporates into India or the Philippines or even Africa. We've got many organizations that are doing offshoring accounting, which goes to the point that it is still a very critical profession. How we are presenting it to the upcoming student or an interested prospect in accounting is what we have to look at. Okay. So as professional bodies, we really need to look at how we examine students. There are no longer those students who want to sit on a desk, write on a paper, and they don't want to spend 5 years doing something. So that being said, the only thing that provides also efficiency in education is also artificial intelligence. So as professional bodies, we need to embrace that as well. It's something that we know when we are going through this curriculum. Let's not boggle students with things that we know a generative IA or an IA2 is going to do. Let's now shift their focus to things that make them think and become proper business partners in order to go through all this data that they are expected to do in their jobs. What helps them to do that is AI. So we also need to evolve quickly because we are the engine that supports the finance departments across the whole world. And if we're lagging behind, we're not going to do much. That's why initiatives like this are very important, because I don't think any one professional body can solve this problem. I don't think so. We have all got to club together and make sure that we attract people and we give them proper curriculum that is relevant and embrace AI in how we train our members and students.
Now, either of you can answer. I read some research which says 1% of the global population can think. 1% can think. 3% think they can think.
Oh, wow.
And the other 96% prefer others to think for them.
Okay.
How does that statement challenge the accountancy profession?
Yeah.
Seeing that you said we need to move.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's the best opportunity. Human beings time immemorial, all we have always tried to do is find something that can make our lives easy.
Yeah.
So instead of using our hands to plant the fields, we said, get a tractor or get a cow firstly and a plow. No, this is too much, get a tractor.
Yeah.
Now we get into a stage where we say, this is too much data. We don't want to think about it. Get somebody to do it, which is AI. Because it can do all that in a very
Yeah.
short space of time. So if that's what the human being is demanding or is now thinking that they don't want to think, they want something to think for them, we still have to grow and evolve as a
Yeah.
people. So let's embrace AI and let's train these people, this 97%, to learn how to interpret what AI is
doing. Absolutely. Absolutely. And just to add on to that, I firmly believe that even if it is just 1%, you still need that human oversight.
We do.
Right? And that is why the role of a finance professional and accountant, in my view, is so key because of their knowledge if of a business, the business performance, and everything related to the way that the business model works. So even if it is just the 1% and you use empowering technologies to assist with processing large sets of data, that final 1% is still oversight, human oversight. And that's why I think it is key in terms of the reskilling, right? I know we'll probably get to that, but that critical application of critical thinking in terms of the interpretation of the outputs. So even though the 97% is, easily done, the rest is
that
still.
thought, no, 97%.
I know I'm in the 1%.
No, 97% is too dangerous for humanity to have 90% person they don't want to think. But anyway, we'll take it as it is. My main issue with finance and this thing is the reason why we need to embrace AI is to make sure that 97%, not of the world, but of the accountants, have something that is putting together all this and spitting out information for them to just decide, because it becomes overwhelming. I think when we, before, like in history, a stone tablet was enough to record the data. For I've sold 2, I write it. Became too small. We got a book.
Yeah.
The book became too small. We got a calculator, and what did it get too small? Excel is even smaller. Now ERP systems are small because we've got so many data sets all over.
Yeah.
So artificial intelligence is an answer because it can tell a story, can generate a story from what's in your books to what has been reported in the news elsewhere, what another company has published on the internet, and make sense of it. So there is no running away from it because we have created so much data that our heads, our computers, our ERP systems can no longer handle. But we still need to analyze that data.
Yeah. Now the next question to you, Prof. Hanley. Why, like the hero said, education is critical to the profession. Why are educational institutions we have come a long way during COVID using technology for assessments, now taking 7 steps back to say, I can't allow AI. Well, I can't do technology because the students will go on to AI, give me an answer, which so and now they want to go back to paper and pen. Why?
Absolutely. And I think the short answer is that education in itself is disrupted. And the same things that we have to discuss in terms of using AI to process these large sets of data, and the same is happening in education around the application of these technologies. And the issue with generative AI and these artificial intelligence technologies is that you are no longer constrained by the capacity or the capability of the technology. The constraint is in my ethics, right? The way that I believe I should be using the technology. So, because educational institutions works around assessment, and I need to be able to say, oh, but you've earned this degree, you know. How do I know that it was really you who earned that degree? Which is beside the point. So the issue in my mind is, we should, students should understand the ethics behind it and the implication of the application of these technologies in doing their assignments or doing a dissertation, or in terms of the application. But I believe our accountability as well is to teach them critical thinking skills. They must be able to engage with the content. You can't just take what was produced and just pass it on, you know, in your management report or in your in my test paper. You have to engage with the outcome critically, and that is where the human insight is absolutely key. So I think from an education perspective, we are still struggling to see how you best integrate this, and we have to figure it out quickly because it's not stopping. It's actually evolving at a fast pace. So if you haven't thought about it yet, I think you're way behind. I mean, we have to consider that, and we have to change our assessment mechanisms to accommodate this aspect. There's really excellent use cases that I think that the finance profession can also use in terms of tutor. You know, if you train a large language model on your content, so don't use internet-based content that's not perhaps validated, but train a large language model on your content, your modules content, and use that for the students as a tutor. So that means the access will be the material of the module, and whenever they work at night or when they don't have access to a human tutor, that is one use case that I think is an excellent use case. So I just think we need to just figure out the best option. But to go back 7, you know, steps and go back to all this paper, totally agree that that should be revisited.
Prof, sorry,
Yes.
we were together at the PwC conference. You remember that lady from Microsoft?
Yes.
Said teachers and academics actually had an issue when kids had to change from pencil to pen.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are always going to see that resistance.
Yes.
But the louder the voices
Yes.
like yours
Yeah.
about let's change and let's embrace,
Yes.
I'm sure the
Yes.
transition will be shorter
Yes.
than what would have been ordinary.
Absolutely.
Next
Absolutely.
question, which Generation Zs and Millenniums that I speak to tell me, I'm not prepared to have a 7-year prison term to become a professional, and neither am I prepared to become a slave laborer when I'm generating income for my training provider and I get peanuts. How do we address that?
I worries when he says next question.
You know, it's a culture thing. These are the people that are there. And organizations, we need to acknowledge that
Yeah.
that is what's there, and that is the future
Yes.
of corporate and everything. So the sooner we start making sure that our curriculums are suited for the type of person
Yeah.
that is going to go through them. And secondly, the employer, when you are employing people, think about capabilities, not the amount of time that somebody has spent doing something,
Yeah.
or if they wrote 30 exams or 50 exams or
Yeah.
what. The course that they went through, if it's 3 years, what competencies did they get? What traits are they having? Because traits is what you have. A trait can be learned if you have the correct traits. So employers also, to make it easy for academia and ourselves, acknowledge the change and don't sideline candidates or potential employees who have competencies and you're looking for quantity of
Yeah.
exams.
Yeah.
Like we want 50 of them, otherwise
Yeah, yeah.
you're not competent. That's not correct.
Yeah.
So what you're
And we
saying in short is that we need to relook at the way we professionalize people in
People.
the profession.
Yes.
Absolutely. I wanted to just quickly add on to that. That's an absolutely key point that you are making. And I often get the question, you know, we are in information technology, and why can't I just do all these short courses? You know, and why do I need to study for 3 years to get a first degree, etc.? But it is a key point that it's not just that, it is all the competencies that create that holistic knowledge, if I can refer to that as the output, right? Over and above just, you know, ticking off, oh, these technologies, oh, these principles, oh, these aspects. So I think that is a key aspect with regards to that.
Thank you, Etienne, for joining us. And I know we have this conversation all the time. So I'm going to pose a question to you. Why can a 14-year-old complete their competency training at your undergraduate level and go into masters, whereas for the accountancy professional, it's normally about 21, 22? Are we doing something wrong?
Wow.
Well, yes.
Wow.
I think it very much talks to the same concept of competencies. Is the industry that we're in, there's this expectation that you have to cut your teeth first at first studying, then you have to go through articles, then it's almost like relearning everything, and then you've got to integrate in, and you pretty much again at that point start at the bottom. So there's the various levels, and I think for that it kind of means that it takes time for a person to get there, where we don't really foster people with natural talents and competencies to shortcut that. And possibly what will happen is, as the industry changes, that will also change, because the traditional model needs to adapt as well. Because the old school of you study first, then you do your articles, and then you essentially become qualified, and then you start over is it's a very old mechanism. In fact, we probably would need to use hybrid methodologies better, so that the knowledge that they gain, they can immediately conceptualize correctly and apply correctly, instead of getting theory, then practice, and then trying to put it together. We actually have to start in a hybrid model, putting them all together at one point.
Absolutely.
No, thank you, Etienne. I'm going to ask you, anyone can respond. You know the quote, water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. We are facing an age of information everywhere.
Overload.
Or information overload. But very few know how to use it.
Yeah.
And accountancy professionals are now becoming custodians of information. Have we capacitate them to actually know how to use it?
Yeah.
Well, I think just as a add-on to that, the having data, so knowing how to use it, and there's this divide between on the one side is what data have I got, and the person who needs to use it doesn't know how to access that, and the person who knows how to access that doesn't know what you need. And we need to get that a little bit closer. And we're recording. So often the question is, are we recording just for the sake of recording information, or are we purposefully recording that for a purpose, for a use? And I think that's going to be probably the big, we have a lot of data, but how to mine that correctly to answer or to provide relevant data, because you can also get a lot of noise.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to hand it over at that point, because I think that's where my capacity stops, because there's so much information that you end up with, actually even in extrapolating information with so much noise that you don't know what to make of it anymore.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Absolutely.
Or
someone said to us, oh, you need to teach us insight. And that was quite a difficult. That was one of the difficult question. You was, saying the next question, because how do you teach someone insight, right? But I think just to Etienne's point, and generative AI is also not helping, because you can now it just there's just information overload and it's generated. So I think it's a skill in terms of identifying what problem am I trying to solve? If that is where you start off with in an organization, for example, and you have to answer a business performance question, for example. So clearly understand what is the question that I'm trying to solve for, and then to understand what data entities will assist me to actually solve that. And so that you can make sense of this entire data, overload. So key skills in terms of that.
Terero, I see you
Just,
eager
yeah,
to.
just my, just my,
Two
also
cents.
my 2 cents. I think the reason why we haven't really skilled is not knowing where to start. IA has been pitched as this very complex thing that is available and very expensive to have. So the skilling part becomes difficult because it's overwhelming. However, I think from a point of understanding, especially in finance, using OpenIA, you don't, of course, some of it you won't trust it, but it's a starting point. Why we are overwhelmed with information is basically because our brains cannot sift through a lot of information. That's the only reason. So if you're faced with so much data to support a business decision, your mind will not be able to do it. But a generative IA, you can feed the options and the data and ask the right questions, and it can give you an indication of where to go. That indication of where to go is what we sit around the table and start debating and whether it works or not. If you are unhappy, we say, here are the options again, change the question, do it again. And then we decide. So the skill that needs to be imparted in finance people is you do not have to know everything.
Absolutely.
Now. You just need to know how to ask the right questions, get the scenarios, apply your mind now to what we need to go and do going forward. That would
Ask
help.
the right question.
That is absolutely, that is the question. I just want to add something very quickly to your point about it being overwhelming. Because I guess it is, if you think about, there's so many cloud solutions, there's so many, all the talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning and predictive, and machines taking decisions and knowledge in people and knowledge in machines. It can be overwhelming. But I think a really good approach is to use your approach, to do use cases. Now I have this issue that I need to create a summary about. So let me use this and put it through generative AI or one of the open AI tools and see what the outcome is. So you address it use case by use case. I think it's difficult if you have to decide, this technology environment, and then you try to see, okay, but how do we use it? Start small and use the use cases, and then you also learn in that process.
Terero, you spoke about our brains can't handle all the information. And yet Einstein said we only use 10% of our brain. So what's happening to the other 90?
I probably did. I don't know what's happening, but it's so clear. We can't, even in our personal lives, just in your sphere of your own home, you can't process everything that is happening there. So maybe your stats are actually correct, the ones you said in the beginning, that 90%, 97% really don't want to think or can't think, because that 10% it's overcrowded with many things. So let's outsource our brains.
Now, to all three of you, a simple question. If we're moving towards becoming information brokers, which I think we are coming because we're selling information to decision makers, how do we review curriculum to say that it's no longer content driven? And I think SAIPA is again the #1 in the world because they're technocrats in terms of the syllabi. And we want to now say you must be information brokers, which means selling what you said, Terero. Look at the information, take out the important ones, doesn't work, go there, again, redo it. What Etienne said, know what information you need to access, know what the users want, etc. So how do we change that mindset in the profession? because I think we are a very conservative profession, and I think we are the Titanic in changing direction.
Now, one thing I think we need to understand is that our brain takes energy. It uses energy. We can only make so many decisions in a day, and we become decision fatigued. So we need to, I think, as a in our profession, we need to start looking at that. How do we help you make effective and efficient decisions using the tools that are available to us, so that, because you cannot be expected to make that many decisions and make them properly because of decision fatigue. So how do you remove some of those elements so that your decisions that you're making is core to the business, and you could make them properly and effectively. So even if I give you a lot of data to work through to say, from that, make a decision, it's still going to be fatiguing. You need to be able to create, and that's where the use cases or comparables, all these things come into it, that allows you to say, what are the core objectives, what are the core features, and be able to do a side-by-side comparative and say, this is what aligns with our strategy, this aligns with our objective, and then you can say, here's better decision making. So the tools can help you to do those, where if you yourself have to process through all the variables to it, it's just you're going to be bogged down and probably make bad decisions.
I would think to just also touch on one aspect of your question. I don't think accounting going forward is going to be like flat. We're going to have distinctive accountants. So we will still need technical accountants who can account according to the rules or the standards and have comparable information getting out into the market. So we will still need them. But we will also need a different type of accountant who's aiding decision making. We need that accountant. And we also need an accountant who's going to be sitting with the programmers and telling them what rules need to be in an ERP system or in a IA system, or whatever the case might be, because accounting, unfortunately, it's got rules. So we need those rules there. So there's need for that accountant. And there's need for a transacting accountant who is just transacting and spitting out figures and say, this is what is there. And we're going to need a generalist accountant, a jack of all trades. So I see the accounting, the technical accountant, the CAs, very relevant. And the emerging accountant is also very, decision-making account is very relevant, because all what we're trying to do is give our organizations a competitive advantage. That's all we're trying to do. So we need everyone to the party, and I see a lot of specialization in accounting that's going to happen in the future.
And risk management.
Yes.
Because especially the role is so well suited and positioned to manage that risk, and with the technology, that is a key aspect that that probably people are also looking to finance professionals.
Terera, the next question is, within the accounting profession, everyone's eyes on the apple on top of the tree.
Okay.
You know, the premier designation, you know, my title. And yet what you said now is that we need to look at the supply chain in terms of the supply chain that drives different sets of information, different competencies that can drive organizations to achieve their goal. Yet in the accountancy profession, if you're not the apple on the tree, then you are nothing. How do we change that mentality?
It's a cultural issue. It's very difficult to change. It won't change overnight, honestly, because even when you start from articles, you feel like you're nothing when you're in the, okay. I felt like I was starting when I was doing articles, and it goes on and on like that, because that's the culture. So, but what makes other roles look like they are nothing is the type of tasks are assigned to those roles. So when we take AI is saying, give me all the donkey work, okay? And all of you start off from a level where you're actually impactful and your profile is raising. So instead of me running around to finance manager saying, what is this? And then they tell you, ah, go away. AI is going to ask, what is this? And we're going to sit at a table where we are. If you're still junior, the level of decisions are also in your area, but you feel like you're adding value.
Yeah.
The middle manager is also middle, then strategic. And then everyone's kind of profile is raised, and you all feel like you're contributing to value, you're contributing value to an organization. That's why I'll keep on going back to AI, because I think it's the key to making that social change where there's that one and then there's that one at the bottom. Yeah.
Etienne, you like to add?
Yeah, I think the like in every industry, everyone wants to be seen as important. We have this, we want to have that title because that's a badge as I'm successful, I've done something. I think as a society, we need to get to a point of understanding that it's actually very okay not to be at that top. If I look at every business, we all go and say, well, business must get bigger and must have more employees and must sell more. Well, a lot of businesses, you're probably better off to say, you're actually better off being small. There's a space for everyone. And at the end of the day is, and I think you're 100% right, it's a cultural thing, because I've been in other countries where there are people that I remember many years back, I was in Australia in a matter, and the guy was cleaning outside, sweeping, and he was as happy as anything. And when I spoke with him, he was like, I'm outside. I'm not in an office. It's beautiful. You know, he's as happy as can be. But he doesn't, from a societal point, doesn't get looked down to say, oh, well, you know, you're clean. For him, he's massively happy because he's got a job, he's outside, he's not stuck in an office. But it's just how we perceive it. So I think in the same in our business environment, we need to have a clear space for and a role for all these different people, and we actually need to applaud people for those positions. We need to recognize them for those positions instead of only recognizing a top position, because you're, as you correctly say, you're nothing unless you're there. And I think that is something we need to fix. But to fix it, it takes, as a profession, us actually starting to show respect for everyone within that value chain, and not just the person at that top level.
Yeah.
Prof. Anli, the ethical dilemma for universities.
Yes.
Pushing IQ, and like the Riro said, the workplace must now look for EQ. So how do you balance that? If I just scrape through, but I got all the EQ, I won't get employed.
Yeah.
But if I got no EQ, but I got a cum laude, then everyone chase me.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. This is something that we have discussed quite a bit, especially through this recirculation phase now. And I think the aspect was that it's not just about the theory that you teach, you know, and what is in the handbooks and what are the rules and the principles around something. It is also about the development in terms of engaging in teams, working in teams. So, you know, we do a capstone project, for example, where you do a real world project, but in a team. So these team skills have to manage conflict. They work with real world client where they have to engage with the client, they have to understand the client's requirement, interpret that, and you know, deliver a project. So I think by experiential learning, you can accommodate some of those aspects, some of it, because ultimately there is a certain level of competence associated with a degree. And I think a lot is still to do with the way that we award degrees, right? I know there is a lot of discussion around the fact that, for example, I can choose modules from all different faculties, even from different universities, and create my own degree. But the systems and the way that universities work currently does not facilitate that. So I do think that transformation in that regard is discussed, but not there yet. From a faculty perspective, that is what we try. We try to focus on experiential learning, where we teach the theory, some practical aspects and learning, and then engage with a real world scenario, so that it's not just textbook knowledge when you graduate.
Etienne and yes,
Prof, sorry.
Terira.
I'm conscious about not bashing the academia because it's got the apparent benefits. Your IQ goes up, but there's also latent benefits from just going through a program.
Yeah,
no.
That is being taught or underneath. You're being taught time management.
Yes.
Even though no one is sitting there and saying you need to do your time like this.
Yeah.
Just because you've got all these modules and the assignment, time management is being organizing, thinking, remembering that I read from that book, I read from that, what am I now thinking? It's the same thing that you're going to use when you are in a boardroom.
Yeah.
I read that paper, I read that one. What are they talking to each other? It happens. It's not taught explicitly, but it's happening during that process. So I'm not very quick to dismiss academia. It's still very important and gives discipline. There's just a few additional things that we can't let be latent anymore, but we bring them to the front in schooling kids or whoever students. So that's what I would urge academia to do. And also us as professional bodies, but it's better when they're young. And then you code them to start thinking like this, but and before they come to us.
Yeah.
Terira, what you're saying, I fully agree with, and I think that should come onto my result sheet, which isn't there. And I think we need to look at that. Etienne, I know you know that we've been working hard for the last 2 years with Prof. Hanley. What's your opinion of micro credentials turning the profession upside down?
Well, so you're talking to a person who, the moment I got my first degree, that I immediately said, "What am I missing? What do I study next?" So I've studied everything from trust to law to not just tax. I mean, I've got variety of them, because every time I say, "Well, how do I advise a client on when we're talking about contracts?" I know nothing about contract law, or and so I go out and I make a point of studying it, and so I'm one of those who constantly looking for not what do I have, but what do I not have that's making me incomplete in being able to provide a proper advice. So for me, micro credentials is a way of being able to say there's little milestones, there's little achievements that you get along the way, but it also allows you to get a far more rounded qualification at the end of the day, or I wouldn't even use the word qualification. I would say, a better rounded skill set that translates into usable scenarios. And so for me, also those little object or those little targets that you have, it allows you to either expand a lot more or to go really specialized. So the power is really with the student now to decide which direction I want to go in, rather than being forced on I must follow this road and this road only. You're kind of allowing them a lot more opportunity to take a journey into their career path that they are looking for.
Then to all three of you, is a profession ready for what Etienne is saying? Breaking the straitjacket and saying, you choose your subject that you want because you know you want to go into the pharmaceutical industry. So don't worry about manufacturing because it's not going to help you.
I don't think we are ready. I don't think we are ready because, especially as professional bodies, we take pride in our designations. So you say, for you to be called this, you need to have gone through this. So now to have somebody saying, I can be that without that, We are not yet ready to accept it. And it's not out of selfishness, in my own opinion. It's just that it has not been tested yet. We have not seen its success anyway. The culture that is driving that behavior is this, the way we celebrate success stories of people who never went through formal education. We do not have success stories that are resounding about people who've gone through the process and made it. It's kind of like it's a given. So it was supposed to be like that. This alternative view that is coming through social media, especially, of I didn't do anything, I ended up in high school, I'm a billionaire. That is driving why people are saying. So we also need a counter message of saying that is 1 out of the 8 billion of us. What are the chances that you're going to be them? Yes, you might be them, we don't know about you, but let's have this structure that gets you to another point. When you get there and you realize your knowledge gaps, like what Etienne is saying, get your micro credentials. But for now, can we have the base? That's what we are ready for and what we are accepting right now.
Final question before we wrap up. How important is it to be an AI accountant versus to be an accountant that know how to exploit AI?
Is that a trick question? No, I think look, I'm not as we've said many times an accountant, but I really believe that it is a key role. It is a key role. The profile is just slightly changing. So I think they need to understand how to use it and how to best apply it in this new world that they are trying to figure out.
So what you're saying, Prof. Hanley, is that I can drive a car, but I don't know where the engine sits.
Exactly.
Exactly.
No, I agree with you,
Yeah.
Prof, because it's better to know, to be an accountant who knows how to use AI than being an AI accountant, because an AI accountant is already there. It's a software, which is an AI accountant. I don't want to compete with that. I'll be an accountant who understands AI.
Etienne?
So, yeah, taking to your analogy, I can get in the car, I can start, unlike mine, that didn't start today. But the nice thing is that if you were taking the comparative, saying as the accountant is the equivalent of a racing car driver, then knowing that he doesn't have to be a mechanic, but he has to know enough about that vehicle to give feedback to the mechanics to say this is working, this isn't working, this is a dead spot, this was didn't respond the way it should, and they work together. So the mechanic gets the feedback, does it. The driver gets from it. So the two work in a very close relationship to get the most out of it, to get success. And that's how I would see us having to go. Is that there's going to be some people whose clear role is going to be how to use the AI, how to use that, sifting through that massive amount of data for you, versus the person who can use it, but they need to know how those tools work, what they can expect from it, and then there's this relationship between the two. Without it, you're going to be lost.
Now that's why SAIPA has coined the term digifusion. Where AI meets RI. Real intelligence is the human.
Well done.
Well
done.
A minute to wrap up. What advice do you have to people who are in the profession already to make that leap?
I think very quickly they need to understand the foundational concepts they've got the core skill. They need to understand the foundational concepts of AI. Secondly, they must lead the change. Don't be scared. Lead the change. Focus on automation. Include yourself in these projects, these digital transformation projects, and lead that change. And that will position you very well, in my view.
I would echo the same. Don't be afraid. This is an opportunity. There's not many people who get an opportunity to reinvent themselves in their careers. Usually it's a straight line until you retire. This is an opportunity to reinvent yourself. take it and not be afraid of it.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say the straight line until you did.
No, no.
Etienne.
Well, I think I'm going to say the same sentiment. Is that you have to be prepared to adapt, or otherwise your
Yes.
early retirement is on the board. But I think for me, the key thing is that, yes, we are scared of change, but instead of seeing it as change, we need to see it as evolution.
Yeah.
Because it isn't really a different. It is just we have to constantly adapt and evolve. And I think that's a better mindset to have, is how do we become better
Yeah.
rather than different.
Yeah.
No, thank you to the three of you. So the message
you.
ultimately is, don't let technology drive you.
Yes.
You must drive yourself using technology.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel that really has challenged our thinking. We need not be educating our learners on something that AI can fulfill. It is time that we relook at our syllabi, we relook at what we are doing in our curricula to ensure that it is preparing the accountants of the future. It's a pity that our universities take a bit of time before they can actually come up with, let's leave all the basic technical information that we can ask the right questions, know where to search, and we will find the answers. So thank you so much to our lovely panel led by Professor Rashid Small, Tariro, Dr. Hanley Smarts, and Etienne Retief. Thank you so much for the insights that you have shared. It really was a great session. And as I said, it has challenged all of us. But let me also just remind you that tomorrow afternoon, we will be announcing something. And I think on this platform, we have actually seen the list of delegates. There are quite a number that were on Project Achiever, and they now understand what is the order in the chaos that one sees when you go through that program, because really, this is where we are taking you as accountants of tomorrow. The winners. Our seventh winner for the day is Krishna Achenbach, and our eighth winner is Vino Pillay. Congratulations. We are now moving to the last panel discussion for the afternoon, and my co-host, Liana, is going to be introducing the next panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Faith. I think everyone can agree today has just been an amazing kickstart to this accounting Indaba, and we're looking forward to a lot more to come tomorrow. This topic, and usually when we come to the end of a day, the fatigue is setting in a bit and the day has been long and there's lots of overload of information. But the next topic and the next panel is probably one of the ones that I am the most excited about. So please get yourself ready. This last session of today is really going to be amazing. I will share with everyone a little bit of tongue in cheek. Every time after a session, when we go off the production and give the presenters an opportunity, the SAIPA events team is like, "Are you all right? Do you need anything? Is everything okay?" And I say to them, I'm having a blast. I'm just hoping everyone else out there is having as much fun as I do, because we've just heard so many amazing things from great, great presenters today. So going on to the topic of the last panel today, the topic is capturing the essence of Generation Z professionals, attraction and retention strategies. Now, like I said, this is a topic that I'm very, very passionate about. The different generation and ages of the generations has always been something that I found very interesting. And if we're looking at the Gen Zs, those are typical your generation that was born 1997 to 2012. And those are the guys currently coming into the workplace, the workforce, and the profession. Those are the people that we are dealing with in the workplace, at employment, own businesses, business owners, on a daily basis. And they are a different generation. They've got different requirements, they've got different needs, and doesn't make them right or wrong. We just have to approach them and deal with them differently. Very excited today that we've got a panel that's going to take us through this. The panel discussion will be facilitated by Angie Shamley. And then our panelists is Zizi Vikilachle, Mduduzi Dladla, and Debbie Kapuk. And when we prepared and met with the panel before the session, we were throwing around some great ideas around the Generation Z and what they're looking for, and instant gratification, and is it right, is it wrong? But I don't want to give away too much. We've got the panelists and the experts here today to share with us. So without hearing further from me, I'm going to hand over to the panel and to Angie. Thank you so much.
And facilitating you guys. I feel honored to be here, so thank you. We've already been introduced to what the topic's going to be about, and I just wanted to mention, in an ever-changing landscape of the accounting profession, shaped by new technologies and evolving expectations, the Gen Z accountants are looking for more than just a paycheck. So how can you as firms and an industry understand and respond to the unique aspirations, values, and expectations of these guys to not only attract them, but also to retain these professionals in a meaningful and lasting manner? Okay, so this is the panel. I'd like you guys to introduce yourself. We would start with you, Zizi.
Thank you, Angie. Good afternoon, everyone online and in the session today. My name is Zizigazi Vigilahle. I am a director in the outsourced accounting services at Mazars in South Africa.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntutuzi Jaja, and I'm a CEO at Accounting Instincts Consultancy, a digital service financial services firm. And we've been in business for almost 10 years, and really excited to be here this afternoon to chat about the Gen Zs.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session. Thank you, Angie. My name is Debbie Kapuk. I am the owner of Macarius Consulting and Coaching. I'm a professional accountant. I'm also a coach, a training specialist, and a mentor.
Oh, this is exciting. So honored to be here with you three. So thank you. Coming from the recruitment industry, this is a topic that I'm so passionate about, and I'm loving the fact that I get to hear your insights about the questions I'm about to ask. Are you guys ready?
Yes, as you'll ever be.
As you'll ever be. Okay. How do you feel? I'm going to start with you, Debbie. How do you feel, or like, what is your view when it comes to Gen Z professionals? How do they differ from previous generations in terms of their career aspirations and values?
Yeah, I think Gen Z is a very special kind of group of people, Angie. I'm personally working with 5 of them in my firm at the moment. I must admit, I do love them, and yeah, the rest we'll leave for another discussion.
Love them.
Gen Zs, I find them to be very purpose-driven.
Yeah,
Gen Zs, I find that they want to get involved in a higher meaning.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like us. We needed a job. We
Yeah.
wanted to do well. You know, they're striving for meaning. They're very purpose-driven as well. I've observed that. I think the other thing that I have observed as well, Gen Z come straight out of COVID almost, right? So coming out of COVID, you're young, you're entering the workplace, you know, there's a lot of like social skills almost that need to be maybe just enhanced a little bit. They used to just solving problems for themselves, by themselves, making collaboration a little bit of a challenge at times. They are committed as well, you know, in the workplace, but it's important to always communicate with them and also see how you train them and, you know, how you are able to help them, teach them new skills. I think that is a big one for us. You know, the way we're teaching is very different. In the past, we would sit with our books, Angie, and just study those accounting frameworks and go through everything. But I think nowadays what I find is, you know, they love storytelling. And the way we have learned versus the way they are learning is quite different, but also quite special. You know, we all build the skill of storytelling. So I cannot see when we do go into storytelling how keen they are to learn and to listen, and also using more visuals in how we are training and talking to them. So yes, there is quite a bit of a difference, but yeah, it's refreshing.
Yeah.
It's very refreshing, and it's important for us from a different generation to make sure we embrace that change and that difference that they bring into the workplace.
I agree, and I think that like Generation Z and us, we can add value to each other, and I'm 100% agree with you there. Udu, what are your thoughts?
I thought, first of all, like Davis just said, Gen Z is a very, very unique breed. Shocking because I'm not too far away from the Gen Z. But it's unbelievable how the Gen Zs are quite unique. In terms of, firstly, from a risk take point of view, I must say they're very big risk takers. And unfortunately, in the context of our profession, I mean, we've been configured to be very risk averse, you know, as professionals and as accountants. So their natural instinct for risk is absolutely amazing in a sense that there's just difficulty to balance when to be careful and not to be so careful as far as they are concerned. But also in the context of the profession as a whole, unfortunately, accounting is principle driven, finance is principle driven. So to find that balance between the instinct of being risk takers and the instinct of the principles of finance, that's why I think we struggle to find each other. Because in as much as they can be configured the way they are in terms of just firstly, generally Gen Zs take things quite light. That's just my personal view. They take things very, very light. And yet the profession that we in is a very serious profession because I mean there's a lot of consequences. It's a legislated, you know, profession, environment. And the balance now between how they are in terms of their characters, in terms of yes, being purpose driven, you know, that's the ultimate. However, the process of you know the balance between the principles of the profession and how they are just naturally just for me that's why I struggle to find the balance. But generally they are just amazing people. I truly believe that Gen Zs are the people that will help us lighten up on certain things where we can lighten up as far as the profession is concerned, but also in terms of leveraging on the technology and the digitization and everything just to make life easy, things that we've not been aware that they're quite tedious. Gen Zs will definitely come into the picture and be like, really, should you really be doing this process so long? So I believe that they will contribute positively to the profession, especially around simplifying things and making life easier.
Can I tell you, I don't think it's just the financial profession. In all professions, Gen Zs come in and they make you think. In my environment alone, I'm lucky enough to have a whole bunch of Gen Zs working with me, and my policies, my procedures, my structure has been so simplified just because of their just they knew, and I'm just so old school. Everything's Excel, everything's files, everything's this. You know, they have simplified things a lot. So I agree there. Vivi, how can accounting firms, you think, create a workplace culture that resonates with the Gen Z professionals?
Yeah. So I think I just want to touch on what Drew said. You know, Gen Zs come across as like not taking things so seriously. But I think also in that not taking things seriously, it's because to them things integrate so easily between professional and personal life. So I think what we actually need to be doing you know, to speak to them a lot more is integrating personal and professional life by creating flexibility in the way that we work with them. Because again, once they find that sense or they resonate with that sense or that purpose of what we as accounting professionals are wanting to do, what is the problem that we're wanting to solve or what to solve for, and what we want our contribution to be, once they've bought into that and they integrate that into who they are and how they do things, you get the best out of them. That's been my experience personally. So, you know, accounting firms having things like flexible work policies helps a lot, like to get them to work and perform at their best.
Do you think that accounting firms are doing that more and more every day, that they're becoming more flexible, having more of a work-life balance?
I think COVID has propelled and forced a lot of accounting firms to be that way. For example, in our environment where we work, we started by introducing a a hybrid working policy, and seeing how that went. We implemented it, saw how it went. We saw the response that we got from the business from implementing that, and then we adapted it to a flexible working policy. Initially, again, I think you want to say you want people to earn your trust. You want to give it to certain levels within the business, but I think everyone in any business or any environment or firm deserves that opportunity to demonstrate, that the trust relationship is there, and you can give that flexibility, and we get like the best and the most out of them, in that regard.
Debbie, and your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think we have to shift our culture a lot, Angie. And I know I need to watch myself a lot as well and stop comparing like what I did, how we learned. I started when it was Deloitte Haskins and Cells. That gives away some of it age, yeah. So the tendency is still, for us to apply what we've learned, how we have learned. But I think it's very important to adapt. But it's also very important, we are a legislated profession. And even in an era now, it's more important so than what it was many years ago. We have many ethical dilemmas that we have to deal with, and there's just no gray. With accounting, it's either black or white, and you need to stick to the rules and do what needs to be done. So it's about onboarding them in the best possible way, but slightly different. I think, we developed through almost a sense of fear, whereas, they are risk takers. And just instilling fear into them is maybe not necessarily the best way. So it's always a fine balance to inspire them to adhere, to follow legislation, to read up, to understand what it is, because unfortunately it just needs desk time, and it needs listening time. Listen to your apps, listen to what is required, what does the framework say. So I think there's quite a bit that we can do within the accounting profession to shift that, Angie. So, but I think it's all beautiful, and it will be wonderful for the profession if we can get it right. But we can't give up on our principles and our values as accounting professionals in this process.
No, you can't. You have to find a solution that works both for the organizations as well as for the professionals, the young professionals. And I know that there's a way. I mean, we're in the new world of work. There's definitely going to be a way. But on the retention strategy now, Debbie, what are the key factors you think that influence Gen Z professionals in this environment, in this industry, in the financial world?
Yeah, I think, Angie, for me, it was important to just understand who are these Gen Zs and what do they like and what is important for them. If we look at Gen Z, they love to travel, right? So I find that, giving them opportunities and going out to maybe work at clients, work in different environments, attending different conferences, build that into their daily routine, and make it sort of like a point to say, hey, maybe twice, 3 times a month, this is what we're going to do, and position it as fun, but also learning fun, because they do learn a lot when they do get out. So they love to travel. So build that into their daily, what they do achieve. And I think retention is also about listening to what they value. I have 5, but all 5 of them are very, very different. And we shouldn't forget about, the individuality of the individual, of the person, right? And making sure we motivate according to what is important to them and how they value rewards, opposed to what we think rewards would be for them in the workplace. And really listening,
Now, I've got a very good friend of mine, and often says, never have the one size fits all approach. Have the one size fits one approach.
Yes.
So it really does in this generation. And what are your thoughts?
Look, when it comes to Gen Zs, definitely in terms of giving them things that will allow them to fully unleash their potential, they love those kind of activities. So, for example, as a firm, we've just achieved, being a fully digital firm in terms of our digital processes. It was interesting with our intake of Gen Zs this year. 2 of them found 2 of our tech stock irrelevant, and they're like, no, this is not going to work. And mind you, we've invested money to deploy the tech, to implement the tech. We are sort of like, at an advanced stage in terms of the implementation. And they said, no, it's not going to work. But something in me said, okay, what's going to work? And within an hour, they'd given us another option and said, okay, you will drive this. They, go get the demo, drive it. You be the project champions for this. And funny enough, the whole team, when they demonstrated, they bought into the other technology. So we had to now switch and go to the other one,
Yeah.
So now with that retention part, Now this one is now a champion for this tech because in his first month of being in the graduate program,
Yeah.
he now informed a technology that the company could use, as part of our project management tool. So I think Gen Zs are really purpose driven.
Yeah.
They love challenges that will allow them to fully unleash their full potential. And sometimes one thing that is interesting that we picked up with Gen Zs as a firm is that even with the absorption or placement, I mean, everything is evolving. Even as a firm, our focus is no longer going towards employing accountants per se, but we now need business analysts. We need data capturers. We need, people that can draft reports from an analytical point of view, present the best analytical reports. And you don't need to be an accountant to be able to do that. And it's been interesting to see that with our intake of Gen Zs, they might not be absorbed in the mainstream of the accounting of the value chain of finance or tax, but they're going to be more in the business support of things. And I think it's important for us as companies to identify where will Gen Zs fit in the whole scheme of things. Even if your nature is an accounting or finance firm, see their skills and see where their skills can positively contribute towards your holistic value chain in your company structure. So that's my thing around the retention part, that give them projects that are purposeful for them and don't look at absorbing them into where your current organogram is, because they need right now, truly speaking, we need IT, we need tech guys, you understand what I'm saying? So it's important to identify for those roles. Maybe in your employment equity, focus on Gen Zs for that.
Lovely. I 100%
Yeah.
agree. You touched on it earlier, Zizi, about the flexibility and the work-life balance. So what flexibility and work-life balance expectations do you think these professionals have? And we are accommodating them. We did touch on it. But can we elaborate a little bit more?
I think flexibility in terms of, accommodating ideas and different ways of doing things, and having a growth mindset, as opposed to like a fixed mindset in how you interact and engage with them, because I think that again they come from a place of purpose in how they do things. So you also don't want to create an environment where they feel like there is a cap that you put on how you allow them to think and express themselves and express their ideas and their way of doing things. So I think we need to be like a lot more open to that and consider like diversity in accepting and being open to those different approaches that they bring to the table.
I love that. I've got in my environment is this one. She challenges me on a daily basis, but in a positive way, and I find it to keep me not. I won't say young, but it also keeps me wanting to be relevant.
Yeah.
They test you, and you just want to learn more when you're sitting down because you've just gone through a whole new restructure because of these ideas and their brilliant ideas. Then all of a sudden, okay, what next? I'm like, can you just put the brakes on for 5 seconds? But you know that it's going to work, and the allowing them to do that just gives them more purpose and more loyalty, and it really helps in retaining good staff. So I love that we're all on the same page with this. This is one of my best topics. But Mdu, it's now on you. How do you think that the accounting environments and accounting firms leverage technology and innovation to engage and retain? And you touched on it before with your superstar there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let's elaborate on that.
Okay. So I think the most important thing to understand is that the fundamental principles of the profession, the rules of what we do as an industry or as a sector, that has been there for decades, for years. It's cutting stone. It is what it is, right? Tech comes in to automate, to create efficiencies, and to build more accuracies, right? So it's there to inform our statement of truth as accountants. Unfortunately, our statement of truth is always around reliability, completeness, and accuracy, regardless, right? So tech needs to come and complete that the statement of truth as far as it's concerned. Now, where we need to now leverage the relationship, Gen Z is, first of all, it's a win-win situation. It's a symbiotic relationship that has to work perfectly. A Gen Z that is gearing to becoming one of the best finance or accounting professionals, unfortunately, really has to have the craft of understanding the principles. Then the tech comes in where now they become more interested, because instead of doing it on Excel or wherever, it becomes easier to do it through the tech stock that is being deployed. However, it will not serve us any purpose if the Gen Z that we're plugging into the tech, which is their favorite environment to operate in, but they're not in terms of technical skills in the right place where we're supposed to be. And I think as firms, as we deploy this tech, so with us, before we introduce you to a technology, there's got to be a minimum set of standards or ability or capability of competencies that you demonstrate before we introduce you to tech. Because if we introduce it, let me tell you, the biggest frustration with some of the Gen Zs that we picked up, the ones that don't have the good fundamental principles in place, they end up frustrating the whole organization and the whole system because it's garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
Even if it's something that they like to work with, which is
Yeah.
tech.
Absolutely.
So I think tech can definitely be leveraged, but let us have a balance of making sure that the fundamental principles are in place. And with that being said, let's be honest, because of how the Gen Zs, the environment that they came in, these are guys that could start Googling things. These are guys that even before ChatGTP, it was already easier for them compared to us. We're the encyclopedia generation where we had to research.
Yes.
So we took longer. That's why we understood more. But these guys, someone had already been doing this stuff for them. So you could find that their understanding is not at the level where it should be. So unfortunately, yes, they've got the degrees, it's been conferred to them. Unfortunately, as companies or firms, we still have the responsibility to ensure that those principles are understood and they are well interpreted into the work environment. Then you introduce the tech. Then the leveraging of the tech will make sense if the understanding of the principles and the tech is at the same level. Because it's one thing to have the tech stock, but you don't have the principles in place. For me, that has been if I've got any frustration with Gen Zs, is them being introduced to tech, which they love, able to operate the tech, but putting in the wrong stuff in the tech.
Yeah.
And for me, that has just been.
Yeah. But I think to your point as well, because we're moving to such a data access environment. So we have this tech that gives us all this data.
Yes.
You still need to give it to someone to analyze it.
Yes.
But if that person doesn't know what to look for
Yes.
and what to look out for, it's basically like useless information.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think that's how we can leverage on the tech. But before we leverage on the tech, let's make sure that the principles are in place, because it's so frustrating to be cleaning up a system.
How do you assess if their principles are on par with where you want them to be before introducing the tech?
So it's simple. I mean, on working papers or cases that they're dealing with, you'll be able to gauge on the principles in terms of the inputs that they put onto the system. So unfortunately in South Africa, I'll give you a simple example. There is no accounting software that names transactions for you. Like it won't go tell you that this is supposed to be a meals and entertainment and expense. We don't have that yet, right? So maybe the Gen Zs must start building that, because I feel like that's where they're getting it wrong. So they will go put a debit on something that's supposed to be a credit. And already that's where you start picking up, but hold on, can't even classify the expense. So that's where you start picking up. And for me, unfortunately, with accounting is debit and credits. You lose it there, you've lost the whole thing. My reports as the CFO, my dashboards will be wrong if the allocations were wrong in the first place. And unfortunately, when they enter the market, that's the level we start them at. Do you understand? Before they can grow up to the analysis part of the business. Now, that is how we gauge it.
It would be nice if there was a technology that they could use that will attract them, that the data that they input has to be correct in order to, like blockchain, to move to the next to the next phase.
Which
So
forces them to learn.
Yeah, which forces them to learn. I mean, there's a gap there, I think, guys. If there's anyone watching, then thank you.
I think there is a huge opportunity for that. If anyone can create a tech like that, because that's where
Teaching them every
currently
single
the
step of the
challenges
way.
are.
Because it's a new technology. The Gen Zs love tech, and just being able to learn while inputting and without just getting everything from ChatGPT. I've been told never to mention that, but I love ChatGPT. But, Gen Z. Okay, cool. I love this innovation, tech. Oh, it's exciting. So, Zizi, what are some examples of successful technology-driven initiatives for attracting and retaining Gen Z professionals?
It's a tough one. Could you repeat that question?
No problems. I'll read. What are some examples of successful technology-driven initiatives for attracting and retaining Gen Z professionals?
I think just like building systems, I think in your workplace in terms of how you monitor their progression in your environment and your business, right? That they are able to also track and see their progression and growth and how they are improving or tracking as they move along, like in the organization, are one of the tools that I think would be useful in solving that.
Yeah, systems always.
Yeah.
Debbie, your input on that? Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think I agree 100% with my colleagues over here. I think, it's very important to provide a framework for Gen Zs to operate in, but then, it's also important for them to understand they have freedom within that framework because we do operate within frameworks. So I think that is still important because it's a bit challenging within our environment. We talked about accounting profession being legislative. You just have to follow the principles. I have an example where one of my accountants went and Google, what is the definition of interest paid, and Google gave one answer, and we had to go back to the accounting framework, and we had to explain substance over form, and we were able to do that very well. But we do hope that they can get they can get it. But when I spoke to them about before the session, and I said to them, what is most important for you guys? They just ask us to say, hey, simplify the way we learn. Because sometimes, when you start off in accounting, there's a lot of difficult things to learn. If we can just make it a whole lot easier for them to begin to learn, adapt, and then it will be much better for them to be retained in organizations. And I know, we studied BCom those years, and it was really challenging. Some of the stuff we just had to memorize as parents, to get through it. And nowadays we can't, the guys don't want to learn like that, and it's also not necessarily the right way. So find nice, interesting ways, and it also keeps us on our toes, because at the end of the day we need to be able to explain something very simple. Whatever complicated concept we have, we need to be able to explain it in a lot of simplicity so that they can understand it better. Because I asked them, why are so many of you falling off and not finishing your professional accounting progression? There's so many opportunities, and those were some of the reasons. Is that it's so hard, and it's just the learning is hard. If we can have people that can explain it to us more simplistically. So I think the need for mentors, coaches,
I agree.
and then just ways of learning to just change, not what we learn, but just the way we learn it without losing the essence.
Yeah.
No, which brings me, when you say keep it simple, there's an acronym that I live by. It's KISS.
Yes.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's exactly this. You learn so much more the simpler it is.
Yeah.
So not overloading people and not like all these numbers and figures and this and that. I agree. That's the best way to keep the Gen Zs, attracted and interested.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have covered that. Debbie,
Yes.
we've just touched it now. So how can accounting firms promote diversity and include, no, not that one. How can experienced professionals mentor and guide Gen Z employees effectively?
Yeah, I think, Angie, most importantly, being a mentor myself, stay focused on the individual. And when I start mentoring, I want to hear from the individual. What do you want to work on? Right? And hear from their perspective with a fresh mind. So it's about the mentor just putting on a whole new fresh mind and not coming in with preconceived ideas. Forget about what you heard about Gen Zs. Don't have any presumptions, about them, and just take them at face value. Listen to them as individuals and steer clear from, in my day we did it like this. I know they don't like that a lot. And I think just go with the flow and enjoy it, because I think they do have the ability to articulate the challenges that they are having. And I would just say, stay in the moment. Mentor in the moment as you hear it and not as you think you hear it. Otherwise we're going to miss each other. And with the generational gap, we don't want that, because in 2 years time, Angie, the bulk of our workforce will be Gen Zs, and we need to put them to good use. Our economy needs them. We need to grow. Our profession needs them as well, and the way they're going to really accelerate is through proper mentorship. And we need to put that hat on and just go in fresh, go in clear, go in non-judgmental. And listen for understanding. That active listening part of coaching needs to now transition into mentorship, so that we can apply that and understand where we need to support them and what they need help with. And stay clear of, I did it like this, this worked for me, etc. And continue to just probe and let them continue to be resourceful and try and find solutions.
And
They
add
are quite
value.
exactly, and that's how they can feel more valuable, opposed to constantly either having like a mother culture, father culture, parent culture on top of you.
It must be, because it has to be a collaboration from baby boomers, millennials to Gen Zs. I think it's a beautiful combination, recipe match It just really is. Collaboration is key.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And having a good mentor, actually, a person won't stay for money; they'll stay for that mentor,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they know that they can advance and grow. It's all about mentorship.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for the mentors that I had in my life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
They add
they keep-
tremendous value.
Exactly, they massive value.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that you want to add from a mentorship aspect?
Nah, but just to say, mentorship is absolutely paramount, but also rewarding mentorship. So just like Debbie was saying, that not to handhold, but to allow you to walk, and I'm walking behind you. You know,
Yeah.
to let you walk the journey, but let me be right behind you, so that you can be able to see what direction they sort of want to navigate, so that you don't inform or enforce yourself or impose yourself that much. You know, with your I used to do it like this. Let them
Yeah.
walk, but just be behind, just to assist in terms of where you can see that there's going to be a slip up, but just be there right behind them to give them the support.
Yeah, I agree. I could tell you horror stories of how I was brought up in my career.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Zizi, what leadership styles are most effective in managing and leading Gen Z teams?
Sure. I think collaboration, a very like diverse and like inclusive environment that allows for, you know, ideas and sharing of thoughts, to be for people to feel comfortable to do that. But also think one way, like an environment that is inspirational, for them, because again, as you say, they very much like inclined to a sense of purpose and meaningfulness. So they aren't like looking for money. They aren't looking to, you know, get to. Sometimes they are looking to progress like quite quickly, but if you get them to see the value that there is in the patience and the time and putting in the work, you get like quite a lot like from them, I think.
Sorry, did she say Gen Zs are not into money?
Not all of them.
Okay,
Not
you're very
I,
lucky.
I, I think they
My
not
Gen
all
Z,
of them.
my Gen Z, first thing they ask, when are we getting increases? When are we getting Christmas bonus? When it's like it, the reward part of it has always been important for
I'm
them.
with
Yeah.
While I must say that their priority spending though is different from us. For example, we rush to go buy a car,
Yeah.
and you
They
know,
want
like get yourself into finance.
experiences.
Gen Z don't see a value of committing themselves into a, you know, a 5 year or 6 year repayment. They've
they
got
want-
Ubers, they've got, so
and
they
they
don't
want the
see value in that.
experience.
They want the
Yeah, the
experience more, so
they
they're more
pay for the
travelers.
experience.
You know, so that's something I'm finding it very interesting with that, but very, very interesting.
I have someone working
Yeah.
in the bar office. I promise you, she added so much value from day one. Within 3 months, she advanced about 3 different times, and eventually, I was like, "Okay, this is you're going to be like senior ops. I want to give you this X salary." She says, "No, let me prove myself first before you
Yeah.
give me the salary."
Okay.
You get Gen Z's
Yeah.
like that. I
It's,
promise
it's
you.
Wow.
about the purpose,
It's the
and
purpose,
the
yeah.
and the sense, yeah.
So that's why this is something so close to my heart, because there are those
Nice,
that
yeah.
go for the money and they feel
Yeah.
entitled because of the big qualifications
Yeah.
behind their names.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's finding those ones with purpose and the qualifications. Those
Okay.
are gems.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. What steps? I see we're running out of time, so I'm gonna ask one more question, I think. Okay. This is okay. It's around sustainability and social responsibility. I think we can fit in 2 more. What sustainability initiatives can accounting firms implement to attract and retain the Gen Z generation?
Look, I mean, sustainability is quite broad as a topic. I mean, if you look at right now, I'll speak on it from a social point of view and an environmental social point of view. First of all, Gen Zs want relaxed environments. They're not your suit people. They're not your, you know, how the profession. So first of all, I think we just need to be a bit flexible in terms of our culture code, in terms of being too serious. Because those guys are guys. I mean, today I try to represent the Gen Zs, not really.
You look great.
Because those guys are very relaxed, very chilled, very, so socially, the social context of things relative to obviously to the professional work side of things is very, very important. And then from an environmental sustainability point of view, going paperless is very, very key for our industry and our sector. And I think Gen Z play a positive role whereby they're not big on paper, they're more on digital implementation and inputs of everything that they do. So I think as firms or corporates, we really need to balance that nicely for them, whereby socially the environment is exciting for them to be around, but also from a sustainability point of view, from an environment point of view, particularly on the tech and digitizing and going paperless, is absolutely paramount for you to attract Gen Zs, because those are not guys that deal with papers.
Yeah.
Nicely said. Nicely said. Okay, so just a quick one, and I'm going to address it to you, Debbie. How can the accounting industry adapt to ensure its long-term relevance in the future generations, including Gen Z?
Yeah, I think that's very important, Angie. We really need accountants. I'm punting accounting. I'm punting for accountants. We need you. We need to evolve. I think the way we learn, the way we recruit, and I think information sharing is very, very critical. When I was talking to my group of accountants in the firm, a lot of them weren't even aware of everything that accountants could do. So I do believe marketing, direct talking, and practical experiences and practical examples of what can be done with accountancy and the benefits of accountancy and the broad richness and vastness that an accountant has. I love accountants. So let's not forget that, guys. I mean, they were so surprised when I said to them, I'm a member of SAIPA. We can be business advisors, we can be fraud examiners, we are tax professionals. And their eyes just popped out because nobody ever told them that those are all the opportunities. So I do believe that communicating, explaining to them, and also showing them the money is going to help us a lot.
But I also think just having you guys on the panel can see what exactly the financial and the accounting industry can bring. It doesn't just have to be paper and numbers and debits and credits.
Yeah.
It's so much to gain and learn in the industry. So thank you guys for being here. As you can see, we can probably speak for hours, but our time is now up. So thank you for joining, guys, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I hope that a lot of people got benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angie and the fellow panelists, Zizi, Mduduzi, Debbie. It was so great to hear your thoughts, your insights, your opinion. And I was sitting here in the studio with this panel, and it was very vibrant. And I'm sure everyone at home and online could also hear it. It's definitely a topic that they're very passionate about, and a lot of opinions and value add. One thing that Nduduzi added was about the paperless and the importance of the sustainability in this generation. And I think it's definitely something that flows through and that comes through with this generation. Sustainability, ESG, the environment is much more important for them than a lot of other things. We had a discussion about this last week with the panelists, and there was examples of individuals that actually applied to 2 different organizations for positions and declined positions in certain organizations and joined others, maybe with lesser benefits, but they were more in line with the principles, policies, procedures, and the way these organizations do better. And this is where it's important that every person recognize that the generations joining the workforce will impact your business. It's your future. This is the guys that's going to take your business over one day. This is your succession planning. This is customers you're going to have to work with. This is suppliers you're going to have to work with. It's definitely going to have an impact on everyone's business. It's not a problem. It is just a different generation that we would deal with differently. From my side, this was the last panel for today. Very excited, very busy day. And the whole day I was thinking, when I give my last comments for today, what am I going to point out? What was my highlight for today? And initially I thought the address by the keynote speaker this morning was so inspiring, but every single discussion after that added a different aspect, focusing on sustainability, focusing on the anti-money laundering, grey listing South Africa, how we're going to change it, what we're going to do as a country together, focusing on the generations coming in. So there was just so many exciting topics. So there's not one specific one I can add on, but believe me, the excitement is going to build on tomorrow. So we're looking forward to meeting you tomorrow online again. Have a beautiful evening, and I'm handing over to Faith.
Thank you so much, Liana. Thank you so much. I agree with you. Today has been a challenging day, and I think our minds have been challenged, our thinking, and also our practices. What we are doing has been challenged. And what we now need to do is to go back, think about what it is that we are doing, and how are we going to change ourselves. If I go back to this morning's opening address and on positive thinking, I want to leave you with this thought. accept yourself, love yourself, and keep moving forward. If you want to fly, you have to give up what weighs you down. Because if you are going to change, you need to leave the things that you might have found to be the comfort zone for you and embrace artificial intelligence, embrace sustainability, ESG, and everything that we have spoken about today. The last panel has also just taught us how do we understand each other. As Gen Z, how do we understand the older folks? And also, as the older folks, how do we understand the Gen Z? So I think if we understand each other, we actually are going to make this country and this world a better place to be in. This is the end of today, but we are not going to end without announcing our last two winners. If you've been throughout the day participating in what's been happening, been there throughout, you never left your desk, not unless if it was tea break or lunch, then you stand a chance to win. So just hold your thumbs up. And our winners, our winner number 9 is Fumelani Matonsi, and our winner number 10 is Rhoda Shunbi. So congratulations for staying along and participating. You continue doing that tomorrow. We will, if you still are there and you have won today, we are not going to discard you. So just actually be there and give your best. And that's what we are looking forward to. We have another jam-packed day for you tomorrow, and we are looking forward to seeing you here at 9 o'clock when we will be starting our proceedings. Thank you so much.
No, is I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know. Say what you mean. Dress like you're trying to cause a scene. Real fantasy. I'm nothing like you've ever seen. Everything material. Leaves me nothing. Leaves me nothing. Looking for anything new. Give me something, give me something. Can I reach you right? Cause I'm mind. I'm all over you. Setting me on fire. See my eyes. They're all over you. Oh,
Say what you need. What would it like for you to think? What would it seem? Everything I can ever be.